This is officially the worst idea I've ever had. It was true. Alex may have made some questionable decisions in the past, but the dilemma she and her friends now faced was off the charts, comparatively. "We can still pull this off," Bear whispered from somewhere to her left. It was too dark for Alex to see anything other than his silhouette blacking out what little light shone through the crack in the door. But she knew both he and DC were right there alongside her, as always. What she didn't know was who else was nearby, namely, just how many guards were patrolling the high-security chemtech facility they were trying to break into, and how dangerous their weapons were. Alex was fully aware they were being reckless, but after losing their best friend, Jordan Sparker, to a fate of being a mindless pawn in Aven Dalmarta's blood-bonded, brainwashed army, Alex and her friends were more than motivated. "We need to move," DC said. "It won't take long for them to find us here." A light flashed in the darkness when Bear activated his comm TCD, casting a bluish glow over his face. His pupils were wide, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead despite the cool temperature. "The codes Johnny gave us only work for another hour," he said, flicking through the data stored in his device. "We need to be in and out in that time, or we'll be stuck here." "Right," Alex said. "So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. We can work with this." "Wouldn't be the first time," DC said with a half-hearted grin. Had Jordan still been with them, her smile would have been more genuine, but Alex knew to take what she could get from her friend. "We trust you." Alex wondered, not for the first time, if their trust was sorely misguided. After all, it was her fault they were stuck in some dingy janitor's closet to begin with. Sure, her motives were honorable, but that didn't mean she hadn't brought her closest friends on a fool's errand. It had all begun just over a week ago, when the three of them had left Raelia and returned to Bear's home in Woodhaven for the Caldoris holidays. The loss of Jordan had caused such a hollow ache in each of them that it had been impossible to enjoy their holiday break. So instead, they'd begun planning. All they'd known was their endgame, freeing Jordan from Aven's clutches. Their friend might have been irreversibly claimed, but they still had hope, knowing Alex had once freed herself from Aven's grasp. But even if that didn't turn out to be possible, their backup plan was to isolate and protect Jordan from the immortal Meyarin, using any means necessary, even imprisonment. Their task was made infinitely more complicated by the fact that Aven had promised Jordan something important to him, the deliverance of his previously believed deceased, but now apparently alive and only missing brother. Luca had supposedly killed himself 6 years ago, but Aven had shown the brainwashed Jordan surveillance footage of Luca breaking into a chemtech lab just last month. So that was where Alex and her friends had decided to start. Their plan was to verify whether or not the footage existed, and if they found evidence showing Luca to be alive, then they would just have to find him before Aven could use him as leverage against their friend. Easy, right? The good news was that Johnny, Bear's eldest brother, was a technobase, basically a technology genius, and as a chemtech employee, he had insider knowledge of its facilities. It hadn't taken much coercing from Alex, Bear, and DC to convince him to join Team Saving Jordan, and he'd been forthcoming with as much intel as they'd needed. While he'd never been to the exact lab in Mardania where Luca had been sighted, Johnny had managed to hack into the highly classified TCD server to download an entire data file containing the layout of the facility, complete with security codes and a detailed map of the building. With access to so much information, Alex had originally thought her plan infallible. They would arrive just outside the building's security ward via bubble door, sneak through the entrance using Johnny's codes, hike up the 11 floors to the surveillance room, and search through the database until they found the footage of Luca. Sure, there were a few holes in the plan, but it should have been a breeze. What they hadn't counted on were the unforeseen complications. Complications like the decidedly human guards. "How close are we?" Alex asked, looking over Bear's shoulder as he used the touchscreen of his TCD to project a holographic map of the facility into the air between them. "We're here," he said, pointing to their location. He then expanded the map and swiveled it around, indicating to another room 3 floors up on the other side of the building. "We need to get there." "Not impossible," DC said. "We've managed to get this far. What's a few more stairs?" Alex bit back her retort and just hoped she wasn't about to get the Crown Princess of Medora arrested or shot. They'd already had one close call with a security guard who'd thankfully been looking the other way when they nearly walked into him, an encounter that clued them into the fact that they weren't alone in the building. And Alex had clearly seen the stabilizer holstered to the man's belt. She wasn't sure if he'd carried other weapons, but that alone was cause for concern. One shot would lead to 10 minutes of unconsciousness, and a second shot, instant death. Not a pleasant thought. "I don't suppose you guys would be willing to stay here and keep watch?" Alex asked. "Lessen the chances of us all getting caught?" Firm headshakes met her question, not that she'd expected anything less. "We've talked about this," Bear said, his tone unyielding. "We're going to help save Jordan, no matter the consequences." "No way are we staying behind," DC confirmed, her arms folded and an expression of distaste on her face. "Don't even try to stop us." Alex raised her hands in a placating manner. "Fine, fine, but you can't blame me for trying." She attempted a conciliatory smile, but she knew it fell flat. Straightening her shoulders, she told them, "Stay close then, and don't make a sound." Bear shoved his ComTCB back into his pocket, extinguishing their light source. As soon as Alex's eyes adjusted to the nearly black room again, she pushed the door open, silently leading the way out into the corridor beyond. She had to blink her vision clear when the hallway's brighter, halogen-like lights seared through her retinas, all the while keeping a lookout for the slightest indication of guards nearby. Frustratingly, the facility didn't have one central staircase that led to different floors. Instead, the staircases were designed in an architectural nightmare of ups, downs, and all-arounds. As if it were a snakes and ladders game, each set of stairs ended in a different location, but never directly where Alex and her friends needed to go. Their staircase dilemma could have been avoided if they'd simply used the elevator. But the access codes Johnny had hacked to activate the lift were for an emergency only, since any elevator usage was monitored closely, and their presence would undoubtedly be detected. For obvious reasons, they wanted to avoid that. After what felt like an unending journey of twisting staircases, including one that went straight up to the 12th floor, one that sent them back down to the 3rd, and one leading back up to the 9th, Alex began to question their decision to avoid the elevator. Her thighs were burning from all the repeated climbing, despite her combat and PE-honed level of fitness. And the panting noises from Bear and DC put her on edge, reminding her it had been a while since they had heard any of the guards patrolling close by. Turning questioning eyes to Bear, Alex gestured for his ComTCD. Reactivating the holographic map, she saw they only had one final staircase to go until they reached the 11th floor, before traversing the entire length of the building to arrive at their destination. This would be made more challenging by the glass-walled skywalk in the center, since the facility diverged into 2 separate towers from the 8th floor up. Handing back the device, Alex hurried forward again, ignoring her protesting muscles when she hit the next staircase. They had only 40 minutes left to use Johnny's codes, and she was feeling the pressure. Finally, on the 11th floor, Alex guided them through zigzagging corridors, pausing at every corner to peek around and make sure the next section was clear. It was time-consuming but proved necessary, since an automatic door clicked open nearby and Alex was forced to pull Bear and DC back behind the bend in the hallway. Carefully peering around the corner, Alex confirmed there was another security guard, a woman this time. Like the first, she was dressed in a gunmetal gray jumpsuit and had a stabilizer holstered to her belt. She also sported a sword strapped across her back, the hilt of which poked menacingly above her shoulders. Worse still, her purposeful strides meant she was quickly eating up the distance between them. Realizing their side of the corridor was too long and narrow to avoid being spotted, Alex hurried her friends to the closest door, intending to hide in whatever room lay beyond until the coast was clear. But since the 11th floor was dedicated to research and development, or so Johnny had said, the door wouldn't open without clearance. Noticing the touchscreen access panel mounted on the wall, Alex gestured to Bear and waited anxiously while he tapped on his TCD screen. A life-sized holographic hand quickly floated out of the device and encased his skin like a shimmery glove, which he moved closer to the access panel. After the forged handprint was scanned and accepted, he hit a few more buttons until another image came to life, an eyeball, to Alex's disgust. As soon as the retinal scan cleared, the door clicked open, allowing Alex, Bear, and DC to tumble into the room and escape the click-click-click of the guards' boots nearing them. The moment the door sealed them inside, there was a violent hiss of air depressurizing, the only warning Alex had before she rose from the ground. She heard both Bear and DC curse as they too were lifted weightlessly upwards until the three of them were suspended in the air as if floating in water. "It must be some kind of anti-gravity field," Bear said, waving his hands around, his movements appearing as if in slow motion. Alex said, feeling like an uncoordinated turtle as she bobbed midair. "How are we supposed to—" She trailed off with a distressed sound when her torso tipped forward too far, and she was left to somersault her way back around until she was close to the right way up again. "This is so unnatural," DC exclaimed, looking like she was trying to use swimming strokes to move, but to little effect. "Hold on a second, guys," Bear said. "We won't get anywhere with you fighting gravity like that. We need a plan." "You don't say," Alex thought, but she reined in her inner sarcasm and did her best to stay as still as her current state of floating would allow. While Bear was deciding their exit strategy, she took the chance to look around the room. With cream-colored padded walls, floor and ceiling, it was empty of furniture or anything else. It was clearly a room intended for one purpose: messing with gravity. Alex heard a beeping sound and she arched her neck until she could see Bear again, his comm TCD in hand. A holographic body came into view above it. "Yo, little brother, I take it things aren't going so well?" Johnny said, and Alex could hear the humor in his voice. She wondered how much of their current predicament was showing through his device and figured it was enough to give him a good laugh at their expense. "You could say that," Bear answered. "We wouldn't be stuck in here if you'd given us a warning about the guards." "Guards?" Johnny repeated. Alex managed to float close enough to see his quizzical expression. "There aren't supposed to be any guards there, not on sight at least." "We've seen 2 already," Bear said. Johnny looked genuinely concerned. "We had to break into this room to avoid one of them, but now we're caught in an anti-gravity field. Can you help us out?" Johnny gave a quick nod. "Give me a sec." He disappeared for a moment and soon reappeared with a larger tablet-style device. "I take it you're on the 11th floor? Anti-gravity is R&D for sure, but if I'm right, you're still on the wrong side of the facility." "We haven't crossed the skywalk yet," DC said. Having given up on her breaststroke, she was now attempting to freestyle her way across the room, looking even more ridiculous than before and still getting nowhere. "You guys better get a move on," Johnny muttered, distracted by whatever he was doing with the tablet. "You're pushing it for time." "Yeah, well, if we'd—" The Bear started, but his brother interrupted. "Got it!" With Johnny's exclamation, the air-hissing sound came again, and Alex dropped like a rock to the floor. Grateful for the padding that saved her from a very bruised backside, she jumped to her feet and walked over to where Bear was rising. "Thanks, Johnny. We owe you one." "Listen, guys," he said, squinting at the other device he held. "I don't know what's with the guards, but heat sensors indicate there's one patrolling every floor. That's 15 in total. You're lucky you've only come across 2, but if you trip any alarms, they'll all come running." Alex closed her eyes, wondering again what she'd been thinking leading her friends here. "One of those guards is wandering up and down the hallway outside your room. There's no way for you to get out without being seen." But you're only a few rooms away from the skywalk, and once you make it over, you'll be in the clear. I think I can guide you there without you having to step foot in the corridor." But the trio looked at one another before turning back to Johnny. "We're listening." There were 3 other doors leading from the padded room, and using Johnny's remote access to open the furthest one, they followed his direction into the long, dark chamber before them. It was only once the door sealed behind them that he absent-mindedly said, "Heads up, you're about to get wet." "What?" Alex's question was cut off when a billowing mass of cloud materialized above them just seconds before a torrential downpour of water fell straight onto their heads. "Run!" Bear cried, his voice garbled by the lashing rain. He grabbed both Alex and DC's arms and yanked them along. Not that they needed the motivation, since they were just as desperate to escape the unnatural weather phenomenon. "No, Bear, stop! Alex, Dix, stop, stop!" It took a few shouts before Alex was able to hear Johnny's yelling over the sound of the deluge, but she came to a sudden halt as soon as his words processed. It was only then that she began to feel the rain vaporize around her and a glow of artificial sunlight kiss her skin. She looked up and marveled at the sight high above them. Glancing backward, Alex could still see the rain bucketing down from miserable-looking clouds by the entrance. But looking around her now, "Is this some kind of weather room?" she asked. The large chamber appeared to be sectioned into different climate categories. Where Alex and her friends currently stood was a clear blue sky, fluffy white cumulus clouds, and, perhaps strangest of all, a synthetic sun. Looking further across the room, she could see all kinds of weather scenarios playing out within bordered segments of the room. Clearly, the Chemtech R&D department was earning their keep. "Yes, and don't move another step," Johnny ordered, his features pinched and his tone laced with anxiety. "I thought I could deactivate the room remotely, but the coding is more complex than I anticipated. I can do it, but it will take a few minutes, and you don't have the time to spare. You'll have to make a run for it." "Then why'd you tell us to stop?" Bear sounded belligerent as he squeezed water from his shirt. DC gave a frowning nod of agreement as she too wrung out her sodden clothes and twisted her soaked hair, leaving a puddle of water on the marble tiles. With a troubling feeling that they weren't out of the worst of it yet, Alex didn't bother attempting to dry off. "Because I need to warn you," Johnny said, "that some of the weather is reactive." DC stopped wringing out her hair. "Reactive?" Johnny chose not to explain. Instead, he gave them an impishly apologetic look and said, "Keep moving, and you should be fine. The last section will be the most dangerous, but I'll have your exit door open by the time you get there, so just sprint straight through, okay?" "No, not okay," DC cried. "Do you want to give us some more details?" Johnny turned his attention to his second device and muttered, "I have a door to unlock. You'd better start running." Before DC could open her mouth to protest, Alex grabbed her arm and pulled her along. "Come on, Dix. The sooner we get moving, the sooner we'll be out of here." Leading the way at a fast pace, Alex felt the air turn clammy as the sunshine dissolved behind them. Visibility was near to nothing as they entered the next weather zone, and a fog-like mist arose from beneath their feet, swiftly obscuring everything in sight. It was disorienting, but Alex pressed on, running forward until she crossed into the next climate. Almost immediately, her feet slipped out from underneath her, and she fell onto the hard, ice-covered floor. Dazed from the fall, she managed to yell, "Watch your step!" But it was too late for DC, who hit the slippery ground and slid along until she came to a jarring stop in a tangle of limbs at Alex's feet. Bringing up the rear, Bear at least heard the warning in time and was able to get away with a slight skating of his feet without losing his footing. "Ugh," DC grunted, pushing up to stand. She made a whimpering sound, causing Alex to glance at her with alarm. "Are you hurt?" Holding her left hand tenderly, DC bit her lip. "I landed pretty hard on my wrist." "Here, let me look," Bear said, as Alex stood and slid her way over to them. He gently rolled DC's wrist back and forth, pressing carefully against the bones. "Your movement is good," Bear said. "I think it's just sprained." DC's face was tight with pain. "I'll be fine. Let's keep moving." "Dix, I'm fine. Really, let's go." Taking in the determined look on her friend's face, Alex slowly nodded. But before she led the way onwards, she unwound the scarf from her neck and used it to tie her ComTCD to DC's wrist as an improvised splint. "Try to keep it as still as possible," Alex said. "The more you move it, the worse you'll make it." "You've spent way too much time in the med ward," DC observed, studying Alex's rudimentary attempt at first aid. "But thanks, it already feels a bit better." "Thank Fletcher," Alex said. "He's patched me up so many times, I was bound to learn a thing or two." On that wry note, Alex edged her way forward again, carefully this time. Her feet slid along the icy floor, and more than once she had to catch herself before taking another header onto the ground. Their slow progress was made more frustrating when greenish clouds rolled in and began to spit small hailstones at them. They weren't large enough to cause worrying injuries, but Alex certainly obtained her fair share of stinging bruises. It was a relief, therefore, when they crossed into the next weather section, even if it sent them directly into a blustery snowstorm. "This place is mental," Alex cried over the howling wind as they trudged their way through the knee-deep snow. A mass of flurries blew straight into her mouth just from emitting those few words, so she refrained from yelling anything else to her friends until they reached the next section. Soaked and shivering from the piercing chill of the blizzard, they were grateful to cross the boundary into a section that was both silent and still. But just when Alex thought they were in the clear, the back of her neck began to prickle with warning, and a peculiar tingly feeling overcame her. "Run!" came Johnny's urgent voice from Bear's ComTCD. "Run, run, run!" Alex didn't need to be told twice. She remembered what he'd said about the last section being the most dangerous, and when a ferocious rumble was followed closely by a blinding light and an ear-splitting crack, she understood exactly why he hadn't given them more details. They were right in the middle of an electrical storm. And judging by the amount of static charge Alex felt and the strong smell of ozone in the air, it was a nasty one at that. With Bear and DC right behind her, Alex took off at a sprint through the low-hanging dark clouds, heading for the open door that was still an alarming distance away. Another thunderous roar had Alex slapping her hands over her ears, and she couldn't suppress a shriek when a spike of lightning struck the floor so close that she felt the power of the bolt surge along her skin. Alex picked up her speed, but as they reached the halfway mark of the storm section, the lightning and thunder increased to the point that the three of them had to zigzag their way in short, sharp lunges to avoid being struck. It was only then that Alex remembered Johnny saying that some of the weather was reactive. The storm was actively targeting them, targeting their movements as they hurried through the room. With that insight, Alex struggled against her rising panic. Instead, she focused on getting out of there alive, blinking furiously to combat the blinding explosions of light. Just a few feet away from the door, she heard the loudest crack yet and knew they had but a few seconds before their luck would run out and they would be burnt to a crisp. "Hurry!" she yelled, taking a running leap directly through the doorway, noting with relief that Bear and DC were right on her heels. She came to a sudden messy stop when she soared straight into a mud-filled pond. Bear and DC managed to avoid the pile of dirty sludge, but Alex was elbow-deep in the muck and covered from head to toe from the splash of her landing. "Ugh, gross," she said, pushing up and wiping a hand across her face, only smearing the mess further. She heard a muffled snort and whipped her head around to see a wild-haired DC with her uninjured hand over her mouth, her eyes sparkling with humor. It was the liveliest Alex had seen her since Jordan's claiming, even if it was at the expense of Alex's own dignity. As for Bear, his hair was standing on end, and half his face was streaked with what looked like charcoal, the effect of a close call with the lightning. But he too appeared to be struggling to hold back laughter as he took in Alex's muddy predicament. "Not a word," she said with a warning glare. DC and Bear were shaking with silent hysterics, but they swallowed back their hilarity with pressed lips and quick nods. "Johnny, please tell me we're close," Alex called, deliberately ignoring his muffled chuckle when he noted her appearance through the ComTCD. "Just get through this last room, and you'll hit the skywalk," he said, eyes dancing with mirth. There's a guard still patrolling your side of the tower, so you'll have a straight path along the corridor from there. Finally, some good news, Alex thought. What are we dealing with in here? Bear asked his brother. Glancing around, Alex noted that it appeared to be some kind of plant-filled greenhouse. The schematics say it's a terrarium, Johnny answered. You shouldn't have anything to worry about. Just follow the path and take a right at the fork. You'll hit the next door soon after. I'll have it ready for you. Walking through the quiet of the plant-strewn terrarium would have been almost peaceful, but Alex was too preoccupied with swatting away the swarms of insects wanting to feast on her flesh. All too soon, she was covered in itchy welts and desperate to escape the incessant creatures. While slapping at the bugs, Alex, Bear, and DC managed to avoid 3 more large mud ponds before arriving at one that was bordered by a forest so dense they had to squelch their way through the grunge to get to the other side. Alex was already covered in the filth, so she didn't care so much, but neither Bear nor DC were thrilled about suctioning their way through the knee-high mud. They took a right at the fork as directed and continued on until the door came into view. That wasn't so bad, comparatively, DC said, scratching her bites as they approached the exit. When Johnny gave the go-ahead, they stepped out of the room and into another identical hallway. Alex could clearly see the boundary of their side of the building since the walls came to an abrupt end, yet the hallway continued through a glass-enclosed tunnel joining the 2 towers of the facility. "Hope you guys aren't afraid of heights," Alex said, approaching the skywalk. DC swallowed. "I'm not a huge fan of them. Nothing is as bad as the Meyarin's Vallis path, right?" Bear said, reminding them of the invisible roller coaster that was the eternal path. "You managed okay with that." DC sent him a disbelieving look. "I didn't have much choice at the time, if memory serves. Unless you want to get friendly with the guard, you don't have much of a choice now, either," Alex interjected. She nudged DC and offered her a quick, teasing grin. "Suck it up, princess." Laughing inwardly at the face DC pulled, Alex stepped out onto the skywalk, closely followed by her friends. Bear was right. It was nothing compared to the sheer terror of riding the Vallis path. But they were quite high, and Alex had to make a concentrated effort not to look down. She only just managed to bite back a smile when she heard DC whispering to herself something along the lines of, "I'm going to kill Jordan for this." That's the DC I know, Alex thought, happy to see some of her zest and spirit returning, even if the cause of it wasn't exactly ideal. When they safely reached the other side, Bear informed them that they had less than 15 minutes to get into the server room and out of the facility before their access codes would be invalid. Alex knew then that it was not only a foolish mission, but it was also an impossible one. But they'd come this far, and there was no turning back now. Hurrying straight down the thankfully clear corridor, they headed directly towards the surveillance room. Bear opened the doorway by repeating the TCD handprint and retinal scans, and as soon as the 3 of them flew into the room, he called his brother back onto the screen to ask, "What now?" "Turn your device around and show me what you see." As Bear followed Johnny's command, Alex looked around the bright circular room. Standing in the center of the otherwise empty space was a large golden globe that glistened against a pearlescent, nearly glowing floor. "See the tech sphere?" Johnny said. "Press your hand against it to activate it." When Bear reached his arm forward to follow Johnny's order, his brother cried out, "No, not your hand, the hand I gave you." Alex let out a quiet huff of laughter at the absurdity of their situation, or perhaps more at the nearly identical frustrated expressions on both Bear and Johnny's faces. After accepting the scanned handprint clearance, the tech sphere lit up, and with it, so did the rest of the room. The previously blank walls were now buzzing with energy, as if ready and waiting at attention. "Now input the codes I gave you," Johnny instructed, and Bear did so using quick finger swipes too complex for Alex and DC to follow. Johnny's complicated guidance began to fly over their heads and blur into gibberish, but thankfully Bear was able to keep up, and he cried out a triumphant, "I'm in," when the system unlocked. "Awesome," Alex said, moving up beside him to peer at the bunch of letters and numbers within the sphere, all written in code. "Do you know how to find—" "Just a sec," Alex, Bear distractedly interrupted. I think I've got it. Johnny, can you confirm?" He pulled the device close and spun it around, showing the tech sphere's code to his brother.
Johnny's hologram squinted at the sequence of random symbols, and he nodded enthusiastically. That entry was definitely hacked in the not-too-distant past, a dodgy job too, since whoever it was didn't clean the feed or wipe clear their tracks. I'm pretty sure that's what you're after, guys. Needing no further prompting, Bear input something into the sphere server, and one wall of the room instantly came to life, like a massive television screen. The footage that began playing was grainy, and the poor quality degenerated further as the feed dropped in and out, but Alex could still recognize the same room they were standing in on the screen, with very few differences. The main one being the young man shown in the video. "Is that?" DC whispered, her eyes wide. As if he heard her, the man abruptly turned to face the hidden surveillance camera. DC let out a strangled-sounding noise, and even Alex sucked in a breath, recognizing his profile. His blonde hair was about 6 years overdue for a cut, and his scraggly beard made him look like a caveman, but his bright blue eyes, combined with his bone structure and athletic body shape, made his resemblance to Jordan unquestionable. "I don't believe it," Bear said in a quiet, incredulous voice. "Aven? Jordan's parents? They were all telling the truth. Lucas, alive." Alex was able to pull herself together first. If what Jordan had said really was him speaking freely and outside of Aven's influence, then the footage he'd seen had to have been believable enough to ask Aven to claim him. Though Alex wasn't sure whether to believe that actually happened or if Aven really did take Jordan against his will. To her unending frustration, Alex knew nothing was certain. "Johnny," she called, "are you able to confirm if this footage is legit?" After some more incomprehensible gibberish, Alex ascertained that Johnny had managed to open a network through Bear's device to download the footage directly, which was something he hadn't been able to do remotely without having someone on the inside to input the codes manually. "I'm running it through my scanners as we speak," he said, ending his technobabble spiel by answering her question. "I just need a minute." He took 2, but when he came back to them, it was with a shuttered, disappointed expression. "It's fake, guys. I'm sorry." "What?" DC exhaled sharply. But he looks just like Jordan." "It's an enhanced digital likeness, likely rendered from an image of Jordan himself and aged a decade into the future. Jordan had been deceived all along, and Alex felt the crushing devastation of what that meant. If they ever found a way to free their friend from Aven, he'd have to come to terms with Lucas' death all over again. "I'm sorry, guys." Johnny filled the hanging silence. "I know that's not the news you were after." "At least we now know the truth," Alex thought, sad as it was. "If you hurry, I can still get you out before—" Johnny broke off, and his face paled when something on his other device caught his attention. He leaned in closer to it, and his eyes widened as he released a string of curse words. "Guys, it looks like you left muddy footprints in the corridor, and that guard in the other tower has just flagged them and raised the alarm. She's on her way to you, along with every other guard in the facility. You need to move. Now." An indefinite amount of time later, Alex restlessly paced back and forth in a holding cell that was much cleaner than her current state of hygiene. The white walls surrounding her were immaculate, made more so by the slight glow of energy zinging along them, a seemingly innocuous halo of light that was augmented by a hair-raising electrical hum of warning.
Despite the powerful barrier, Alex was tempted to reach out and smear dried mud across the pristine surface just to annoy some underling who clearly had OCD tendencies when it came to bleach or whatever the Meyarin cleaning equivalent was. Suffice it to say, she and her friends hadn't made it out of the Chemtech facility without being caught. They'd barely had time to cut the feed to the surveillance footage and disconnect their COM-TCD link with Johnny before the door to the server room had flown open. Hoping that Bear's brother was busy using his hacking skills to hide his digital footprint and the illegal download of the footage to his off-site device, Alex and her friends had been left throwing their hands up in surrender when the guards stormed the room. They'd quickly discovered that the Chemtech security team didn't play around and were the shoot first, ask questions later variety of guards. Alex, Bear, and DC had, therefore, experienced their first taste of what it felt like to be intimately acquainted with a blast from a stabilizer. For the record, it hurt like hell. The weapon had caused a searing burn to spread throughout Alex's body, stinging along her nerve endings fast enough to force her into unconsciousness within a fraction of a second. When she awoke 10 minutes later, Alex found herself lying on the unnaturally clean floor of her cell and suffering from a splitting headache, one which was still thumping through her skull after what felt like hours of incarceration. "What's taking them so long?" DC grumbled, sitting on the floor with her head in her hands. "We've been in here for ages without anyone coming by. Why can't they hurry up and tell us how much trouble we're in?" The only upside to their predicament was that Alex, Bear, and DC had all been locked up together in the same cell. But since they were each dealing with stabilizer-induced headaches, none of them had the capacity to offer good company or stimulating conversation. Standard practice for interrogations. "They're letting us sweat," Bear said, standing with one hand massaging his temple and the other arm cradled protectively against his stomach. He'd been the unfortunate test dummy who had reached out first to touch the glowing walls, discovering that they were, in fact, charged with something akin to live electricity. His hand was covered in blistering welts from contact with the walls, which only added to his discomfort from the earlier insect bites. Alex was just about to open her mouth and suggest they try to come up with an escape plan when the glowing energy around them deactivated, and one of the white walls slid open. DC scrambled to her feet, and Bear dropped his hands and moved forward until the three of them stood in a line, presenting a united front. 4 people entered the cell. 3 of them wore the gunmetal gray uniforms of the security guards, but the person leading the group wore the familiar black attire of a warden. His fiery red hair was cropped close to his skull, but it was still thick enough to stand out vividly against his dark clothing and pale skin. Alex felt DC stiffen and relax again just as quickly, apparently not recognizing the warden. This was good, since the last thing any of them needed was for word to get back to DC's parents about their little expedition. "I'm Warden Renko," the man in black said as he came to a halt a few steps away. The 3 security guards stopped beside him, their stabilizers trained on Alex, Bear, and DC as a silent warning. "You 3 were caught trespassing on a secure chemtech facility without authorized clearance. You've since been detained and transported here for questioning. Hands behind you, please." Alex blinked in surprise, not sure what to process first, the fact that they had been transported to an unknown location while unconscious, or the brusque manner of the warden's efficient command. When the guards moved forward threateningly, she hastily complied, and they roughly bound her arms together. She winced in sympathy at the thought of the pain DC's sprained wrist and burnt hand must be causing them. "Follow me," the warden directed once they were all secured. "Just a second," Bear said, and Alex raised her eyebrows in question and alarm. She wasn't keen on repeating her experience with the business end of a stabilizer if Renko decided not to indulge Bear's interruption. Fortunately, the warden seemed curious enough to halt his forward movement, and he turned back to her friend. "We're really sorry to have bothered you," Bear said, "but you need to let us go free now. We don't want any more trouble. We just want to go home. When you let us out of here, you'll never have to worry about us again." His words were audacious, and yet Alex had to suppress a grin when the guards, and even DC, all began nodding along while listening to his hypnotic tone. It was fascinating. The last time Bear had used his gift around Alex, her own willpower hadn't been fully activated, and the mesmerizing nature of his ability had sucked her right in. But no longer did it affect her, since she was now fully in control of her own gift. For a moment, Alex thought Bear had come up with the perfect escape plan, but then she realized there was one person, other than herself, who wasn't nodding along with the rest. "Nice try, kid," Renko said, a hint of a smile curling his lips, "but you're not the only one with a gift around here." As if his words broke the spell, suddenly the other guards and DC shook off the glamour of Bear's charm and came back to their senses, frowning slightly in bewilderment. "Now, let's try this again," Renko said, gesturing pointedly for Alex and her friends to follow him from the cell. Throwing an it-was-worth-a-shot look at Bear, Alex stepped forward and trailed Renko down a series of blindingly white corridors until they passed a guarded checkpoint and walked in single file through some kind of body scanner.
It reminded Alex of stepping through airport security, and she wondered what the point of it was, since not even their TCDs had been confiscated from them during their imprisonment, though they had somehow been deactivated, meaning no incoming or outgoing calls, despite their desperate attempts to contact Johnny for escape options. Whether the body scanner was searching for weapons or something else, or perhaps it acted like an EMP field and was now reactivating their devices, or so Alex hoped, let them through without issue, and from there, Alex and her friends were pushed into an elevator. After an ear-popping journey upwards, it opened into a large room bustling with people smartly dressed and wandering about with purpose. Until that moment, Alex had presumed from Renko's words that they'd been moved to some kind of high-tech, uncommonly clean prison, but now she had no idea where they were. Not until she saw the sign posted directly above the spiral glass staircase they were being led towards. High Court of Medora was written in large, bold letters, with an engraving of the warden's emblem beneath it, 2 swords crossed together behind a crown. There was an addition to this picture Alex hadn't seen before, with the emblem positioned in the middle of a shield above the words Sosar Dene Lenorsa. "We are many, yet we are one," DC recited quietly, answering Alex's unspoken question. It's meant to be a reminder that our actions affect the lives of those around us every day. Her eyes traveled over the room, and she continued in a whisper, "I can't believe we're at the High Court. This is so not good, guys." The guard behind her prodded his stabilizer into her back, and she snapped her mouth closed. The moment their entourage stepped onto the spiraling staircase, Renko tapped something into the railing, and it came to life, moving them upwards like an escalator. It reminded Alex of stepping through airport security, and she wondered what the point of it was, since not even their TCDs had been confiscated from them during their imprisonment, though they had somehow been deactivated, meaning no incoming or outgoing calls, despite their desperate attempts to contact Johnny for escape options. Whether the body scanner was searching for weapons or something else, or perhaps it acted like an EMP field and was now reactivating their devices, or so Alex hoped it, let them through without issue, and from there, Alex and her friends were pushed into an elevator. After an ear-popping journey upwards, it opened into a large room bustling with people smartly dressed and wandering about with purpose. Until that moment, Alex had presumed from Renko's words that they'd been moved to some kind of high-tech, uncommonly clean prison, but now she had no idea where they were. Not until she saw the sign posted directly above the spiral glass staircase they were being led towards. High Court of Medora was written in large, bold letters, with an engraving of the warden's emblem beneath it, 2 swords crossed together behind a crown. There was an addition to this picture Alex hadn't seen before, with the emblem positioned in the middle of a shield above the words Sosar Dene Lenorsa. "We are many, yet we are one," DC recited quietly, answering Alex's unspoken question. It's meant to be a reminder that our actions affect the lives of those around us every day. Her eyes traveled over the room, and she continued in a whisper, "I can't believe we're at the High Court. This is so not good, guys." The guard behind her prodded his stabilizer into her back, and she snapped her mouth closed. The moment their entourage stepped onto the spiraling staircase, Renko tapped something into the railing, and it came to life, moving them upwards like an escalator. It reminded Alex of stepping through airport security, and she wondered what the point of it was, since not even their TCDs had been confiscated from them during their imprisonment, though they had somehow been deactivated, meaning no incoming or outgoing calls, despite their desperate attempts to contact Johnny for escape options. Whether the body scanner was searching for weapons or something else, or perhaps it acted like an EMP field and was now reactivating their devices, or so Alex hoped it, let them through without issue, and from there, Alex and her friends were pushed into an elevator. After an ear-popping journey upwards, it opened into a large room bustling with people smartly dressed and wandering about with purpose. Until that moment, Alex had presumed from Renko's words that they'd been moved to some kind of high-tech, uncommonly clean prison, but now she had no idea where they were. Not until she saw the sign posted directly above the spiral glass staircase they were being led towards. High Court of Medora was written in large, bold letters, with an engraving of the warden's emblem beneath it, 2 swords crossed together behind a crown. There was an addition to this picture Alex hadn't seen before, with the emblem positioned in the middle of a shield above the words Sosar Dene Lenorsa. "We are many, yet we are one," DC recited quietly, answering Alex's unspoken question. "It's meant to be a reminder that our actions affect the lives of those."
When they reached what Alex judged to be about 4 floors up, she was nudged off by a guard to follow the warden down another long hallway, this one with a glass-walled view that held Alex's attention for the entire length of the walk. Mardinia, the city on a hill, Renko said, tracking her gaze as he fell into step beside her. Feeling as if he expected a response, she squinted out at the view and said, "It's very clean." As strange as her description was, it was the only thing Alex could come up with on the fly. Looking at the city sprawled across the side of what was most definitely a hill, Alex marveled at just how white everything was. Much like the High Court, the buildings running alongside the vibrant blue ocean were bleached of color. The scenery brought to mind a memory of the time she traveled around the Greek islands with her parents when they'd been working on a dig outside of Athens. They'd taken a 4-day vacation from their work and hired a boat, cruising around the Aegean Sea and setting foot on as many islands as time allowed. Before Alex could properly indulge in her nostalgia, they came to the end of the windowed walkway, and Renko ordered them to sit in a small waiting room. "Your trial will begin in 5 minutes. Wait in here until you're called." Alex anxiously flicked her eyes to Renko as he and the guards exited the room. "Our trial?" He turned to her when he reached the door, his face blank. "You illegally infiltrated a top-secret facility. Did you expect to get off with just a warning?" And with that, he locked them in the small room. "So, what are we looking at here?" Alex asked DC. "My guess?" DC chewed nervously on her lip. "Nothing good. We were caught red-handed, Alex. As much as it'll suck, we may have to get someone to contact my parents." "I can see that conversation going well." Alex pitched her voice to mimic DC. "Excuse me, Warden Renko, do you mind contacting the king and queen to tell them you've got their daughter locked up in prison? No, really, I promise you, I'm the princess." Alex finished her recitation by looking pointedly up and down her friend's lightning-zinged, muddy appearance. "For some reason, I have a feeling he'll have a hard time believing us." "Fortunately for you, little human, you won't have to wait to find out if that is true." Alex whirled around only to gape at the sight of the huge Meyarin guard, Zane, leaning casually against the wall. "I leave you alone for a few days and you end up incarcerated?" he said, taking in their messy appearances with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "You once told me you didn't need a babysitter, but all evidence points to the contrary." "What are you doing here, Zane?" Alex asked, amazed to see him standing there with them. "How did you even get in here?" "No, scratch that. How did you know where to find us?" She paused. "Wait, you are here for us, right?" "Always so curious," Zane said, pushing off from the wall and moving with Meyarin grace towards her. "Turn around, Alex." He didn't give her the option of following his command, since his heavy hands came to rest on her shoulders, swiveling her body until her back faced him. She heard a snick before her bonds fell to the ground. Massaging the pins and needles from her wrists, Alex watched him liberate DC and Bear with a lethal-looking blade. Zane didn't miss their winces when their injured hands were released. "Step closer, humans, and we'll address your wounds back in Meya." When Alex opened her mouth to repeat her questions, he sent her a quelling look and said, "Unless, of course, you want to stay here and end up with criminal records and prison time." She snapped her mouth shut, and the 3 of them moved closer to Zane. Almost immediately, the ground tore out from underneath them as the Valis path activated, shooting them straight through the walls of the High Court and out into the sunset horizon. Zane, thankfully, had recently spent quite some time with Alex's human self, so he knew to reach out and fiddle with the settings of the Eternal Path, settings that were invisible to human eyes. He pressed a patterned sequence into the transparent wall, causing the wind chill to disappear instantly. Even though they were soaring over the white buildings of Mardinia at a stomach-churning speed, their ride was smooth and silent. In fact, if Alex closed her eyes, she wouldn't know she was moving at all. "I think I'm going to be sick," DC whispered, staring pale-faced at the blurring scenery as the Valis path picked up more speed. Alex had forgotten that only she had experienced the path at full velocity before. Her friends had been on it with her twice, but only between Meyarin and Raylia, and at a much more sedate pace. "Here," said, pulling a crumpled white flower from his cloak and handing it to DC. "Chew this. It will make you feel better." Ill as she was, DC didn't question him.
She put the flower in her mouth, closing her eyes and taking deliberately controlled breaths. Within moments, the color returned to her face, and she opened her eyes again, looking stunned. "Wow," she said, still chewing, "this is good stuff." "Friedenweed," Zane said, "cures most superficial stomach illnesses." His eyes lit up with mischief, and he added, "When ground into a paste, it's a remarkably effective boot polish as well." DC's rapidly improving face blanched again, and she turned to Alex. "Am I eating boot polish?" Alex hesitated. "Does it taste like boot polish?" When DC's color continued draining away, Alex realized that she could have chosen her words more carefully. "What I meant was, who cares if it's boot polish if it tastes all right?" Alex tried again. "I suggest we change the topic, unless you want DC to puke all over our feet," Bear said pointedly. Taking his advice, Alex turned back to Zane. "How did you know we needed rescuing, and where to find us?" Zane answered with only one word, but it was explanation enough. "Hunter." Alex closed her eyes slowly. It figured that her stealth and subterfuge teacher would know what they'd been up to, and that they'd needed help. Somehow, the mysterious man seemed to know everything, and not just because he had a supernatural gift of awareness and perception. "Hunter was following us?" Bear asked, and Alex reopened her eyes to see his surprise. "He thought it wise," Zane responded. He didn't get a chance to say anything else before the Valis path shot them straight into a snow-covered mountain, and for a few seconds, all light disappeared until they broke through to the other side and rejoined the open sky. Bear let out a quiet groan. "Now I think I'm going to be sick." Zane shook his head and muttered, "Humans." Alex pressed her lips together to keep from laughing. He'd been with them for less than 5 minutes and already appeared eager to dump them in the forest below. "You're sure looking better than the last time I saw you," Alex said, hoping to keep him from acting on his urge to abandon them. "Are you completely healed?" It had been less than a fortnight, but when she'd last laid eyes on Zane, he'd been suffering from a wound poisoned by Hyroa blood, the Meyarin equivalent of kryptonite, and had nearly died. Now, however, he appeared healthy and strong, much to Alex's relief. Noticing Alex's clinical perusal, Zane sent her a warm smile. "As you can see, I'm fully recovered, and ready to assist in your training." Alex unconsciously scrunched up her face and resolutely decided to ignore his words, choosing instead to visit a happy place in her mind, a place where she never had to consider the worrisome idea of training with the hulk of a Meyarin, or any others of his kind. "It won't be so bad," Zane said, nudging her with his elbow. "I'll go easy on you." Alex very much doubted he would. The reason she had to learn how to fight with the Meyarins was so she could hold her own against Aven. Therefore, she needed to know what she was up against. Being babied, as much as she liked the idea, wouldn't help, or anyone else. "You said you're taking us to Meya," DC
said to Zane. "Is there a reason we're not going straight back to Woodhaven? Prince Roka planned on collecting Alex tomorrow for us to begin working with her," Zane answered, causing Alex's eyebrows to shoot up, "but then Hunter contacted us and said you could use some assistance." His lips twitched at that, but he continued, "So I was sent to retrieve you all today instead. Now Alex will simply be able to begin her training earlier than anticipated." "Oh, goody," Alex thought, "and I thought this day couldn't get any better." Before Alex could ask Zane exactly what her training would entail, the Valispath began to slow. She hadn't even noticed them gliding through the Silverwood. The snow-dusted forest was now darkening into hues of bright gold as they moved towards their destination. And sure enough, within seconds, they breached the tree line and soared over the golden cliffs, with the eternal path spiraling them down through the spray of waterfalls and into the valley below. The silvery spires of the palace at the center of the city lit up like a beacon, shining with the light of the setting sun that bounced off the snowy surrounds with an iridescent radiance. Alex could hear Bear and DC's outspoken awe, and she knew that whether 17 or 70, there was nothing any of them would see in the rest of their lives that would rival the beauty of the lost city. It took hardly any time at all before the path led them directly into the palace, stopping only when they reached a long corridor intricately decorated with swirls of myrox and gold. Ordinarily, it would have seemed gaudy and ostentatious, but given the rest of the opulence surrounding them, the decor was almost bland in comparison to the city. "Prince Roka is expecting us," Zane said, moving off the invisible transportation and towards the nearest door. Bear and DC followed directly behind him, both somewhat wobbly from their experience on the Valis path. Trailing after them, Alex wondered why Zane kept referring to Roka as Prince when she knew the Meyarin royal preferred to be casual with his title, but then she realized it must be because of DC and Bear. The Meyarins trusted Alex, but she knew they didn't have the same confidence in her friends. In fact, not so long ago, Roka had pleaded with Alex to remain quiet about the Meyarin qualities she'd inherited from Aven's attempted claiming, making her promise to keep it a secret from her friends and anyone else to lessen the risk of Aven finding out. But after her recent experience with the banished prince, Aven had to now realize something was different about Alex, and since her friends had been caught up in that mess with her, she'd decided they deserved to know the truth. True to form, they'd been nothing but encouraging, with DC offering compassion and Bear thinking it was the coolest thing ever. They were also firmly in favor of Alex training with the Meyarins, despite knowing her reluctance. But the fact was, they all knew she would likely come face-to-face with Aven again, and when that time came, Alex would need to embrace her Meyarin abilities should she have any hope to survive the confrontation. "Any day now, little human." Alex glanced up to see Zane waiting for her to follow Bear and DC through the very same doorway she had once used on her midnight visit to Meya, after crossing paths and swords with Aven at Sir Oswald's dinner party. That felt like years ago to Alex, given everything that had happened since. "Sorry," she said. "I spaced out for a moment. This headache is killing me." Sliding past him to enter the room beyond, Alex was surprised to see him continue on down the corridor rather than join them. Shrugging mentally, she turned back to the room and found Roka and his betrothed, Kia, waiting for her. Alex easily returned their smiles, but the expression slid from her face when their eyes widened at her appearance and they burst into laughter. "And I thought your friends looked bad," Roka said, walking over and placing a welcoming hand on her shoulder. "It's good to see you, Alex, even if it looks like you found a swamp and missed the watch your step sign." "Huh, you're hilarious," Alex grumbled, crossing her arms. Unfortunately, she was too happy to see the Meyarins to feel any real annoyance at their reactions. That, and she was fully aware of how ridiculous she and her friends looked. Bear's hair was still standing on end from their earlier encounter with the lightning, his face streaked with charcoal. DC also looked particularly wild, with her red hair frizzing exponentially by the second as it aired out naturally. Dried mud covered both their legs, but even that couldn't compete with Alex's state of crustiness, her body coated from head to toe. She couldn't blame Roka and Kia for their laughter. In fact, she was surprised Zane had held back from commenting earlier. Furrowing her brow, Alex looked around, but their bulky escort was still nowhere to be seen. Then, as if on cue, Zane strode back into the room. "Here," he said, handing a golden chalice to Alex and passing 2 others to her friends. "Drink." Alex watched the steam rising out of the goblet and looked down at the silvery liquid with suspicion. Is it supposed to be glowing like that? Zane huffed with impatience. "Just drink it, Alex." She felt the need to quote from a responsible drinking advertisement, but she figured it would go straight over their otherworldly heads, so instead of making a fuss, she did as commanded, taking a small sip of the pleasantly sweet liquid. She smacked her lips together and took another sip, larger this time. "Tastes like vanilla." And indeed it did taste like vanilla, or perhaps caramel. She couldn't quite decide, almost like it was a mixture of the 2 rich flavors. Either way, it was delicious, and she made a note to never doubt Zane's drink offerings again, regardless of how psychedelic they looked. "What's in it?" Alex asked, entranced by the glowing liquid. "You said you had a headache," Zane answered, just as she took another large mouthful. "Meyarin blood is known for its healing properties. Enjoy, little human." Alex violently spat out her mouthful. The silver liquid sprayed everywhere as she bent at the waist and tried to repress her urge to vomit all over the floor.
She was only able to gain control of her gag reflex when she heard the uproarious laughter and realized she'd been played. Alex stood straight again and scowled at Zane, who was laughing the hardest. "The look on your face," he managed to get out between guffaws. "Priceless!" It took every fiber of her being to resist throwing the remaining contents of her goblet at the hulking Meyarin. Instead, she grit her teeth and waited for them all, DC and Bear included, to settle down again. "That was unkind of us, Alex," Roka said, looking apologetic, even if his golden eyes still gleamed with humor. "Of course Zane didn't give you blood to drink. Your chalice contains an infusion of what we call lyandra. It's a plant native to the Silverwood and has fast-acting healing properties. You should already be feeling its effects." True enough, the headache Alex had endured since being stabilized had disappeared the moment she'd begun drinking the lyandra, and now that she thought about it, she couldn't feel her itchy bites anymore either. Looking at her friends, she could see the blisters on Bear's forearm were healing before her eyes. DC, too, was in the process of unwrapping Alex's scarf bandage from her wrist, and when she was free of the makeshift splint, she handed the calm TC back to Alex, rotating her hand with a look of incredulous wonder. Swallowing her ire, because Zane had gone to retrieve the medicine after hearing her complaint about her headache, Alex finished the remains of her goblet and offered a quiet, "Thanks, Zane." He chuckled quietly in response, still amused by the whole scenario, making it challenging for Alex to maintain her gratitude.
She decided her best course of action was to instead turn her attention to the other Meyarins. "Thanks for sending Zane to come get us," she said to Roka. "His timing was perfect." "Yes, Hunter mentioned you could use some assistance," the prince said, his lips quirking at the corners. "Tell me, did you find what you were after?" At his question, Alex turned wide eyes to DC and Bear. "Johnny, he's probably freaking out." Understanding immediately, Bear pulled out his COM-TCD and activated a link to his brother. Just before it connected, he glanced around the opulent room and evidently remembered that even if Johnny knew a lot more about their story than most, they were still technically in a hidden city, and it was probably best to keep it that way until someone more important decided to change the Lost City status. Upon making that realization, Bear swiftly deactivated the holograph feature so that their connection was audio only. "Bear, you there?" Johnny's voice called. "We're all here," Bear answered. "We're okay." Johnny let out an audible sound of relief. "You had me worried, little bro. I watched on the surveillance feed as they blasted you and dragged you through a bubble dort. That was intense. It took me a while to find you again at the High Court, since that place is wired like you wouldn't believe. But when I finally made it into their system and found a way to get you past their security, you were gone. The guards are still in an uproar. What gives?" Bear shuffled his feet and mumbled, "Long story. I can't really talk now, but I wanted you to know we're all safe. Do me a favor and distract Mom and Dad until we get home, yeah?" "Blake's already on that," Johnny answered. "He's been running interference all day." At that moment, Alex was relieved they'd decided to trust not only Johnny, but also Bear's other brother, Blake, with the truth about Jordan's claiming. Both brothers had helped to keep the rest of the Ronigan household, Dorothy, William, Gammy, and Evie, oblivious to what was going on. "They think you've spent the last few hours at On the House with Benny and Sal," Johnny continued. "But I'm not sure how long you've got left before they send one of us down to get you. They probably think you're all in dillyberry-induced comas by now." Alex shuddered at the thought, knowing all too well the crazy side effects that came from overdosing on the bubbly purple drink. "Don't worry," Bear said. He looked from Roka, Kaya, and Zane, and then to Alex before adding, "I have a feeling we'll be home soon." Johnny was silent for a beat. "Where are you?" "Gotta go," Bear said, avoiding the question. "See you soon." Just as Bear moved to disconnect their call, Johnny called out, "Wait," causing Bear to pause. "What?" "News of 3 teenagers escaping the High Court is all over the Warden Network, and Dad's probably already putting the pieces together, so in case we don't get a chance to talk later, I want you to know. I ran the footage I downloaded through another decryption program, just to be sure." Alex spoke up then, stepping closer to Bear and ignoring the curious looks from the Meyrins. "And?" "I'm sorry," Johnny said. "There's no doubt about it now. It's definitely fake."
Alex let out a quiet sigh, as did both DC and Bear. "Thanks for checking anyway, Johnny," Alex said. "We appreciate it." "I only wish I could have given you different news," he returned. "But anyway, I better let you. Johnny, can you go into town with Blake and find your brother? It's nearly time for dinner, and I'm beginning to worry about him and the girls. Also, would you mind—" Whatever Bear's mother said next was cut off when Johnny disconnected their communication. DC was the first to say what they were all thinking. "We'd better get going before Johnny and Blake turn up empty-handed and have to come up with some excuse for why they couldn't find us." When Bear nodded his agreement along with Alex, Roka stepped forward to say, "Zane will take you two directly back to Woodhaven. The Valis path will return you in time for no one to be further concerned by your absence." Alex wasn't the only one who picked up on Roka's mistaken count. "The two of us?" Bear repeated as he swallowed the last of his Leandra, catching sight of his messy reflection in the shiny golden metal as he lowered the empty goblet. Eyes widening, he lifted the collar of his shirt to scrub it across his face, frantically wiping away the charcoal smears to keep his family from seeing evidence of their trespassing adventure. "Don't you mean the three of us?" Roka shook his head. "I was going to collect Alex at first light tomorrow, but now that she's here, she might as well stay the night so we can discuss our upcoming plans. That, and I'm guessing her muddied appearance, more than either of yours, may draw unwanted attention." As apprehensive as Alex was at the idea of staying the night in Meya, let alone without her friends, she knew Roka's words were valid. Given that Johnny and Blake were likely on their way to collect them right now, she wouldn't have time to clean herself up before they would all be expected back at the house for dinner. And there was no way she'd be able to sneak past the keen eyes of Dorothy, William, and Gammy, looking like a walking, talking swamp thing. Bear and DC were at least clean from their knees up. Other than their muddy legs and eccentric hairstyles, they looked normal, especially since the Leandra had cured their insect welts and other injuries. They, unlike Alex, could probably get away with some kind of half-baked excuse about trekking in the forest if Bear's family asked about their state of disarray. "However," Roka said, turning to Alex, "if you're uncomfortable with that idea, we can stick to the original plan." "No, it's fine," Alex said quickly. "It'll be good to hear what you have planned. I haven't had a decent nightmare in 48 hours. I'm overdue for some new creative material." Her attempt at flippancy didn't quite hide the nervous edge to her voice, or so she figured, judging by Roka and Kaya's knowing smiles and Zane's snort of amusement. "Come, mortals," Zane said, striding purposefully from the room and beckoning DC and Bear to follow. "I won't be long," he called back over his shoulder to Roka. DC skipped over to Alex on her way towards the door and leaned in to whisper, "Are you sure you're going to be all right here? You know they can hear you, right?" Alex said back, not bothering to whisper, "Meyarin hearing." "Yes, but if I whisper, they can at least be polite and act like they're not listening." Alex heard Zane snort again from outside the room. "I'll be fine, Dix," she replied, putting to a stop the conversation about Meyarin courtesy, knowing it was pointless. "I have my comm TCD. If you're worried, call me." "Same goes for you," Bear said, stepping up beside them while attempting to pat down his hair, to little effect. "And good luck with your training." He shifted a quick glance to Roka and Kaya and said, "Bring her back to us in one piece, yeah?" Grins were the only response he was given, so Alex rolled her eyes at the Meyarins and moved forward to give him an impulsive hug of gratitude for at least trying. But before she could wrap her arms around him, he hurriedly stumbled back with his hands raised in protest. No offense, Alex, but, well," he broke off and gestured towards her body, reminding her that she was covered in dried mud. She offered him an apologetic grin. "Ooks." "Mortals!" Zane arced from around the corner, sounding impatient. "Make haste." Alex made a shooing motion to her friends. "You better go before he conveniently forgets to make the Valis path human-friendly. Believe me when I say you'll freeze your backsides off if he does." Roka attempted to cover his laugh with a cough, likely remembering the first time Zane collected Alex from a carne in the middle of the night and delivered her to the palace as a living icicle. And that was when it hadn't been the middle of winter. "Make sure they get there alive, Zane," Alex called as she watched her friends hurry out of the room.
"Don't worry, Alex," Roka reassured her. "He'll keep them safe." Choosing to trust him, Alex turned away from the doorway and asked, "What happens now?" "Now you're coming with me," Kaya said, stepping forward and gently wrapping her fingers around Alex's arm, guiding her towards the door. "Let's get you cleaned up." Alex stood in the middle of her bedroom in Meya's majestic palace after having enjoyed the most luxurious bath imaginable. Once clean, she'd been given a dress made of gossamer so fine that she feared the slightest snag would tear it. It was undoubtedly beautiful, but it also made her feel like a Meyarin version of a fairy princess, something she wasn't entirely comfortable with. Given her clothes and her surroundings, Alex half wondered if she had fallen into a dream. "This place is unreal," she whispered, glancing around the room in all its glory. The bed alone was like something straight out of a painting. Its tree-like posts were decorated with shining myrox vines, which tangled into a luminous arch across the top of a sunburst canopy. But even more spectacular was the open-aired balcony that offered a bird's-eye view of the city spread out over the waterfall-bordered valley. "I hope you find it to your liking," Kaya said, moving to the fireplace and kneeling down in front of it. Moments later, a rainbow light flared in the hearth, and Alex peered around the Meyarin to watch multicolored flames dancing in the grate. "Whoa!" Alex said, stepping closer and feeling the heat hit her as if it were an ordinary fire. "What is that?" "My rays," Kaya said, standing again and showing Alex the pouch of glittering powder she held in her hand. "It gives off the heat of a normal flame and burns without wood, yet it's harmless to the touch. It doesn't smoke either." "Where can I get some?" Alex asked, entranced by the brilliant flames dancing at her feet. Testing Kaya's words, she crouched down and reached out her hand, carefully moving it forward until the fire tickled her fingers. Sure enough, Alex felt only a pleasant warmth envelope her skin, rather than the searing pain of burning flesh. Kaya laughed. "Unfortunately, there's very little myrays available to us these days. It's a rare commodity amongst our race." Alex let out a dramatically disappointed sigh. "I guess that means I can't steal your powder and take it home with me." Grinning, Kaya said, "You can try, but I don't think you'll get very far." Alex didn't think so either. "Come," Kaya said, moving away from the fireplace. "Roka has asked that you dine with us tonight." Following the Meyarin from the room and onto the vallis path that whisked them speedily through the palace corridors, Alex felt the swish of her dress brush against her bare ankles. Kaya, aren't we a little overdressed for dinner?" While Alex felt like a royal impostor for traversing the palace in a dress that flowed like running water from her shoulders to the floor, her only comfort was that Kaya had traded in her weapon-strapped warrior getup for a similarly elegant gown, hers being a deep forest green that brought out the emerald in her eyes. "Correct me if I'm wrong," Kaya responded to Alex's query, "but I thought it best if you weren't covered in mud during your first meal with the royal family and some of the ruling council." Alex's pulse stuttered. The royal family? As in... Before Kaya could answer, the vallis path came to a halt in front of an impressive double-arched doorway that opened inwardly upon their arrival. The air rushed out of Alex as Kaya boldly led her into the opulent dining hall where 7 Meyarins were seated around a large ornate table. All eyes were on Alex as she followed the graceful strides of her escort. In comparison to Kaya's effortless movement, Alex was certain her own steps were reminiscent of a drunken giraffe on roller skates. Beautiful dress or not, there were undeniable differences between her mortal self and the perfection of the Meyarin race. Not usually one to care about such things, Alex still felt her face heat up at the eyes gliding over her. She had to remind herself that it had been thousands of years since most Meyarins had set eyes on a human. They were merely curious. But she still couldn't help feeling as if she didn't quite live up to their expectations. Regardless, she held her head high and returned the stares directed her way. Alex was grateful to see Roka and Zane had saved 2 empty seats between them, and as Kaya ushered her towards them, she noticed another familiar face. "Your Majesties," Alex greeted respectfully when she and Kaya neared the 2 Meyarins seated at the head of the group, one male, one female, wearing intricately jeweled myrox circlets across their foreheads. She offered her most graceful curtsy to the royal couple, silently thanking DC for all the practice she had enforced upon her in their spare time back at the academy last year. "Alexandra Jennings," King Astafi said, rising to his feet and offering a kind smile.
The rest of the table stood as well, and Alex felt even more heat flood her face. "It is good to see you again. I trust you are well?" "I am, thank you," Alex answered, before tacking on a quick, "Your Majesty." Curtsying lessons aside, DC had taught Alex very little about the correct manner in which to address royals. Roka had always been an anomaly, being so friendly that Alex had felt completely at ease around him since the first day they'd met. "Alex," Roka said, reading her anxiety and moving to her side, "you already know my father, King Astafi, but allow me to introduce my mother, Queen Nida." The queen was the only Meyarin who had remained seated when the king rose, but at Roka's introduction she slowly moved to her feet and eyed Alex shrewdly. While lovely to behold, the darkly beautiful Queen Nida displayed no outward affection or kindness. Her ruby lips were pinched tight, and her golden eyes blazed with repressed emotion, reminding Alex all too well of the way Aven often glared at her. It was remarkable that both sons had inherited the queen's eye color, yet only Roka's gaze managed to hold any kind of warmth when he looked upon Alex. In fact, the queen's piercing stare was so cold that Alex had to resist taking a step back. "It is an honor to meet you, young mortal," the queen said, her lyrical voice like a song. The gentle tone she used was at odds with her harsh body language, causing Alex no small amount of confusion. "And you as well, Queen Nida," Alex said, carefully pronouncing her name just as Roka had. "Nida." She wasn't sure if she was supposed to curtsy again since she'd already done so she looked away from the queen's frosty gaze and back to Roka for guidance. His lips quirked in response, and he gave an amused shake of his head, swiveling her around until she faced the others standing at the table. "My father's council," Roka said, gesturing towards the 3 other Meyarins, "or at least part of it. Lhasa Riza, Loro Gael, and Loro Rofus." Alex nodded at them each in turn, first the willowy female, Riza, and then the 2 males, the strangely faunal Gael and the wizened old Rothus. The latter was the oldest Meyarin Alex had ever seen, causing her to wonder just how long he must have lived in order for his hair to turn gray and the wrinkles to start lining his skin. The Meyarin race was immortal, Alex knew, but it surely had to have its limits. Roka and Aven were both thousands of years old, yet they only appeared to be in their late 20s or early 30s at most. Astafi and Nida looked perhaps in their late 30s or early 40s, and they were obviously considerably older than their children. Rothus, however, was pushing what would equate to the appearance of a 70-year-old man. Alex felt overwhelmed just being in the same room as him, fully aware that he likely owned the wisdom of the ages. "Please be at rest," the king said to the table, prompting them to take their seats again.
Roka led Alex to her place between Zane and Kaya, with the prince taking the chair on the other side of his betrothed. "You endured that well, little human, especially knowing the council wanted to lock you up not so long ago," Zane said into her ear. "Well done." He sounded genuine in his praise, so she sent him a smile of gratitude while hiding her shaking hands under the table. She'd actually forgotten that the council had wanted to hold her captive in a desperate attempt to keep her from opening a doorway for Aven to reach Meya. If it hadn't been for the king and Roka's support, she probably would have been imprisoned, just as Zane had said. But given that Aven had made his way through a doorway she'd opened, unintentionally or not, Alex wondered if perhaps she should have been incarcerated until the threat had passed. And judging by the looks of both Gael and Riza, not to mention the queen, she was not alone in such thinking. Unable to hold their hostile gazes, she looked to the table, noting absent-mindedly that it was made of dark wood, but it also had intermittent splashes and whirls of both myrox and gold along its design. It was almost too fancy to eat off, or so she thought, until a grumble from her stomach offered an audible sound of disagreement. As if sensing her hunger, a group of Meyarins dressed in pristine white tunics and tights entered the room, each holding an assortment of platters which they placed carefully around the table. When they were done, they bowed to the royal family and promptly left again. "Aegis de Garza, tonore sana gryphos, les veil tor," Astafe said, and Alex jumped slightly when everyone around the table repeated the words after him. It must have been some kind of prayer or blessing, she realized.
Though who exactly an immortal race would pray to, she had no idea. "It's an offering of gratitude," Kaya whispered, sensing her confusion. "We give thanks to those who provided the meal, those who prepared the meal, and those in whose company we enjoy the meal." Alex nodded her understanding and looked surreptitiously around the table, watching as the Meyarins reached for various platters and began dishing food onto their plates. As the servings were passed around to her, Alex followed their lead. When she had a sizable collection in front of her, all of it unrecognizable to her eyes, she turned to Zane. "Is this like fairy food?" she asked as quietly as she could. "If I eat it, am I going to be stuck here dancing naked on the tabletops for all eternity?" Zane, having just taken a bite of something that looked like mashed potato except that it was bright green, instantly began choking. He coughed loudly, trying to clear his throat, drawing the attention of the table. After a few hacking breaths, his airways cleared, and he held up his hands to communicate he was okay, and the others slowly returned to their food and quiet conversations. "Would you like to ask that question again in a way that makes even the slightest amount of sense?" he wheezed out, his voice raspy from coughing so hard. "You know, fairy food," Alex said, "food of the Fae." Seeing his blank look, she glanced shiftily around the table, aware that she had to be careful with her next words. "Where I come from, there are legends warning that if you enter the land of the Fae, the fair folk or elves, depending on which story you hear, you'll remain there forever if you let any food or drink touch your lips. They usually say you'll be dancing until your feet bleed because you literally can't stop, since the Fae are supposedly not very nice and will laugh at you forever." Alex shrugged. "Of course, there are different tales too, but that one stuck in my head as a child. And let's face it, you guys are as close to elves or Fae as I can imagine." For some reason, Zane, who had been amused throughout her explanation, scowled at her ending. "The Fae here are an annoying race of hair-pulling, stone-throwing, insult-hurling critters who are no larger than the size of your hand," he said. "Everything else you've heard is an urban myth circulated by the mortals of this world so their children don't wander off alone. They say that if a youngling enters a mushroom circle, the Fae will shrink them down and take them into their tree hollows, never letting them leave. But I can assure you, they have no such power." Alex felt a pang in her chest at the memory of Skyla's terror when they encountered the mushroom circle surrounding Ryaelia. In fact, the last words she'd said to Alex before Aven had ordered her death had been, "Don't let the Fae take me." Even though she'd been shapeshifted into Jordan's body at the time, the panic in her words had resulted in Alex awakening from many a nightmare in the last fortnight. Mostly because Skyla's fears had at least somewhat come true, just not at the hand of the being Zane described. "We are not related to those troublesome pests in any way, shape, or form," Zane said. His offended look remained in place, but he nodded to her plate. "So eat up, little human, and enjoy the delicacies of Meyarin, and for the love of the stars, keep your clothes on." He pointedly turned back to his food, clearly done with their conversation. It was then that Alex felt Kaya's shoulders shaking with laughter beside her, and when she glanced over, Roka was also looking down at his plate and fighting a grin. Well, at least they were amused. Trusting Zane's answer, Alex picked up her cutlery, which was, like most things in the Meyarin palace, made of myrox, and cut into what looked like a steaming golden pear. When in Rome, she told herself, taking a small bite. As soon as the taste hit her, her eyes lit up with pleasure, and she automatically reached for more of the strange fruit. Trying one thing after another, Alex steadily made her way through her meal, with each dish bringing more and more delight to her senses. "You guys sure know how to impress a girl," Alex said to Zane, wondering if it would be against royal etiquette to lick her plate clean once she was finished. "This is incredible." "This is nothing," he replied, gesturing to the table. "You should see the banquets we hold at the turning of each season. Nothing can compare to the food and merriment of those celebrations." "That sounds wonderful," Alex said. "I'll have to come along and see for myself one day." A loud clatter diverted her eyes to the head of the table, where she was instantly seared by the burning gaze of the queen. Naida looked irate. In fact, Alex half expected the monarch to leap bodily across the table and attack her with a fork. Or, Alex cleared her throat, not. She lowered her eyes and ate the rest of her meal in silence, acutely aware of the queen's hateful glare locked onto her the whole time. "So, Alexandra," Astaphe said, drawing Alex's startled gaze from where she was idly playing with what remained of her food, hoping dinner would soon be over so she could finally leave the tense atmosphere. "I hear you'll be undertaking the Varungard tomorrow. How do you believe you'll fare?" Alex flicked her eyes to Roka, wondering what the king was talking about. "I haven't had a chance to tell Alex about the trial yet, Father," Roka said. "I was planning on doing so after our meal." The king raised an eyebrow, letting out a hearty chuckle. "Well, she's certainly in for a surprise, isn't she?" "I give her an hour," Gael said in a snide tone, his face set in a sneer. "2 at most." "I don't know," Riza said, her voice contemplative. "She seems rather durable for a mortal, and she does continue to surprise us. I say half a day." Alarmed by their words, Alex looked to Rothus, expecting him to offer his own opinion. But all he did was crinkle his eyes and send her an encouraging wink, something she found unexpectedly reassuring. "I have the utmost faith in Alex's ability to complete the Varungard," Roka said, his words strong and confident. "And without any assistance at all." Gael scoffed.
You expect us to believe you won't be monitoring her progress? Monitoring, yes, Zane answered for Roka. Interfering, no. We'll maintain the same restrictions as we would for any who wish to become Zeltora, Kia said. Meyarin or otherwise. No mortal has done what will be required of her if she is to return within the allocated time, Gael said. Then she will be the first, Roka said, his assertive tone ending the matter. Alex, meanwhile, wanted to throw her hands up and demand someone explain what they were all talking about. Gael locked eyes with Roka for a tense moment, but then he looked back at Alex, his mouth stretching into an unpleasant smirk. Let the mortal have her fun. Sendasa phrase de la nore, self gratis fin morna. Roka's jaw clenched in response, and Zane half rose out of his seat, his face livid. But before either of them could retaliate, the king spoke. Gael, enough, Astaphe said firmly, his eyes narrowed. I think it's time we all retire for the evening. His features relaxed again when he looked at Alex. May the blessings of the stars be with you tomorrow, young mortal. I look forward to hearing of your success upon your return. Alex sent him a small smile of gratitude and nodded her head in feigned understanding. The king rose to his feet, and those around the table stood with him, Alex included. Together with the queen, Astaphe left the room, followed closely by the council members, with Rothus offering Alex a twinkled smile, but Gael and Riza ignoring her entirely. Alex rolled the tension from her neck, relieved to be in the sole company of her Meyarin friends again. You did well, Alex, Roka told her, with Kia nodding her agreement beside him. I'm sorry about my mother. She can be difficult at times. Difficult wasn't quite the word Alex would have used. Reading the look on her face, he winced with apology and said, She hasn't always been so trying. In fact, she used to adore mortals. But things changed. Try not to take it personally. Don't worry, Roka. It's all good. And it was, because it wasn't as if Alex planned on spending quality time with the queen. She was in Meya for one reason, to train with Roka and learn how to fight Aven. Does anyone want to tell me about this thing I'm supposed to be doing tomorrow? She asked, looking between the three of them. Zane slung a heavy arm across her shoulders and said, Let's retire to Roka's suite. We'll explain there. Let me get this straight, Alex said, attempting to calm her skyrocketing nerves while staring at the three Meyarins lounging in Roka's quarters. You plan on leaving me out in the forest without any supplies or anything and expect me to find my way back here on my own? And I have to do this overnight? At their nods, she shrieked, Are you mad? It's the middle of winter out there. I'm going to get lost and end up freezing to death. We won't let that happen, Alex, Kia said soothingly. You said you won't be interfering, Alex returned. Saving my life is interfering.
I said, well, abide by the rules given to those monitoring any who wish to become Zeltora, Kia corrected. Rules which state that, while we cannot help you reach your goal, if something were to threaten your life, we would step in. You won't see us, but we'll be closely watching your progress. That at least gave Alex an illusion of safety, even if she still wasn't keen on being dropped off in the middle of a snow-covered forest and left to fend for herself. The last time she found herself stranded in the woods, she'd ended up with her back torn open by a Hyora and had to watch Aven kill the beast and steal its blood that later almost killed Zane. "What's this Zeltora thing you keep mentioning?" Alex asked, shrugging off images of the snarling beast. "It's what we call Meya's elite guard," Roka answered. "Zane here is what's the word you would use? Captain? General?" The prince nodded to himself. Yes, Zane is general of the Zeltora. He holds the highest rank of all his fellow guards. Impressed, but not surprised, Alex turned to look at Zane. "No wonder you didn't want to be put on babysitting duty. Talk about a demotion." He didn't deign to respond, but his silence spoke volumes. Those who wish to enter into training as Zeltora must undergo the trial, the Varangard, for testing, Roka explained. "But it isn't as challenging as it sounds, Alex. We wouldn't send our younglings out on their own if we were concerned for their lives. Try not to worry." "But I don't want to be a part of your Zeltora," Alex said. She then turned to Zane and quickly added, "No offense, I'm sure it's a barrel of laughs having you as a general." Zane pursed his lips, and Alex realized belatedly that she probably shouldn't antagonize one of only 3 Meyarins who actually liked her, 4 including the king, but she wasn't exactly buddy-buddy with him, so he didn't count. "We're not using the Varangard for your recruitment into the Guard, Alex," Roka said patiently. "Above all else, it's an aptitude test. It will allow us to assess your character and observe what skills you naturally exhibit, such as strength, endurance, agility, critical reasoning, and the ability to think quickly under pressure. It gives us an indication of what we need to work on most with your training and how best to teach you. You have to remember, we've never trained a mortal like you before," Zane said. At that moment, Alex thought she saw Roka's eyes flicker with unfocused confusion, as if she'd caught him in a daydream, but then she blinked and he was back to looking steadily at her again. "Having experienced your combat classes at the academy, I for one know there is much you must learn before you are ready to cross blades with Aven again," Zane continued. "Not the least of which is allowing yourself to yield to your Meyarin instincts, and without hesitation." Alex only just managed to suppress a shudder at the reminder of just how abnormal she now was, thanks to the psychotic, banished prince's blood running through her veins. Musing out loud, she said, "So, from what I'm understanding, this Varangard thing is less like the running of the bulls and more like a peaceful stroll in the woods to see how I handle the scenery?" Roka shared an uncertain glance with Zane and said, "I'm not sure I understand your reference to oxen, but in essence, I believe you are correct, at least for the stage of the Varangard that you'll be completing. And you promise to step in if my fingers and toes start to fall off from frostbite?" "You have our word." Alex sighed deeply. "Fine, bring on the fun times." She then had a thought and turned to Kia with hopeful eyes. "I don't suppose I can borrow some of that Myris fire stuff to take with me, just a pinch?" Kia's green eyes sparkled. "Sorry, Alex. Even if I had any to spare, rules say you can't take anything but the clothes on your back." Resigned, Alex said, "Well, let's make sure I have plenty of those and I just might survive the weekend." Roka offered a hum of agreement and stood to his feet. "Now that's settled, you should get to bed. You have an early morning tomorrow. We leave at dawn." "Can't wait," Alex said with clear sarcasm. Failing to hide her smile, Kia took Alex's arm and escorted her from Roka's chambers and back through the palace to her room. Their journey was made faster when the Meyarins activated the Volus path yet again, transporting them through the walls and up, around, and down the floors until they reached the hall outside Alex's quarters. "Sleep well, Alex," Kia said, leaving her at the door. "I'll see you in the morning." Left to her own devices, Alex changed into a nightgown that was even more comfortable than the dress, as impossible that should have been. Shaped perfectly to fit her body, it fell to just above her knees and felt like silk against her skin. "I could get used to these clothes," she murmured to herself, twirling in place like a little girl.
Knowing she looked ridiculous, but also not caring, Alex continued circling until she was dizzy and then sat down in front of the Myra's flames, allowing the multicolored blaze to lull her into a relaxed trance. She pulled out her COM TCD to touch base with her friends, only to notice she had a message notification glowing on her screen, so she activated the link and watched as a miniature DC appeared. "Just checking in, Alex," DC said, her voice whispering. "Things here are a bit tense. I think William knows it was us who broke into Chemtech today, but he hasn't said anything, so Bear and I are laying low and hanging out with Johnny, Blake, and Evie tonight. Gammy made apple pie for dessert, which sucks for you because we know how much you love it." DC looked over her shoulder as if making sure no one was there, then turned back to face Alex again, her voice lower than before. "Zane said he doesn't think we'll see you until the day after tomorrow when we're all back at Arcanay for dinner. He didn't say why, just that it was for your training and we shouldn't worry if we don't hear from you. He promised they'd all look after you, but please be careful, Alex. I know you always try to be, but let's face it." She was interrupted by a high-pitched giggle and a little girl calling, "Dick Thee, are you playing with we? We have to beat the boys." "Evie, come say goodnight to Alex," DC said, just as Bear's sister ran into view. She was currently missing her 2 front baby teeth, making her even more adorable than normal, especially when she tried to speak and all she could do was lisp. "Lick Thee, are you coming home to play with us?" Evie asked, her rosy cheeks and bright eyes adding to her irresistible cuteness. "It's a hollow message, baby girl," DC told Evie, drawing her up into her arms. "Alex will have to play with us some other time, but you and I, little missy, are going to go and kick some boy butt. Am I right?" Evie nodded enthusiastically. "Let's go!" She turned to face front again and waved wildly, saying, "Bye-bye, Lekthee." "Remember what I said, Alex," DC said solemnly. Then she offered a hint of a smile and finished, "Now go and show those Meyarins what you're made of." With that, her friend disconnected the communication and Alex TCD turned dark again. Shaking her head with amusement, Alex quickly sent off a written message, the Madoran equivalent of an SMS, that simply said, "All good here. See you on Sunday night. We'll try to stay alive until then. Can't promise anything once back at Academy. Carter, Finn, Hunter, Death. A." Knowing she had an early morning and a huge weekend ahead of her, Alex allowed herself 5 more minutes in front of the hypnotizing fire before she dragged herself to bed. She quickly discovered that it was, like everything in Meya, beyond luxurious. "I could get used to this, too," she mumbled, closing her eyes and sinking into the softness beneath her. It was the middle of the night when something pulled Alex from her sleep. One minute she was dead to the world, the next she was lying there wide-eyed and impossibly alert. Heart thudding in her chest, she turned her head when she saw movement in the corner of her room, a shadow outlined by the glow of the city from her balcony view. Alex leapt out of bed, ready to scream bloody murder until the owner of the shadow stepped into the light of the glowing Myrox. Even when recognition hit her, she still wondered if she should scream. Queen Nita? Alex was proud when her voice didn't wobble, especially considering the fear-spiked adrenaline rushing through her system. "Is everything all right? Is everything all right?" Queen Nita repeated in her whispery, musical voice. She let out a quiet laugh, but there was no real joy in it. "With you here, how can anything be all right?" Alex felt the temperature in the room drop, and she shivered as nervous goosebumps arose on her skin. "I'm sorry," Alex tried. She broke off when the Queen started coming towards her. As much as Alex wanted to retreat, there was no place for her to go, wedged as she was beside the bed and the wall. "Heed my warning, mortal," Nita spat, her voice low. "You are nothing, nothing. I cannot fathom why my son tolerates an abomination like you, nor do I know why my husband indulges raucous desire to keep you here and train you like a pet. But what I do know is that I won't endure your presence along with them." Eyes aflame, Nita stepped closer and continued, I don't care how you do it, but I expect you to make up some excuse, some reason to not come back here after you return from your Varungard. Go back to that school of yours, go back to your insignificant mortal life, and most importantly, stay away from my family." The queen was already invading Alex's personal space, but she leaned in further to deliver her parting threat, her melodic voice at odds with the hostility of her words. "I've already lost one son because of your race. I won't allow you to take another from me. If you don't do as I have asked, you'll find I'll do it for you, with or without your consent." Speechless, Alex could only watch as the queen speared her with one final glance before she spun on her heel and silently glided from the room. Alex wasn't sure how long she stood there, staring at the door, her body trembling. It took her a while to pull herself together, but when she did, she realized she wasn't scared. Or she wasn't only scared. She was furious. "Who really does she think she is?" Alex whispered, casting angry eyes around her room in search of anything she could throw without causing damage. It wasn't as if Alex didn't already have enough problems to worry about with adding an overprotective witch of a queen to her list. Didn't Nita realize that Alex would give anything to not be there? She didn't want to have to train with Roka. She didn't want to have to prepare herself to fight Avena, a fight that likely only have one outcome, that being Alex's death. She didn't want to have to figure out how to save her best friend, knowing that, no matter how much hope she manifested, the odds weren't in Jordan's favor. She didn't want a part in any of this, and yet she was stuck right at the center of everything. So, no, she wouldn't back down because of the queen's high-handed threats. Whether or not Nita wanted to believe it, everything Alex was doing was to save her son, to save her husband. It was Roka and Astolf who Aven would be coming for first, after all. His royal status could only be reinstated if the king and rightful heir were out of the picture, which would then automatically grant Aven rulership over Meya. Alex? Jumping at least a foot in the air, she whirled around just as Roka clapped his hands 3 times, illuminating the room with a soft light originating from an unknown source. "Geez, give we a heart attack, Roka," Alex cried, raising her hand to her chest. "I knocked on the door before I let myself in," he said, looking at her with concern. "Twice." Fingers still trembling from her encounter with the queen, she ran them through her hair to hide her nerves. "A Meyarin knock or a mortal one?" Roka cocked his head. "What's the difference? One I'd be able to hear, the other I wouldn't." Sending her an apologetic smile, he said, "Ah, my mistake. I'll remember that for next time." "How about we aim to not have a next time?" Alex said pointedly. "What are you doing in here anyway? It's nowhere near dawn yet." "I was worried I'd wake you, but I can see that's not the case," Roka said, his tone questioning. When Alex didn't offer a reason for why she was standing awkwardly beside her bed, and had been for some time, he continued, "I have an idea I want to run by you, but to do that, I have to ask you to come somewhere with me, preferably without Zane or Kia knowing." Alex looked at him suspiciously. "Why the secrecy?" "Because I don't believe they would approve."
She waited a beat, and when he gave no forthcoming details, she said, "You're not exactly selling this idea to me." Roka's gaze was steady on hers when he said, "Have I ever given you reason not to trust me? Why do I have a feeling my answer is going to mean I lose more sleep tonight?" Alex mumbled. "That's the spirit," Roka said, beaming. "Follow me to the Valis path, Alex. We shouldn't be gone too long." She looked at him inquisitively when he held a hand out for her to precede him. "Can't we just take off from in here?" "There are certain rooms in the palace that are warded against direct Valispath use, like the throne room and dining hall, for example," he said. "For those rooms, we have to arrive outside them and enter or exit normally through the doors." He gestured around her room. "Your suite is one of the warded ones, so we'll have to come and go from the hallway in order to access the eternal path." Nodding her understanding, Alex motioned for Roka to lead the way, and she followed him out the door, grumbling about impossible princes pulling her from bed and ignoring his quiet snort of amusement. The moment he halted and drew her closer to summon the Valis path, Alex knew she was going to regret not having asked Kaya if there was a way to lock her bedroom door.
First the queen, now this. Are you planning on telling me where we're going? She yelled over the icy wind as the path led them out of the palace and into the city. Roka quickly reached out and activated the shield to protect her from the elements. Sorry, Alex, it can be easy to forget you're human. Not sure if that was good or bad. She rubbed some heat back into her arms and replied, No biggie. But seriously, Roka, where are you taking me? He didn't respond straight away. Instead, he looked her over with a furrowed brow and muttered, I didn't think this through very well. Roka, here, he interrupted, unclasping his black cloak and handing it to her. Put this on. Frowning, she did as he requested, belatedly realizing how unsuitable her nightgown was for their midnight escapade. Roka, the reason Zane and Kaya wouldn't approve of what we're doing tonight is because we shouldn't be doing it, Roka said, answering before she could get the question out again. I have informants in the city who have been keeping an eye out for signs of Aven. They've discovered that he's somehow communicating with his remaining Garcethis rebels. We need to know how he's doing that. We need to know where he's hiding, or at least how he's managing to avoid anyone discovering his whereabouts. We need to know anything that will help us better understand what we're facing. Alex raised her eyebrows at his unspoken implication. How exactly am I supposed to help with that? The Valis path moved through the side of a building and sailed to a stop in a large foyer-like room made out of what looks to be black crystal. The walls, floor, and ceiling were fully constructed out of the shiny dark substance. Acting on a hunch, Alex asked, Is that shadow essence? No, it's unrefined Xiraxus, pulled directly from the Abrasa and shaped by the power of the great Ace Dega herself. This place, we call it Tavargis, a prison, the only one in this world that can contain an immortal being indefinitely. Alex had to take a moment to absorb his words, but even then she was at a loss. I have no idea what you just said, other than the prison part. Let's focus on that, since it seems important. Zane told me that when you and your friends first came to Meya, he dragged a prisoner up from here because he believed you were affiliated with Aven, Roka said. A Garceth named Nyx, do you remember? Alex knew exactly who he was talking about. She made a face and said, That guy was a jerk. He made everyone think I was one of Aven's rebels. I mean, who does that? Focus, Alex, Roka reprimanded softly. We don't have much time. Is that why you brought me here? Because of Nyx? Of all my brother's followers we've captured over the years, he's the most renowned, Roka said, a tinge of bitterness coating his voice. I'm certain he knows something, despite being locked away since Aven's banishment, but he refuses to tell us anything. I'm hoping your presence might unsettle him. My presence? Alex repeated. She arched an eyebrow. Don't sugarcoat it, Roka. Don't you mean my scent? Aven's scent? Whatever it is that makes me smell like one of the Garceth because I share his blood? At least Roka had the grace to look sheepish. I was trying to be vague and ease your level of discomfort, knowing how sensitive you are to this topic. Alex snorted and drew his cloak tighter around her body. I guess it's the thought that counts. Will you do it? Roka asked. Will you talk with him? She shrugged, deliberately pushing aside her apprehension. Sure. What's the worst that could happen? Nothing, the prince promised, a little too quickly, in Alex's opinion. And I'll be with you the whole time. Then, by all means, lead the way. Nyx looked exactly the same as when Alex had last seen him. Despite his scruffy appearance, complete with dirty, ripped clothes, he was still unfairly handsome. His choppy black hair contrasted starkly against his pale skin, and his amethyst eyes drew Alex in, holding her gaze captivated, at least until he spoke. Well, if it isn't my mortal friend, he said, his soulful voice washing over her and causing her to shiver. I must say, I was expecting to see you sooner. His eyes flicked to Roka, and he smirked. But I guess your keeper has had you on a tight leash. Roka didn't respond, yet his body language was anything but relaxed. Alex had sensed his growing tension ever since he led her down a dark staircase, made of the same black Xiraxus stuff as the rest of the prison, and lit sparingly with dim lanterns, and through a maze of cells, stopping at one with an impossibly thick door blocking it. To open it, Roka had inserted a stylus-like engraved Myrox key into a small indent in the door. There was an inscription etched into the metal, a flowing language Alex hadn't been able to decipher. "The only power greater than darkness is light," Roka had translated for her, turning the key until the lock clicked open. "Even the smallest star can brighten the blackest of nights." Alex had merely raised her eyebrows at the philosophical inscription before following him into the cell. "Nice place you've got here," Alex said, having no idea where to start, but also refusing to rise to Nayak's bait. "Cozy, quaint. Could use a little color, but hey, black works for you, right?" Given that the entirety of his cell was constructed out of the dark Xiraxus, his accommodations were undoubtedly rather bleak. He was sitting on a thinly cushioned pallet resting against one side of the wall, and other than a few books, there was nothing to offer him any kind of entertainment. Alex couldn't imagine being in his position, locked in the one small room for thousands of years with barely any social interaction, only let out a few times a day to use the amenities and stretch his legs. It was a wonder he hadn't gone mad. "It's the color of my soul, so it seems fitting," Nick said. "But you didn't come all this way to talk about the decor, did you? Speak your cause and be on your way." Alex crossed her arms. "What's the rush?" She looked around pointedly. "It's not like you have any pressing engagements." "Or so you'd like to believe." He turned to Roka with his taunting smirk still in place. "Fine," Alex said, drawing his attention back to her in an effort to keep her escort from doing anything rash. Taking a small step closer to Nyx, she said, "You seem like a smart guy." "Do I? Which means you've probably figured out why we're here. Have I? So we'd appreciate it if you would be willing to cooperate with us. Would you? And answer some of our questions," Alex finished, her eyes having narrowed further and further with each of his interruptions. Nyx, on the other hand, seemed greatly entertained.
"What did you say your name was, young mortal? A something?" "I didn't tell you my name," she said, "but it's Alex." "Alex," he repeated, drawing the two syllables out with clear amusement. "Nyx," Roka snarled, losing patience. The prisoner waved a lazy hand in the air. "Ask your questions," he carelessly offered. "My time is, apparently, all yours." Surprised by his easy, perhaps too easy, Alex turned to Roka. He too looked suspicious, but he moved a step closer and asked, "Tell us what you know about Evan's current plans, where he's hiding, how he's communicating with the Garseth." Immediately, Nyx threw back his head and burst out laughing. "Look around you, my prince," he said between guffaws, still managing to add venom to the mocking title he afforded Roka. "Does it seem like I'm in a position to provide any of those answers?" Roka stepped forward again. "I know he's been communicating with you, and you with him." Nyx raised one dark brow. "Is that so?" He turned to Alex and asked, "What do you have to say about this, my young friend?" "I say you need to stop calling me that," she replied instantly. "I'm not your friend. I never have been, and I most definitely never will be." Nyx's unique purple eyes danced with dark humor. "I find it fascinating that you, of all people, would say that, especially given our history." Shaking her head, in pity or bewilderment, she wasn't quite sure which, Alex said, "Nyx, I met you once for a total of about 5 minutes, tops. That hardly counts as history." If anything, his humor only increased. He turned to Roka and said, "I'll make you a deal, Kragan. Give me 5 minutes alone with her, and I'll answer one question. That's all you get. Take it or leave it." "No chance," Roka said, voice hard. He reached for Alex and said, "I was wrong to bring you here. Let's go." "Roka, wait," Alex said, digging her feet in as he started dragging her from the room. "Maybe we should—" "Alex, no," Roka said firmly. "I refuse to leave you alone with him." Biting her lip, Alex looked from Nyx, who was reclining casually and looking more like a king in his palace than a prisoner rotting in a cell, to Roka, who was as cold and rigid as the Xiraxus walls surrounding them. It wasn't right that her friend was so tense while their enemy was so relaxed. Nyx wasn't supposed to have it easy. He was the bad guy. "You brought me here for a reason," she whispered to Roka, releasing herself from his pincer grip on her forearm and giving him a reassuring squeeze. "Let me do my job." "Alex, you keep reminding me to trust you, Roka," she said, holding his concerned golden gaze. "Now it's time for you to trust me." "But, and besides," she interrupted again, "you'll be just on the other side of the door. You'll be able to hear if I need you." Roka shook his head. "The Xiraxus is nearly soundproof. Even with my hearing, I'll only be able to hear murmurs, not actual words. 5 minutes is a long time. I won't have any idea if you're in trouble." "Sure you will," Alex said, mustering up a quirky grin that she didn't quite feel, given the knots in her stomach. "If you stop hearing the murmurs, you'll know we've stopped talking, and he's probably trying to kill me." She patted him on the chest, bringing her point home. "That's when you step in." "Alex, Roka, we need this," she told him, determined. "You said it yourself. So stop babying me and let me do this so I can go back to my ridiculously comfortable bed and get a few more hours of sleep before you haul me out again, okay?" The prince's jaw was hard for most of her mini-speech, but towards the end his muscles relaxed and his eyes began to lighten. "You know," he mused, "I believe my brother just might be in more trouble than I've anticipated. I'll take that as a compliment." Roka chuckled softly, and the sound made Alex feel as if she'd won an almost but not quite Meyarin of the Year award. "Go, Roka," Alex said, giving him a nudge towards the door. "And you'd better think up a good question. Make my time worth it." He sent her one last look of concern before he hustled out the door, sealing it closed behind him. "Finally," Nyx muttered, jumping to his feet with cat-like agility. "I thought he'd never leave." Nerves zinging, Alex held up a hand as he prowled towards her. "I'd prefer it if you stayed where you are." "I'm sure you would, kitten," he said, still moving closer, but, thankfully, stopping a few feet away. "Unfortunately, if there's one thing I've learned in the last few millennia, we seldom get what we desire." "Why did you want to talk to me alone?" Alex asked, edging out from around him and walking slowly across his cell, deliberately putting space between them. "I remember you, you know," he said. "I shouldn't, but I do." His voice held a strange tone, strange enough that Alex stopped trying to distance herself and paused, even as he stepped closer to her again. "I remember it like it was yesterday." Considering it was only 3 months ago when they'd first met, Alex would have been worried if he didn't remember her. "I remember you too, Nyx," she said carefully, not entirely sure how mentally stable the Meyarin was after all. He let out a quiet, mirthless laugh. "No, you don't. Not like I remember you. No one else does either. Only me." Alex decided that it was a good time to back away from him again, but she hadn't realized that she'd been retreating towards a corner that she was now boxed into. "I was out hunting, you see," Nyx continued, his amethyst eyes on hers, but his mind clearly elsewhere. "I was attacked by what you call a hyro, and its blood was poisoning my body." His gaze became even more unfocused. "There was foreign blood in me, blood not only my own. No one remembers, no one except me." With those senseless words, he closed the remaining distance between them until they were toe to toe. He reached out a grimy hand, trailing it down her cheek to rest along the underside of her jaw. Alex was frozen to the spot. Despite her confident words to Roka, she was now most definitely out of her comfort zone. She knew the power of the immortal race. One slight adjustment, and the Meyarin could easily snap her neck. As if reading her mind,
His hand flexed, tensed, and curled around her flesh. "Do you have any idea what it would solve?" he whispered, his eyes staring unfocused at his hand on her neck. "All I have to do is tighten my fingers. It would change everything. Fix everything. Tell me, do you have any idea?" Nyx, Alex was terrified of saying the wrong thing, lest she provoke the clearly out of his mind Meyarin. "What is it that you want from me?" At her softly spoken words, he blinked once, twice, and seemed to snap back to himself, releasing his grip and taking a quick step backwards. "A life for a life," he whispered. "I'm now absolved of my debt." Alex's whole body was trembling. She didn't know what to say. She didn't know what to do. All she knew was that something was happening, something beyond her understanding, something that, even compared to everything else she'd experienced in Medora, didn't make sense. "Our time is nearly up, young mortal," Nyx said, appearing normal again, or at least as normal as he'd been when Roka had been present. "I've already told you more than I should, but I'll give you a bonus for old time's sake." Alex wanted to tell him he was crazy, but she thought it best to at least wait until she had reinforcements before she did so. "I'm listening," she said, pleased when her voice didn't come out as the whimpering croak she'd expected. "Hear me, mortal," Nyx said, leaning in once more and trapping her in his hypnotic gaze. "With the lashing of the branch, the time will be at hand. All will change." He blinked, breaking the trance, and quirked his head to the side. "Or rather, nothing will." At that, the door to the room opened, and a highly agitated Roka stepped into the cell. Seeing Alex cornered with Nyx so close, the prince's handsome face hardened to stone, and he rushed forward, his movements so fast that, to Alex's human sight, he was like a blur.
"Easy, Norrot," Nyx teased, raising his hands and stepping away from Alex. "We were only chatting." Roka moved Alex to shield her behind him. "You've had your time with her," Roka said. "Now uphold your end of our bargain." "Go on then, Prince," Nyx said lazily, lounging back onto his pallet. "Ask your question." Roka didn't need to be asked twice, clearly desiring to leave. "Aven's goal, we know, is to take the throne of Meya, so that he'll have ruling control over the citizens and the Zeltora, which he will then use to wipe out the human race of Medora," Roka said, painting a very bleak picture in Alex's mind. "We know he's been seeking out any Garseth who evaded capture and remained loyal to him all these years, meeting with them in secret to devise a plan to infiltrate the palace and finish what he started millennia ago." "Was there a question in there somewhere?" Nyx asked dryly, "because I must have missed it while you soliloquized me to a wakeful death." Roka took an angry step forward, but Alex placed her hand on his arm, holding him back. Accepting her hints to not let Nyx get to him, Roka inhaled deeply and said, "I want you to tell me the name of one of those Garseth loyal to him, one whom he has sought out upon his return. That is what I ask of you, to give up one of your own." Nyx's relaxed demeanor didn't change, but his eyes flashed. "I'm flattered that you think me capable of such knowledge, given my unique circumstances." He looked pointedly around the cell. "Don't try to fool me, Nyx. You and I both know you have an answer." Alex hoped Roka knew what he was doing. She would have been more inclined to ask what Aven's strategy was, or better yet, when he planned on carrying it out. Did Roka want to be looking over his shoulder every moment for his brother's impending attack? She didn't understand how knowing a random Garseth's name would help their cause. Unless, of course, Roka was able to use it to follow the trail directly to Aven, in which case it actually made sense. "One name," Roka said again. "I'm certain you know many. Just give me one and our bargain will be fulfilled." When the prisoner remained silent, the prince barked out, "Answer me!" Very well, Cregan, Nick said, his voice low. I will answer you. He leaned forward from his seated position and held Roka's gaze. No. Sensing the need to intervene before Roka lost his patience entirely, Alex jumped in. What do you mean, no? No means no, mortal, Nix repeated, leaning back again, his face smug. In any language or race. She frowned at him, but we had a deal. I said I would answer one question, Nix replied. An answer is, by definition, a response. The response I gave was no. Ergo, your question has been answered. This time, Alex didn't keep Roka from hauling Nix up and slamming him into the crystalline wall. The Meyarin prisoner laughed darkly. You're off your game, Roka. Better luck next time. Alex closed her eyes tightly in resignation and then moved forward, reaching out for the prince. Let him go. He's not going to help us. Roka hesitated, his grip still firmly grasping Nick's shoulders, but when Alex squeezed his arm, he gave a terse nod and released the prisoner, taking 2 steps back. You're right, Roka said to her. This was a waste of time. Not sparing Nix a second glance, Roka spun around and marched back towards the door, all but dragging Alex along behind him. She glanced over her shoulder one last time, just before they exited the dark room, and found the prisoner smirking at her. I'll see you soon, my mortal friend, he called after her with a secretive, knowing smile. But not as soon as you'll see me. He's crazy, Alex said, when she and Roka were traveling back to the palace on the Valis path. Like certifiably. I'm sorry I put you through that, Roka said, and he truly did look sorry. I really thought... Well, it doesn't matter now. Hey, Alex said, her tone comforting. Don't worry about it. It was worth a shot, right? I should have expected he would never hold up his end of the bargain, Roka said, clearly unwilling to let go of his ire so quickly. I never should have let you alone with him. Alex held her arms out to her sides to show that she was none the worse for wear. I'm still here and in one piece. That's all that matters. She decided it was best not to mention Nick's life for a life comment, just in case Roka decided to turn around and exact retribution for the prisoner's implied death threat. What did he want with you, anyway? Roka asked. Alex looked off into the distance, allowing the sight of the glimmering waterfalls floating down from the golden cliffs to soothe the ragged edges of her nerves. Just some weird stuff about remembering me. Nothing he said made any sense. She shook her head and turned back to Roka. Like I said, he's crazy. Roka ran a hand through his tousled dark hair. Well, if nothing else, at least we know there's no point in seeking him out again. Nix has nothing to gain by helping us. He's imprisoned for life so long as my father rules Meya. His only hope is for Aven to free him. Alex nodded, agreeing with Roka's assessment. What were those things he called you? Craig something and Nor something? Roka furrowed his brow before realizing what she was referring to. Cregan and Norot? Yeah, those. His face relaxed and a hint of a smile touched his lips. I was planning to teach you some of our language, but not perhaps the kind of vernacular Nix practices. You might say that Cregan and Norot are somewhat derogatory terms, and not appropriate in a public setting. He was insulting you? Roka's smile widened for some strange reason. He was, and rather crudely. Cregan alone makes reference to a crude term for a person. Alex held up her hands. Nope, stop. I don't want to know. Roka chuckled, but did as she requested and ceased speaking. I don't get it, Alex said. Why do you seem so happy about him calling you rude names? Because I figure if you're asking me about Meyarin curse words, you're probably not too traumatized by the events of this evening. Alex blew out a frustrated breath. Roka, seriously, I told you I'm fine.
And now I believe you." She shook her head at him and mumbled, "You're going to have to get over your protective tendencies if you want to train me properly. You know you have to attack me, right? That's the whole point of teaching me how to fight like a Meyarin. When you have a confident grasp on your abilities, little human," he sent her a sideways grin at his use of Zane's mocking nickname, "I'm sure my protective tendencies will dissipate. But until then, you're going to have to accept that I'll be watching out for you." The Valispath had entered the palace while Roka had been speaking, and it was now swiftly moving them upwards towards her room. When they came to a halt outside her door, Roka turned to face her and quietly said, "I know this past fortnight can't have been easy on you, Alex, not with your worry over Jordan and your fears about Aven. I admire your strength more than I can say. As long as I have it in me to give, I will not allow that strength to crumble by any hand. If that makes me overly protective, then so be it. Zane and Kaya Tuvu were all going to remain by your side, holding your hands until this dark threat has passed." Alex tried to swallow through her suddenly clogged throat. Roka's shoulders relaxed, and he reached out to pull her into a comforting hug. "I know you didn't want any part in all this," he whispered to the top of her head, "but never forget that you are stronger than you realize and more capable than you could ever imagine. Of that you have my word." "Stop, Roka, you're killing me here," Alex whispered back, her voice croaking. The prince released her and stepped back, his serious demeanor lightening as he smiled teasingly down at her. "Well, we don't want that now, do we? Not before you embark on the Varungard, at least. You'll need to stay alive if you want any chance of surviving tomorrow's adventure."
Relieved as she was that their emotionally charged moment had passed, Alex still narrowed her eyes at him. "You told me it's not dangerous." Roka laughed once and turned her around, pushing her towards her door. "I said no such thing. Get some sleep, Alex. I'll see you in a few hours." "Crash course in Meyarin wilderness survival," Kia said early the next morning. The sun had barely begun to crest over the golden cliffs when the female Meyarin had dragged Alex out of bed and helped her into a fur-lined outfit that would, hopefully, keep her alive in the wintry forest. Then, still half asleep, Alex had been shoved onto the Valispath, only managing to remain upright because she'd spent the entire journey propped against Zane, who had, for the most part, been highly entertained by her humanness. "Any running water you can find in the Silverwood is pure and safe to drink," Kia said, and Alex forced herself to pay attention, knowing it was important if she wanted to survive the Varungard and make it back to the academy the following night. It might be the thick of winter, but the streams run straight from the mountains, so they shouldn't be frozen over. "Water. Safe," Alex recited between yawns. Zane chuckled, and Kia's green eyes sparkled. "That's right, Alex," the female Meyarin said. "Now, on to food." She reached into her cloak and pulled out a handful of what looked to be uniquely shaped nuts and colored fruits. Having not had any breakfast, Alex's stomach grumbled at the sight of the Meyarin food, and she reached forward, but Kia snapped her fingers closed around them. "They look appetizing, don't they?" When Alex nodded, Kia continued, "They probably taste as good as they look, but if you eat them, they'll also be the last thing you ever consume." Alex jerked back. "What?" "The Silverwood is home to many dangers, Alex, not the least of which is a hungry stomach," Zane told her. "There's a reason why the endurance stage of the Varungard trial takes place out here." Wishing she had taken a doggy bag from dinner, Alex lamented, "So you're saying I have to go hungry for the next 2 days?" Kia shook her head. "If we had more time, I'd be able to teach you the difference between safe and poisonous berries, if nothing else. But we don't have long enough for you to learn anything with the confidence needed to take appropriate risks. However, all Zeltora initiates know the basics of woodland survival before they embark on the Varungard, so I don't believe it's fair for you to go in blindly unprepared, especially considering you haven't grown up in these forests." The Meyarin dropped her lethal handful to the ground and glanced around the snow-covered clearing where they'd landed, her eyes searching for something. When she found what she was after, Kia motioned for Alex to follow her over to a large tree.
Like the rest of the surrounding forest, the tree had shimmering charcoal leaves and a shining silver trunk, with roots spread across the snowy ground. "You'll find that Lyandra grows in abundance in these parts of the forest," Kia said, pointing to a batch of flowers nestled between the upraised roots of the tree. "As you experienced yesterday, it's primarily used for healing purposes, but it can also be substituted for nourishment over short periods of time." She plucked one flower up by the stem and handed it to Alex. "Eat. It will quench your hunger and strengthen you for the day." Alex looked at the flower in her hands. As silver as the drink version she'd downed the day before, the flower itself glowed from within, almost pulsating with life. It was so beautiful that she almost felt sad that Kia had ripped it up, but she could see that the Meyarin spoke true about its abundance. Now that Alex knew what to look for, she spotted the Lyandra growing at the bases of trees all around them. Not sure how to go about eating a flower that was almost the size of her hand, she looked to Kia for guidance. "Peel the petals from the bulb and eat them one by one. Crunch into the body like a piece of fruit, then chew on the stem." Kia shrugged. "That's how I eat it anyway." Alex followed her instructions, overwhelmed once more by the caramel vanilla taste that danced on her tongue. After just a few petals, she was warmed from the inside out, feeling revitalized and ready to take on whatever the Varangard might throw at her. "If you happen to become wounded for any reason," Zane said, "cut open the bulb and spread the juice directly onto your injury. The healing will occur faster that way." Alex bit into the bulb just as he made his statement, seeing for herself just how juicy the body of the flower was. Silver liquid trickled down her fingers and onto the snow, leaving a glowing trail at her feet. "I seriously love your food," Alex said, now chewing the stem. "Everything tastes so good." "We have had thousands of years of agricultural experience," Zane said dryly. "You'd hope that's enough time to get a few things right." Before Alex could respond, Roka blurred into the clearing. "Sorry I'm late," he said by way of greeting. "I must have slept in." He sent Alex an amused grin, fully aware that she hadn't been afforded such a luxury. "You're lucky I just ate a magical flower and feel like I could stay awake for the next 300 years, she told him. "Otherwise, I think I'd kick you right now." He chuckled lightly and turned to Kia and Zane. "Is she ready?" "Probably not," Zane muttered under his breath, and Alex couldn't help but agree. Kia sent Zane a warning look. "She'll be fine." "Of course she will," Roka returned confidently. He looked at Alex. "You understand what you have to do?" "Find my way back to Meyoka," Alex recited. When they looked at her as if expecting more, she raised her eyebrows. "That's all, right? Or have I missed something?" Roka shook his head. "No, you're perfectly correct. You just make it sound so simple. But I suppose the first part is that simple. It's only when you reach the end of the journey that you'll face some of the more challenging complications, when your energy is at its weakest after lasting through the endurance phase. But until then, you're right. Simple." His smile was too innocent for Alex's liking, and she pursed her lips in response as he finished. "You don't have any questions?" Alex scoffed. "Of course I do. Like, do I really have to do this? And can't I just jump back on the Volus path with you? Or how about, can't I at least have my Comtad back so I can GPS the quickest route out of this forest?" Her final question earned her confused stares, so she sighed heavily and turned to Zane. "If DC or Bear call, make sure you remind them that I'm okay and not to worry." "I will, little human," he said, patting his pocket where he'd placed her Comtad after taking it from her, claiming it would be considered cheating. "But I did warn them you wouldn't be in contact until you see them tomorrow evening." "Just in case," Alex said, and he nodded in agreement. "You won't see us, but we'll check your progress at frequent intervals over the next 2 days to make sure you're safe," Roka said. He placed a steady hand on her shoulder and bent down to look her in the eyes. "To make it through the Varangard in the allocated time, you have to think like a Meyarin, Alex. Open your senses, listen to what is around you, move like one of us. If you do all that, you will easily reach Meyoka by sundown tomorrow. And if I don't, then we'll simply collect you on the Volus path and bring you home," Zane said, reaching over to tussle her hair in that big brother-like way of his. "And you'll have enjoyed a nice, quiet holiday in the woods." "In other words, I'll have failed," Alex deduced. "The Varangard is nothing more than an aptitude test for you," Kia reminded. "It's not an attempt for you to join the Zeltora. Your mission is to try to allow your Meyarin characteristics to flow through you. And who knows, perhaps you will even enjoy yourself.
Have I mentioned I don't like camping? Alex mumbled under her breath before she inhaled deeply and tried to muster some enthusiasm. Right, someone point me in the right direction. Kaya swiveled Alex until she was facing what could have been north, south, east, or west for all she knew. Having never been a Girl Scout, she had no idea how to find her bearings. And even if she could, she was in a whole new world, so it would likely have done her little good, regardless. In other words, she was so screwed. "Any last advice?" she asked, trying to delay their leaving. Zane smirked at her. "Don't let your toes fall off." Instead of being concerned by his comment, Alex grinned and lifted one of her fur-lined knee-high boots. "Have you seen these babies? It's like I'm wearing hot water bottles on my feet." It was true. The clothes Kaya had forced the drowsy Alex into were fully insulating her from the cold. Her pants were made of a windproof leathery material that was impossibly supple, and her thick wrap-around tunic dropped to mid-thigh, keeping her nice and toasty. Her outfit was white and laced with thinly threaded myrox, which, according to Kaya, was why Alex felt so comfortable despite the winter chill. It also meant Alex blended in effortlessly with the snow and silver woodland. "I'm pretty sure my toes will be okay," Alex continued to Zane. "It's the rest of me that's up for debate." "Then we'd better get you started," the burly Meyarin said, clapping her on the shoulder so hard that her knees buckled. "Travel swift, little human. You'll be back with us before you know it." He stepped away, and Kaya followed suit, sending Alex an encouraging smile. Roka, however, moved closer. "If you lose your way, follow the path of the sun," he said. "It will lead you directly to Meya. The endurance stage of your Varungard trial will end the moment you reach the Golden Cliffs." He leaned in and whispered, "You're not technically allowed a weapon, but since Ayanara isn't here in physical form right now, we won't consider it cheating. But don't forget your blade, should trouble find you." Alex's eyes were wide when he pulled back. "Exactly what kind of trouble might find me, Roka?" "You would be extremely unlucky," he said, answering but also not answering. "I'm sure it won't be a concern. I merely wanted to remind you. Now go, Alex, and remember, think like a Meyarin." "Think like a Meyarin," Alex muttered grumpily to herself later that afternoon, her tone deeper in imitation of the prince. "Think like a Meyarin, Alex." She relaxed her voice to its natural pitch. "Well, sure, Roka, because I know how to do that so well." On the whole, her Varungard experience wasn't going wonderfully. She was tired, thirsty, and, despite her Myrox-lined clothes, beginning to feel the sting of the cold as the sun began its retreat beyond the horizon. She likely would have had blisters all over her feet too, if not for the healing properties of the Loandra that she snacked on whenever she came across the glowing flower. But while it pumped her body with renewed heat and invigorated her energy levels, the sweet plant did little to actually fill her stomach. "This sucks," she whined, panting heavily as she waded her way through a blanket of particularly deep snow. She'd mostly been able to travel through the forest unhindered, but wherever she was right now was laden with the thick powder, making it nearly impossible for her to get anywhere fast. In fact, speed was becoming a very real problem for Alex. No matter how hard she tried, for some reason she just wasn't able to tap into her Meyarin abilities. She'd done it before, back when she'd been with Aven and Jordan just before Caldoris. With her life threatened, she'd somehow managed to run through the forest with super speed before escaping through a shadow essence portal. Looking down at her bare fingers, Alex mentally cursed Zane for confiscating her shadow ring. Had she still been wearing it, she would have been sorely tempted to instantly transport herself back to Meya, aptitude test be damned. It took another hour before Alex stumbled across her first source of water for the day. And considering she'd been hiking for hours, she was about ready to throw herself bodily into the slowly trickling stream if it meant soothing her parched throat. She'd been tempted to suck the snow as she trailed, but with the dying sun, she hadn't wanted to risk lowering her core temperature further. Not that the icy water was going to be much warmer. Drinking until she was satisfied, Alex sat back on her heels, glancing up at the silvery charcoal canopy above her. Very little light was filtering through the trees now, and she knew the sun had almost completely set. The human part of Alex told her that the wisest thing she could do was find shelter and bunker down for the night. Unfortunately, even if she was struggling to utilize her Meyarin blood, she could still hear Roka's "think like a Meyarin" encouragement in her mind. A Meyarin, Alex knew, wouldn't stop for the night. A Meyarin had super senses and super speed and would likely already have made it back to Meya by now. But in the event that they were still out in the forest, there was no way they would pause their Varungard trek to take a rest. They would keep going, all night if they had to. So that was what Alex would do. As much as she dreaded being out in the cold, darkening forest, Alex was determined to pass her trial. Part of that was because she felt like she owed it to Roka, Zane, and Kaya, who all believed in her. Part of that was because of the snotty council members who didn't believe in her. And part of that was because she, more than anyone, knew what was at stake. She had to get a handle on her Meyarin instincts if she wanted even the smallest chance of surviving another encounter with Aven. And if this Varungard test could help unlock her newfound senses in any way, then she needed to give it her all. Inhaling deeply, Alex pushed up from the stream to her feet and closed her eyes. "Listen, Alex," she whispered to herself. "Just listen." With her eyes firmly closed, she concentrated on her breathing, on the sound of air moving through her lungs and out her nose. She could hear her heartbeat in her ears, so she focused on that as well. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Then she expanded her hearing outwards. She heard the trickle of the water flowing along the stream at her feet. She listened to the crunch of the snow when she shuffled her feet, and the whistle of the wind as it blew through the trees. Far in the distance, she heard the sound of birds bedding down for the night, creatures rustling in the underbrush, scavenging for their evening meals. She heard the soft paw prints of a larger animal wading a path across the snow, along with the pitter-patter of smaller paws trailing close behind it. Cubs with their mother, perhaps. Keeping a tight hold on the sounds, Alex focused on her other senses. She felt the cold breeze kiss her face. She smelled a faint scent of earth buried deep beneath the snow at her feet. And she tasted the freshness on her tongue from the mountain-crisp water, as well as the faint aftertaste of Loandra. Finally, she opened her eyes. Alex stood motionless as she took in the sights around her, as if seeing the world for the first time. Everything was brighter, everything was clearer. When the heavens opened up and flurries began to trickle down on her, Alex watched them in slow motion, seeing the intricate details of each individual snowflake. She held her hand out, watching as the ice melted on her skin, experiencing everything with microscopic clarity. Fully in control now, Alex pulled her senses inward. She felt her blood pumping in her veins, her muscles tense and ready for action. She was overwhelmingly aware of the power in her body and the strength at her disposal. Shifting forward slightly, Alex felt every tendon and ligament yield with supple expectation. And when she used her heels to push off from the ground, she wasn't surprised when she moved straight into a sprint where her feet barely touched the snow as she tore through the forest, blurring through the trees at an impossible speed. It was exhilarating, intoxicating even. Alex hadn't been able to enjoy the experience when she'd been running from Aven, but now, even with the wind slashing at her face and bringing tears to her eyes, Alex couldn't help but feel truly free for the first time in what felt like forever. Maybe this Varungard thing isn't so bad after all, she thought, closing her eyes and knowing that her other attuned senses would keep her from plowing head first into a tree. Because I sure could get used to this. Alex ran all night, following a trail of moonlight through the forest and continuing on well into the next morning. She stopped only when she had to, if she came across new streams to drink from, or when she felt the faint stirrings of hunger. She wasn't sure if it was the Meyarin blood in her veins or the repeated ingestion of Lyandra, but her energy never failed her, nor did her new abilities. Granted, each time she ceased running, she had to take a considerable amount of time to center herself and listen before she was able to take off again. But on the whole, she was extremely proud of her progress.
In fact, she had traveled so far that the leaves of the trees had just begun transforming from glimmering charcoal to glistening honey, showing that she had now reached the forest forming the boundary around Meya. At the speed she was moving, it wouldn't be long at all until she reached the golden cliffs and came to the end of her Varengard. It was perhaps even possible that she would be back in time for lunch. Oh, how she hoped Gael and Riza would be at the palace to see her triumphant return. She'd sure show them what it meant to be durable for a mortal. Increasing her speed in anticipation of her arrival, it was just as she broke through a tight copse of trees bordering a large clearing that she was brought to a sudden, staggering halt. And that was because an agonized roar bellowed out from somewhere close by, causing her to bend at the waist while slapping her hands protectively over her ears. The sound was unlike anything she'd ever heard before. To her Meyarin sensitive hearing, it felt like needles were being shoved into her ear canals. Through watering eyes, she looked up just in time to witness the source of the sound fall from the sky above the golden trees and come to a skidding, sliding stop at the edge of the clearing. Forgetting her pain at the sight before her, Alex scrambled backwards until she hit a tree and froze to the spot. "No freaking way!" she gasped out. What she was looking at wasn't real. It couldn't be. Because in front of her, barely 30 feet away, lay a dragon. The beast was a pitch-black color, easily twice the height of an elephant and 3 times its length. Its scaly hide rippled when its muscles contracted as it fought against the glowing net it was ensnared in, a net that had tangled its wings and legs, pulling it from the air and trapping it on the ground. Hot puffs of air blew from its huge nostrils, melting the snow near where it lay. A keening cry emitted from its throat, one that spoke to Alex of both pain and fear. She had no idea what to do. On one hand, she was looking at a dragon, a mythical creature capable of eating her without so much as having to chew first. On the other, she couldn't condone the senseless entrapment of such a magnificent creature. But what if... Alex didn't get to finish her thought before the beast tensed and turned its majestic head her way. Its eyes gleamed like orbs of blue fire, yet the pupils were dilated with terror. "Please don't eat me for this," she whispered, cautiously moving towards the creature. Its gaze remained locked on her the whole time, tracking her steps. If anything, it looked increasingly more fearful the closer she approached. Its keening transitioned into a high-pitched wail as it struggled fiercely against the bonds. "It's okay," Alex found herself saying when she was just a few steps away. She was bending slightly, her weight in the balls of her feet, her hands raised in a calming manner. "I'm not going to hurt you." She closed the remaining gap between them, and the dragon's eyes widened further. Its breathing turned even more haggard, the panting bursts complete with alarming sparks of blue fire liquefying the ice at Alex's feet. "Take it easy, big fella," Alex said, keeping her voice soft, willing her hands not to shake, even though she was, perhaps, more scared than the beast. "Let me take a look at you." Upon closer inspection, Alex recognized the substance the netting was made out of, thin strands of Xiraxus. "This complicates things," she murmured, knowing that the only thing that could cut through Meyarin's steel was Meyarin's steel. She didn't allow her mind to consider why exactly the dragon was caught in a Xiraxus net, nor who was to blame for bringing down the creature. Instead, she tapped her finger against her lip and wondered how best to try and free it. "Abrasa!" Alex jumped backwards, nearly slipping on the melted sludge at her feet. She turned stunned eyes to the creature. "No way! You can talk?" "Abrasa," the creature said again, his voice deep and male, but also sounding young, like an adolescent. "Abrasa! Closing! Hurry!" "Abrasa?" Alex repeated, her nerves slightly hitching at the word. "I don't know what that is." "Abrasa! Void." Alex shook her head, not understanding. The dragon let out a frustrated, spark-free breath, and Alex had to resist taking another step back. The last thing she wanted was to anger the creature. "Abrasa, void, must return." His disjointed sentences made little sense to Alex. "Just try to stay still," she said, reaching forward to inspect the moxie rail, figuring the best thing she could do was release him so he could return to wherever he came from. "I'll try to get you out of this." pulled between. Through a brasa? The dragon said, his words remaining nonsensical. Sounds painful, Alex said, giving up on trying to understand his broken attempts at speaking her language. She hesitantly threaded her fingers underneath a strand of moxirel, surprised when they brushed up against the dragon's black scales, only to find his thick hide oddly soft to the touch. Painful, the dragon said. Golden one cause much pain. Alex said distractedly while tugging at the moxirel. She wished Zane hadn't taken anything from her, since she would still be wearing her Myrock's bow and arrow necklace. But then she remembered something he hadn't taken from her. Something he couldn't take. Raising her palm outwards was all it took for the ice-like blade to appear in her hand, a dagger that, not so long ago, she would have cringed away from. Now, however, she was oddly comforted by the weight of Ayanara between her fingers. The dragon stilled as he took in her weapon, his brilliant cerulean-colored eyes growing wider than before. "I'm not going to hurt you," Alex told him again, realizing how it might look. But for some reason, he didn't seem afraid. He appeared awed. "This net is made of Meyarin steel," Alex said, just for something to say, but not sure how much he understood. "Supposedly only Myrocks can cut through it, but I'm hoping—" She trailed off and gestured to her weapon with a shrug. "Just don't freak out, okay? I need you to stay still so I can try and cut the net without hurting you." The dragon nodded his large head against his constraints. "Cut! Hurry!" "Uh-huh," Alex replied, carefully sliding Ayanara between the dragon's scales and the moxirel. "This Abrasa thing is closing, right? Don't worry, I'll be as quick as I can." "Abrasa, closing, but not why hurry," the dragon said. "Golden one, come, more pain come, must hurry." Alex froze as an impending sense of dread settled over her.
Golden one? Do you mean... You're not talking about Aven, are you? The banished Meyarin prince? Golden one, bad pull. Xiraxus through a brasa, must return before... Every muscle seized in her body as she glanced anxiously around the clearing. Before what? Before... Shaking her head at her frustrating lack of comprehension, Alex tried not to panic at the idea of Aven coming their way. She could think of no one else who matched the description of Golden One. And if he was the one whose net ensnared the dragon, then he was surely en route to retrieving his prize, something Alex absolutely did not want to wait around for. "I hope this works," she said quietly, pressing the sharp edge of her blade against the netting. Relief flooded her body when it cut through as easily as if carving through water. Alex didn't even care that Ayanara wasn't made of Myrox, and therefore shouldn't have been able to damage the moxie reel. She'd long since come to understand that the weapon had its own secrets. Slicing through strand after strand of the netting, Alex made short work of freeing the beast. When she managed to cut the final threads binding his taloned forearms to his torso, the dragon let out a roar of triumph and rose onto his hind legs, spreading his impressive wings out to the sides, making him seem even larger than he already was. Daunted by his sheer size, Alex quickly scrambled backwards. But when his roar mellowed out into a whimpering sound, she halted her retreat. Are you hurt?" she asked as he hunched over, curling around himself protectively. "Fly," the dragon said. "Need fly." Pushing the worry of Aven's whereabouts from her mind, Alex took charge again. "Here, let me see." The dragon seemed to hesitate, as if deciding whether or not to trust her. But then his eyes landed on Ayanara still in her hands, and he seemed to come to a decision. He lowered himself back to the ground and carefully extended his wing. It was then that Alex noticed the jagged slash across the thick muscle near to what she presumed was the elbow joint, with sticky golden liquid splashing across the membrane and dripping down onto the snow. Blood, she realized, strange as the color was. "Need fly," the dragon repeated, his words urgent. "Golden one come, Abrasa, closing, need fly." Thinking quickly, Alex told him to wait there, and she took off into the trees closest to them, returning to his side with her hands full of fresh Leandra.
Following Zane's advice, she used her dagger to cut into the bulb of the flowers, releasing the concentrated juice inside. She then let go of Ayanara so that both her hands would be free, and the weapon vanished from sight again. "This might sting," she told the dragon. "I'm not sure, but just in case." Once again, she found herself mentally chanting, "Please don't eat me," as she reached out and smeared the Leandra nectar onto the wound. The dragon hissed, and Alex felt her heart skip a beat, but he settled again and let her finish her ministrations. As she watched, the wound began closing before her eyes, and she smiled with satisfaction. "There," she said, when the injury sealed completely, no longer oozing golden blood. "All better." She patted him on the chest, forgetting for a moment that she was dealing with a dragon and not a dog. Then she stepped back. "We both better get out of here," she said, casting another anxious glance around the clearing. "Especially if Golden One come." Startled, Alex tripped backwards and onto the ground as the dragon reared up on his hind legs, wings snapping out to the side. Her Meyarin senses switched on as adrenaline flooded her body, and Alex could suddenly hear exactly what the dragon was referring to: loud, running footsteps moving swiftly through the forest towards them. "Xiraxus, fly, save from Golden One," the dragon said, beating his powerful black wings, causing the snow to dust up around Alex like tiny ice missiles. On all fours, she scrambled backwards, her face stinging from the strength of his air gusts. Not sure if she was more terrified of Aven's approach or the magnificent beast preparing for flight, Alex decided to run. But as soon as she got to her feet, the dragon launched from the ground and then swooped down at lightning speed to snatch her up in one of his massive talons. With her torso firmly clasped in his powerful grip, the dragon burst out of the clearing and up, up, up into the skies above them. Too winded by his claws to muster up a scream, Alex could only watch in silent horror as the canopy of the forest below became smaller and smaller the higher they rose. "Abrasa," the dragon repeated, his voice reaching Alex through the mighty wind. He sounded panicked, terrified. No time. If it was possible, the dragon increased his speed. Alex couldn't breathe, so harsh was the air pummeling against her body, and so tight was his hold on her. She felt as if her rib cage was cracking under the pressure of his talons as she lay dangling helplessly in his grip. Agonizing pain rippled over her as black dots sprung around the edges of her vision. Just as it all became too much and she knew she was going to pass out, the dragon put in one final surge forward. "Abrasa!" the dragon roared. "Hold on." Alex had nothing to hold on to. She was barely able to keep her eyes open anymore. But before they rolled into the back of her head, she saw a shimmering cloud of energy spring into being, like an explosion of ink bleeding across the sky. Ink that the dragon flew them straight into. And then Alex knew no more. When Alex regained consciousness, it wasn't a peaceful, slow awakening. Instead, she shot up with a gasp, heart pounding as she took in her surroundings. Only when she realized she was safely back in her canopy bed at the Meyarin palace did her thumping pulse begin to calm. Turning her head to her balcony, she was soothed by her view of the city shining in the early afternoon sunshine. Her hands tentatively moved to her chest, feeling for broken ribs or internal bleeding, but there was nothing, not even any lingering pain. "Did I dream it all?" she wondered aloud, just as the door opened and Kaya walked into her room. Alex leaned back against her pillows and turned wide eyes to the female Meyarin, blurting the first thing that came to mind. "Please tell me excess consumption of Leandra has hallucinogenic properties, Kaya, because, no joke, I was just flying with a dragon." Kaya paused mid-step, her head cocked to the side as she looked at Alex. "Leandra?" Kaya repeated, approaching again until she was next to the bed. "I ate a lot of it on the Varengard," Alex explained. "Like, a lot. So it's either that, or I really did save a dragon from a trap set by Aven and ended up with a free ride for my troubles. I'm sure you can see how I'm hoping it's the former rather than the latter, even if it means I'll have to fess up to my parents and tell them I unintentionally overdosed on what was probably the Meyarin equivalent of magic mushrooms. Kaya's forehead bunched in apparent confusion. Varengard? Alex raised her eyebrows at the Meyarin's strange behavior. Yeah, Kaya, the Varengard. She gestured an arm around the opulent room. I'm guessing I didn't make it back on my own, which sucks. I was so close, too. But then Alex shook her head. What happened anyway? Did I pass out from the hallucination? Who found me? Just then the door opened again, and Alex's stomach moved straight to her throat at the sight of the Meyarin who entered. In an instant she was on her feet with her arm outstretched, mentally summoning Ayanara. The weapon appeared in a flaming blaze of light, the pyrotechnic display surprising Alex enough to nearly drop it. She quickly tightened her grip, even when flicks of blue fire traveled from the blade along the pommel and halfway up her arm, harmlessly caressing her skin.
Startled, but with far more important things on her mind than the now fiery sword, Alex's free hand reached out to drag Kia backwards as she began a hasty retreat towards the balcony, putting as much distance between them and the new arrival as possible. "Aven," Alex hissed, how did you get in here?" Before anyone could say or do anything, Kia yanked herself free from Alex's grip and quickly backed away from her. "Kia!" Alex cried, stretching for her again, but the Meyarin skipped out of reach. "What are you doing? It's Aven! Get away from him!" But Kia didn't listen to her. Instead, the female Meyarin looked at her with wariness and moved directly to the banished prince's side. Alex's mouth dropped open when Aven protectively pulled Kia close. "Lenasa, say de la Frayan," he said to her, his voice soft, almost gentle. Without Alex knowing how, the words translated instantly in her mind. "Did she hurt you?" Blinking in astonishment, Alex felt her hands shake as she took another step backwards, now out onto the balcony with the sun streaming down on her from above. "What the gosh, Kia?" she demanded, her voice sounding betrayed even to her own ears. Before she could come to any kind of understanding, the door opened again and Roka walked in. Not sure if she was relieved or even more terrified, Alex called out to warn him, "Roka, it's Aven!" The dark-haired prince glanced at her in muted curiosity as he strode fearlessly towards Aven and Kia and said, "Varia tre freiden de senus rayos." Again, the words translated instantly in Alex's mind. "It appears I missed the introductions." "Apparently we did too, brother," Aven replied in the lyrical Meyarin language. His eyes were on Alex, his lips quirked as if amused. But his smile was different. It wasn't as dark. It seemed strangely genuine. "As always, our fame precedes us. She may know of us, but I've never seen her before," Kia said with a shake of her head, also speaking her native language, which Alex was somehow able to understand. "And I would remember, given that she shines with the binding of a Draekon." "That is indeed curious, as is the weapon she wields," Aven said, his gaze focused on Ayanara. "That's no normal blade. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was—" Full-body trembles assaulted Alex's frame, and she interrupted in a whispered voice full of disbelief and confusion. "Is this some kind of joke? What is happening?" "What language is that she speaks?" Aven asked, peering at her intently. Roka was looking at her with renewed curiosity. "It's the common tongue. It would seem she is confused." Kia snorted. "I don't need to understand her language to see that, Roka. The poor thing looks terrified. And she likely has reason to, since we found her half dead at the base of the Golden Cliffs." Aven chose that moment to step forward, his hands raised in front of him as he approached Alex. "It's all right," he told her, the melodic language nearly hypnotizing. "You're amongst friends here." Eyes wide, Alex retreated with every step closer he moved until she was backed up against the knee-high railing of the balcony. She glanced over her shoulder and wobbled slightly at the sight of the ground far, far below. Making sure to keep her weight leaning away from the dangerously low balustrade, she warned,
I don't know what's going on, Aven, but I swear. Her threat was cut short when an almighty roar sounded from above. Alex clapped both her hands over her ears, and with Iannara no longer pointing at Aven, he took the opportunity to rush towards her. She swiftly aimed her weapon in warning again and scampered away from him, but in doing so, her feet slipped on the smooth surface of the balcony. Arms flailing uselessly, she took in Aven's horrified expression as he lunged for her. But he wasn't fast enough, and Alex fell backwards, straight over the railing. A blood-curdling scream tore from her throat as she plummeted down the length of the spiraling palace towers and towards the radiant city below. But before she could fully comprehend that she was about to die, a hulking shadow blurred through the air until it sailed directly under her. Recognizing the dragon, Alex banished her blade and reached out to grab onto him. She wrapped her legs around his shoulder blades just over his wing joints and her arms tight around his neck, holding on for dear life as he gave a mighty push upwards, stopping their freefall and heaving them back up into the air. "Hold on, Alex," she heard clearly in her mind, the dragon's familiar voice sounding so close that she jerked in surprise, almost losing her grip on him. "You're in my head now?" she all but screeched as he flew them straight up and over the waterfalls of the golden cliffs and the forests beyond. "I'll explain everything in a minute," he told her, his words no longer broken, but instead forming complete sentences. "I promise." Alex was about a second away from hyperventilating as they soared over the Silverwood, her near-death experience and encounter with Aven wreaking havoc on her adrenaline levels. She forced herself to count backwards from 20, attempting to focus only on the numbers and nothing else. Then she did it again. When she was nearing the end of her third countdown, the dragon slowly crested an arc, turning on his wing until they gradually spiraled to the ground and landed smoothly. "Ha! How awesome was that?" His triumphant voice cheered in her mind. "I think I'm going to be great at this bonding thing. You didn't even jostle. Go me!" Quite sure she was having a stroke, Alex unclenched her limbs and slid bonelessly to the ground, where she collapsed to her knees, her wobbly legs unable to hold her up. She noticed they were back in the Silverwood somewhere, but bizarrely there was no snow. None. Zip. Nada. In fact, judging by the heat of the sun overhead, wherever they were, it wasn't even winter. In a trembling voice, she again asked, "What is going on here?" "You don't look so good," the dragon said, leaning his huge face closer until he was barely a handbreadth away. Had she not been frozen in shock, she definitely would have scurried backwards when his hot breath tickled her eyelashes. "Should I find you some water or something?" Alex shook her head. Then she shook it again. "How can you? I don't—" She had too many questions and didn't know where to begin, so she settled on asking, "How can I hear you in my mind, and so clearly?" The dragon sat back on his haunches and said, out loud this time, "I'm Xiraxus." Alex blinked. "Xiraxus? You can call me Xira," he offered. "Xira?" Alex repeated his pronunciation. Xiraxus bobbed his head. "You're Alex. You wield the Sword of the Stars." What? "The Sword of the Stars," Xiraxus repeated. "The bringer of light, the blade of glory, the weapon of the ages." Alex looked blankly at the dragon. "Let's ignore Iannara for the moment and go back to you being a talking dragon who can speak in my mind." Xiraxus let out an annoyed snort. "Drakon," he said, "not dragon. Drakon." Making a mental note, Alex said, "Fine, a Drakon who can speak in my mind. And that would be because—" If it was at all possible, Xiraxus actually looked guilty. His big body squirmed and his blue eyes looked away from her, reminding her of a puppy who was aware it had done something wrong. "I may have panicked slightly." Alex moved from her knees to cross her legs underneath her, not ready to test her shaky limbs just yet. "Panicked? Yeah, I got that with all your incomprehensible abrasasa closing, golden one come mutterings. What was all that?" "The abrasa is the void between," Xiraxus told her. With his words, a picture forced itself into her mind of the ink shimmering into the sky, darkness they had flown straight into. Alex gasped. "Did you do that?" she asked, referring to the invasive image she certainly hadn't conjured on her own. Xiraxus nodded and said, "Unbound mortals can't survive traveling through the Abrasa. But I was scared. The Golden One was nearly upon us. You were kind to me. You saved me. I couldn't let him hurt you."
"But I didn't have time to drop you off anywhere else, so you took me with you through the Abrasa," Alex deduced. He nodded again. "Your heart nearly stopped halfway through the void. I had to enact Valiana with you. It was the only way for you to survive. But even with the bond, I lost hold of you when we came out this end. The Zeltora found you on the outskirts of the great city, and they took you back to the palace before I could get to you." Alex frowned and repeated, "When we came out this end, what does that mean?" "The Golden One pulled me through the Abrasa," Xiraxus said. "He pulled me from here, from before." Alex just stared at him. "You're going to have to start making more sense." But even as she said it, her heart began picking up speed again, because deep down she already knew what he was implying. Unless she'd entered a parallel universe, which was not impossible given what she'd experienced in Medora so far, but it was still unlikely, there was only one way Kaya and Roka would have peacefully been in the same room as Aven. There was only one explanation for why Kaya allowed Aven to pull her close, why Aven called Roka brother in such a fond voice, why none of them had recognized her, why none of them but Roka even understood her language. "Xira, this Abrasa thing, this void, between, what is it exactly?" Fidgeting slightly, the Draken said, "Space, worlds." He huffed out a gust of air and admitted, "Time. Time. Flipping heck." Alex closed her eyes tight. "This has got to be a nightmare. Any minute now I'm going to wake up." "The bond between us allows me to understand your language so we can freely communicate," Xiraxus said, unaware that she was on the verge of a breakdown and couldn't handle much more. "You'll also be able to translate all of the dialects I know, which is why you understood Meyarin." "This is madness," Alex thought, rubbing her temples. "I know you nearly as well as you know yourself," Xiraxus went on. "I know your thoughts and how you think. So I believe it will help if you consider the Abrasa to be like a black hole. It's a tear in the space-time continuum. The Golden One, the future Aven Dalmarta, found a way to open it and pull me through to your time, which is forbidden. We're not supposed to mess with time." Xiraxus's nostrils flared nervously. "Mother says bad things happen when you mess with time." Alex tried to keep a grip on her budding horror as he confirmed what she feared was true. "You're saying we're in the past? That's why everything was messed up back at the palace, why Aven wasn't on a murderous rampage and none of them knew me?" Xiraxus bobbed his head again. "Yes, the Abrasa brought us both back to my time." Alex wasn't sure if she wanted to throw up or pass out. In a weak voice, she said, "You know, on the list of weird things that have happened to me, and believe me, it's not a short list, this tops the chart." Her vision started to go fuzzy, so she forced herself to inhale a deep, calming breath. "Okay, so I'm in the past. But this isn't a problem, because you can just take me back home using your Abrasa thing again." "Stranger things have happened, right?" She quickly amended, "To someone else, stranger things have surely happened to someone else." "Yeah, doubtful." She shook off her thoughts and stood to her feet, pleased to discover they were only a little unsteady underneath her. "After you fly me back to my time, I say we act like none of this ever happened, for the sake of both our sanities. Agreed?" He said, shifting nervously. "There's one problem." Alex felt certain she wasn't going to like what he was about to say. But she didn't get a chance to hear it before a bellowing cry came from overhead, echoing throughout the forest. "Uh-oh," Xiraxus whispered, hunching his body with his tail between his legs. "What was that?" Alex demanded. "Zaronia." Xiraxus curled even tighter into a ball. "My mother."
That was all the warning Alex received before a mass the size of a small house fell out of the sky and landed with an earth-shaking thud in the clearing. Alex had thought Xiraxus was huge, but compared to the deep purple Draken before her, he looked like a kitten beside a lion. "Xiraxus, what have you done?" The purple Draken, Xironia, all but shouted in a clicking, scratching, rumbling language that Alex effortlessly understood. "I'm sorry, Mother. I had to," Xiraxus replied in a whimper. "Alex saved my life." The purple Draken stilled and repeated in a deathly quiet voice, "Alex? You know its name?" Without waiting for a response, Xironia stretched her massive neck forward until her hulking face neared Alex. "Oh my gosh, she's going to swallow me whole," Alex thought, frozen to the spot. Xironia jerked with shock, reared back, and turned startled eyes from Alex to Xiraxus. "You bonded with her?" she said aloud in the common tongue, with something like fear threading through her surprised words. "I can hear her mind. I can see the evidence on her skin. You bonded with a mortal? What were you thinking?" "Mother, I had to," said again, sounding everything like a petulant teenager. "She would have died in the Abrasa otherwise. We traveled too far back for her to survive the time jump on her own." Xironia's fiery eyes widened even further at that. She released a furious-sounding growl. "You brought her through the Abrasa?" "I panicked," Xiraxus said, jumping to his feet and causing the ground to tremble under Alex. "The Golden One, he pulled me through to her time. He was going to hurt me, but she saved me. I couldn't let him capture her, but I didn't have time to move her to safety and make it back through the void, so I brought her with me." Alex had to clap her hands over her ears when Xironia roared so loudly that the trees all around them shook down to their roots. Turning on her massive hind legs, Xironia stomped away from them, only to spin once more and pace back. 3 times she did this, huffing with ill-disguised rage. "Mother," Xiraxus tried, but he was cut off abruptly when Xironia snapped her frighteningly large teeth at him. Suddenly, the purple Draken was in front of Alex again. One moment she was pacing, the next she was stationary and way too close for comfort. "I can't think with the air so thick down here," Xironia said. "The girl must come back with us. I'll decide what to do with her, what to do with both of you, once we return." Sorry to interrupt," Alex said, speaking up for the first time. Her voice was as shaky as the rest of her, but she felt it imperative to put forth her opinion. "It's just, I have to get back to my, time. It's certainly been memorable meeting you both, but I'm hoping Xiraxus won't mind opening up that Abrasa thing again and sending me home." When both Drakens looked at her without so much as blinking, she added, "Any minute now works for me." Xironia turned to Xiraxus. "You didn't tell her?" "I was going to," he said in a small voice. "I hadn't made it that far before you got here." The purple Draken released what sounded very much like a weary sigh as she turned back to Alex. Like her son, Xironia's eyes were a brilliant blue color that began to glow with an inner light, a sight so hypnotic that Alex was lulled to drowsiness. "Sleep, mortal," Xironia commanded in an oddly soothing voice. "When you wake, you shall have answers." And without giving her body permission to do so, regardless of where she was, or the fact that she was alone in the woods, and in a different time period with 2 massive mythical carnivores, Alex's eyes drifted shut, her legs gave way, and she fell into a sweet, blissfully dreamless sleep. "Mortal, it's time to awaken." "Mortal!" Alex's eyes snapped open to see a reptilian face the size of a small car, barely inches from her own. Incapable of thinking, let alone controlling her reaction, she screamed so loudly, so shrilly, that it hurt even her own ears. It certainly surprised the hulking beast, who jerked backwards in alarm. Alex scampered away, but her retreat was halted when she bumped into a jagged rock wall.
She sat pressed up against it, panting in terror, while her mind slowly began to clear enough for her to remember that, at least so far, the creature in front of her hadn't eaten her. It was therefore possible that she just might not be in as much danger as she had believed upon her shocked awakening. "Zironia?" Alex said. "What?" She trailed off, not wanting to offend the massive Draken by shouting, "Does the phrase personal space mean anything to you?" Instead, she said, "You, gave me a fright there. Sorry for screaming in your face." "It's been a long time since my kind has been so near a human," Zironia said. "I forgot how fearful your race can be. It is I who must apologize. I didn't mean to startle you." The Draken tilted her head slightly. "Please, come with me." Alex used the rock wall to push up on her wobbly legs, noting somewhere in the back of her mind that it looked like they were in a cave. As she began following Zironia through a large channel hewn into the rock, she noticed the intermittent torches of the rainbow-flamed Myras lighting their path. "Are we underground?" Alex asked, somewhat stupidly since she had already deduced they were at least in some kind of cavern. Zironia, surprisingly, let out a rumbling chuckle. "I suppose you could say that. However, I doubt you will in a moment." Raising her eyebrows at the Draken's vague answer, Alex continued onwards in silence until a stronger brightness at the end of the tunnel came into view, the sunlight flooding the darkness. "No human has ever stood upon our lands before," Zironia said, moving her shadowing bulk out of the way. "Welcome, young mortal, to Draekora." Eyes wide and mouth gaping, Alex barely heard the Draken's words, so consumed was she by the sight in front of her. She cleared her throat. "We're definitely not underground, are we?" Way to state the obvious, Alex thought, looking out over the cluster of islands floating above the clouds. It was like, Alex didn't know what it was like. She had nothing to compare it to. No visual imagery to her recollection could match the impossibility of the view. At least a dozen islands were spread out as far as her eyes could see, suspended mid-air as if by invisible strings. One or two were barely the size of football fields, but others were large enough to hold entire mountain ranges. A few even had smoking volcanoes, with molten lava trickling steadily down the sides. The floating mass to Alex's left contained a dense jungle that hugged a large lake filled with the clearest blue-green water she had ever seen. Water that tumbled over the edges of the land and straight into the thick cloud cover below. The island to her right was covered in snow and icy glaciers, while another further on from that was overcome by desert with cracked earth and rugged sand dunes. There was no rhyme or reason to the nature of the islands, but they were, without a doubt, the most magical, fantastical sight Alex had ever seen, and she'd seen a number of amazing things since her arrival in Medora. How are they floating? Alex wondered aloud, unable to muster much volume in her awe. The Draekoran Isles are largely made out of a lightweight metamorphic rock not native to this world, Zironia answered. When we arrived here long ago, we brought a fraction of our lands with us. The natural gravitational pull of Medora's atmospheric pressure enables our home to remain above the clouds, exactly where we Drakens belong. As you can see, up here we are free to be ourselves. Alex could see that, because it wasn't just the islands that captivated her. It was also the multitude of Drakens inhabiting them. The magnificent creatures were everywhere. Some were soaring lazily through the skies, some were bathing in the lakes and waterfalls splashed across the islands, some were napping in the sunshine. Drakens of all sizes and colors filled her vision. "Does the rest of Medora know you're up here?" Alex asked, amazed that such a place could exist. "The Meyarins are aware of our existence, though few have the privilege of ever seeing Draekora for themselves," Zironia said. "We tend to value our privacy.
However, we do allow them to partake in the collection of the Terra Auravorant, the Pool of Tears, twice a year to replenish their supplies. Before Alex could ask what supplies the Meyarins could possibly need from the Draekorans, let alone from something called the Pool of Tears, a shadow emerged from beneath the cave's edge, causing Alex to skitter backwards. With a muted thump, Xiraxus landed on the outcropping of the cavern tunnel, his tail aloft and helping him keep his balance on the precarious ledge. "Alex," he greeted, sounding overjoyed to see her. "I came as soon as I felt you were awake." Knowing the only explanation for his stalkerish statement was the bond that was supposedly now between them, Alex asked, "Any chance you want to explain this bond that keeps getting mentioned? Piana, one of the Meyarins, also said something about me shining with the binding of a Draken, or something like that. What are you all talking about?" "All will be answered soon," Zeronia said, outstretching her wings and prompting Alex to duck lest she wanted to lose an eye. Then the great purple Draken launched herself off the edge of the cavern and into the sky. "Come on," Xiraxus told Alex, circling carefully on the cavern edge until his side faced her. "Everything will be explained at the Kaivalan. Everyone's waiting for us there." Alex raised her eyebrows, wondering who everyone was and what Kaivalan meant. Her inner translator appeared to be letting her down on the word's interpretation. "Hurry, Alex, or Mother will return," Zeronia said, lowering his torso to the ground, stretching his wing out and gesturing with his head for her to climb aboard. "You've got to be kidding me," she said unthinkingly. Xiraxus said, "You've flown with me before. Why is this any different?" Maybe because I didn't have any choice the last 2 times," Alex pointed out. "The Kaivalan isn't on this island," Xiraxus told her. "We can only get there by flying." "I'm usually okay with heights, but this is asking a lot," Alex said, sliding closer to Xiraxus and peering out over the edge of the island to see nothing but clouds beneath them. She still couldn't believe she was this close to what she'd call a dragon, not to mention being about to fly with him through the sky again. "Good thing you're not the one keeping us in the air then," Xiraxus said. "Now jump on, Alex. We don't want to keep them waiting." Certain she was out of her right mind, Alex reached out and grabbed hold of the rough black sinew of Xiraxus' wing to help her balance. Even while lowered to the ground, his shoulder was still significantly higher than her head, so she had to maneuver herself up by first placing her foot on his forearm and stepping up to push off his elbow, jumping to grip the spiky scales at the base of his neck and pulling herself onto his back. Panting from the surprising amount of effort it took, she said, "Is there an easier way to do that?" "When I'm a little older, my wings will be strong enough for you to run straight up them," Xiraxus answered as she settled herself into a somewhat secure position just in front of his wing joints. "Until then, we'll just have to practice. But don't worry, you'll get used to it. The only way to get around Draekora is by air." "How old are you, Xirax?" "I'm still a hatchling," he answered, rising to his feet and causing Alex to clamp her thighs around him and grab a tighter hold of the scales at his neck. "Only 18 of your mortal years? 18 is considered a hatchling?" Alex said, surprised. "That was the age most humans were considered adults." "Hold on, Alex," Xiraxus said, bunching his hind legs underneath them. "It's time to fly." And with that, he pushed off from his haunches and propelled them up into the air. The moment they left the solid, stable ground, which was ironic since it was technically a floating hunk of rock in the middle of the sky, Alex closed her eyes, figuring it was best to remain oblivious for the duration of their journey. But Xiraxus wouldn't have any of that. "Open your eyes, Alex," he called mentally. "You won't want to miss this, trust me." Peeking first with one eye and then the other, Alex let out a sound of amazement at the sight before her. Xiraxus had flown them high up above the islands, affording her a view over the entirety of Draekora, spread out underneath them. She looked back to see their original island was a wasteland full of craggy rocks and hidden caves, and she again marveled at the differences in the isles. With the sun on her face, the wind in her hair, and the postcard-perfect view all around her, it was impossible for Alex not to get caught up in the wonder of the moment. "Xira, this is amazing," she called out in her mind, testing if their mental link worked both ways. "You haven't seen anything yet," he responded, his tone laced with humor. Then his voice turned pensive. "I suppose we can be a few minutes late. Hopefully no one will notice, because you have to see this." With no other warning, he pulled his wings in close to his body, and with nothing left to keep them aloft, they plummeted through the air. Down, down, down they dropped, a scream tearing from Alex's vocal cords, partly in terror, partly in exhilaration. Together, they fell between two large islands and continued downwards until Xiraxus flung his wings out to catch an air current, thrusting them back up again. Alex released a laugh of pure joy and threw her hands up above her head. "That was incredible," she cried, her voice nearly lost in the wind. "The ride's not over yet," Xiraxus sounded just as thrilled. He dipped his body, circling once, before he nosedived again towards an island almost entirely consumed by and overflowing with water, but for a rocky mountain cresting the edge of it. "Hold your breath, Alex," Xiraxus told her, not pulling up despite the fact that they were falling closer and closer to the surface of the island. He stroked his wings back as if to push them faster downwards. "And whatever you do, don't let go." Alex had only a wide-eyed moment to suck in a lungful of air and reinforce her grip on him, just as he dove them straight into the massive body of water. This far above the clouds, she expected the water to be painfully frigid, but it was nothing of the sort. Instead, it was almost warm, pleasantly so. But all this she only noted with half a mind, because Xiraxus wasn't guiding them back to the surface. He was swimming them deeper under the lake. As beautiful as the crystal-clear water was, with rays of sunlight streaming into its depths, Alex began to panic when Xiraxus made no move to resurface. "I'm human, remember? Oxygen is not only important, it's vital," Alex called out to him when they kept moving further down. "We're almost there," he replied nonsensically. "I promise it'll be worth it." "Not if I'm dead," Alex countered. But at that very moment, he moved his nose upwards, and with a bubbly swoosh of his great wings, he propelled them into an underwater tunnel. The passageway led upwards, and within a few more pushes of the Drakon's wings, they broke out of the water and flew straight up what Alex recognized as the dried magma chamber of a dormant volcano. Bright gemstones veined along the walls of the rock as they flew straight up the channel and broke through the surface of the mountaintop, surging out into the sky. Beyond words, Alex just laughed again, whooping in delight as Xiraxus soared back downwards and then spiraled underneath the water, spilling over the edge of the great island, further drenching them in the spray. "See, flying's not so bad, is it?" he said in a semi-smug tone. "It's wonderful," Alex admitted. "I had no idea what I was missing." "What you're both missing is a very important meeting," came the irritated voice of Xeronia as she glided up alongside them, startling Alex both with her presence and her mental link. "Sorry, Mother, we got lost," Xiraxus said feebly. Alex watched as Xeronia's gaze swept over their waterlogged selves and, in a deadpan tone, the older Drakon repeated, "You got lost." "Even I could have come up with something better than that," Alex whispered to Xiraxus, hoping only he could hear. "Bite me," he returned, startling a laugh out of Alex. "Now, hatchlings," Xeronia said, showing that she could hear everything between them. "Play nice and follow me." "Just how much of my language did you learn?" Alex asked Xiraxus as he turned on his wing to follow obediently after his mother. "Everything you know came instantly with the bond," he replied. "And the same for me in reverse," Alex said, marveling anew that she could now understand the Meyarin language. She wondered whether her new translation skills would remain with her when she returned to her time. "Yes," he confirmed, "and because my race is mentally linked like, what would you call it, a hive mind? Because of that, you can now also understand and be understood by all Drakons. The knowledge of your language flows from you, through me, to them." then why does your mother sound so much more proper than you do? Somehow, Zoronia managed to turn his head but remain flying on course, pinning her with a telling look. Because Mother is nearly an ancient, Alex, and I'm the equivalent of a teenager, just like you. Are you implying that I'm uncool, Xira? Zoronia cut in. Alex pressed her lips together in an attempt to suppress her laughter. Just hearing the word uncool from the great Drakon seemed wrong somehow. Not at all, Mother, Xiraxus said quickly. You're, sensing he needed help, Alex offered, dignified. Yes, dignified, Xiraxus said with a nod of his head. Dignified and sophisticated. Definitely too dignified to use phrases like, bite me, Alex finished, stifling a laugh when she felt Xiraxus's body vibrate with a grumble. Zoronia said, but she left it at that. Just then they flew through a flurry of clouds and out the other side, bringing a new island to Alex's vision. This one was like a rocky, open-air auditorium, a huge amphitheater made out of glossy black stone. The jagged edges of the crystalline surface gave the island a foreboding feel, or perhaps it was the small group of Drakons waiting restlessly upon the variously sized black outcroppings interspersed like viewing platforms around the amphitheater. "Is that Treos?" Alex asked, recognizing the rock. "You know what Treos is?" Zoronia asked back, sounding surprised. Alex shook her head even though the Drakon wasn't looking at her. "Just that it's some kind of black rock." "It's not just a rock," Alex said in a familiar eye-roll tone. "It's pure darkness, pulled straight from the abrasa and solidified into crystal form." "You're saying this stuff is basically like congealed black hole matter?" "Pulled from one, yes," Xiraxus answered as they began to glide down into the center of the amphitheater. "The only thing that can destroy it is pure light energy from beyond the stars. Otherwise, it's completely impenetrable. To us, it symbolizes the ages, those that have been, those that will be, because even when we have long since passed, it will still remain." Struck by the poetry in his words, Alex imagined she could almost feel the power of the Treos as Xiraxus landed on a stage-like ledge right beside Zoronia. Not entirely sure what she was supposed to do, Alex remained astride Xiraxus, waiting for instruction, and tried to ignore all the glowing eyes staring at her. Every single Drakon around the amphitheater was watching her, intently. Some of them with curiosity, others with barely suppressed hostility. It was because of the latter that Alex kept a firm grip on Xiraxus, wondering what she'd gotten herself into this time.
Zoronia took a step forward, and in a loud voice that echoed throughout the rocky auditorium, she spoke in her earlier language of clicking, scratching, and rumbling sounds that Alex unconsciously translated to, "I, Zoronia, born leader of Draekora, call this Kaivalan to order." "Your mother's the leader of the Drakons?" asked Xiraxus, wincing a little at the strange, almost gritty sounds of the Draekoran language. "What does that make you?" "One day, I'll inherit her position," he answered, "but not for many ages." When Zoronia began welcoming the different Drakons in attendance, Alex asked, "Can they all hear us speaking like this?" "No, just me," Xiraxus answered. "Mother, too, since I'm of her blood, which gives her a partial linking to our Veliana, but it requires great effort on her part to listen in, so she won't do it without cause. The others can't hear our minds speak." Alex found that a small comfort. After all, she was still adjusting to having someone else in her head. She didn't want to think about a whole herd of Drakons invading her thoughts. "This Kaivalan has been called to address the enactment of Veliana between Xiraxus of Draekora and his mortal Alexandra of Freya," Zoronia said in her harsh, guttural language. Alex frowned at that and asked Xiraxus, "What's she talking about? What do they need to address?" "Draekoran law states that it is forbidden for a Drakon to bond with a mortal," Zoronia said before Xiraxus could answer. "Furthermore, it is equally forbidden to travel with any other race through the Abrasa. It is up to this council to decide if the punishment for these crimes shall be enforced, and if so, to see it through." "Punishment?" Alex asked. "What punishment?" "After their defense has been stated, we shall put it to a vote," Zoronia said. "If the council does not rule in their favor, the mortal shall be executed immediately."
"Xiraxus, you may now state your case before the Kaivalan," Zoronia said. "Xira, you need to tell me what's going on, right now," Alex pleaded, digging her fingers into the ribbing of his neck. "It'll be okay, Alex," Xiraxus told her. "I won't let anything happen to you, and neither will Mother, despite how indifferent she sounds." His easy confidence calmed Alex enough that she loosened her frantic grip, moving with him as he stepped forward to address the crowd. "Respected elders," he said, also speaking the scratchy language of his race that translated effortlessly to Alex's ears, "I ask that you would open your minds and allow me to share my memories with you. You will see why I had no choice but to enact Valiana with Alex. Do you consent?" Alex was surprised by how formal Xiraxus sounded while speaking to what Zoronia had referred to as the Draekoran Council. Perhaps it was only when he spoke her tongue that he sounded like the teenager he technically was. When the general consensus came back with those in attendance willing to share Xiraxus' memories, the Draken whispered in her mind, "This might feel strange. Just go with it." And with that as the only warning, images assaulted her mind. Images of Xiraxus flying lazily through the clouds around Draekora before being suddenly yanked upwards and into the Abrasa. The memories played out as if on fast forward, showing him being flung out the other end where everything was a blur of distressed flashes, as if he was skipping over parts of the memory. But then the images cleared again to reveal his panicked spiral to the earth, only just managing to slow his descent in time to avoid hitting the ground. It was there he saw the Golden One, Aven, waiting with a small group of Meyarins. On Aven's order, the Garseth launched the moxie-reel net at Xiraxus, who roared in fright as he became ensnared. He was able to untangle part of his wings and fly a considerable distance away from immediate danger before his exhaustion from both the Abrasa and the strangling net caused him to fall to the earth again. That's when Alex entered his memories, and it was fascinating for her to watch their encounter from his point of view, especially given his inability to fully understand her words. Until then, his knowledge of the common tongue had been limited to the teachings of other Drakens, and since none of them had spent much time amongst humans, their comprehension was basic at best. What followed were the memories of a visibly terrified Alex freeing him and healing his injury, whereby all the Drakens in attendance broke into disbelieving murmurs at the sight of Aina Ra, before he sensed Aven's approach and the closing of the void, taking to the air with Alex in his grip. As Alex lost consciousness, they entered the Abrasa and were enveloped by darkness. Sometime later, a blinding light lit up the darkness as Xiraxus recited a string of melodic words in another foreign language. All Alex knew was that they translated to say, "Heart I give you, soul to share, strength and mind, both here and there, forever and always, Valiana." Then everything went black again, to the point that Xiraxus himself must have passed out, because his next memories were of him waking up in the midst of the Silverwood with no Alex in sight. She then learned that their bond allowed him to find her at the base of the Golden Cliffs, being rescued by a group of Meyarin Zeltara, who forced Leandra nectar down her throat to heal her talon-crushed abdomen. After they took her away, he flew around the city in frustration until he saw her fall off the balcony of the Meyarin Palace and swooped in to save her. As you just saw, Alex rescued me from the one known to her as Aven Dalmarta, currently a prince of Meya, but in her time he is disinherited after having been banished from the great city, Xiraxus explained to the group of now noticeably agitated Drakens. In the future I visited, he is very evil. If Alex hadn't helped me, I would have been captured and unable to reopen the same space tunnel I journeyed through. I had only seconds before the original Abrasa would have been lost to me. Without her help, I would have never been able to make my way home. He took a gusty breath and continued, "Because of that, I panicked, and yes, I entered the Abrasa with immortal. I would not leave her there for Aven to find, not after seeing the fear on her face at my mere mention of him. I didn't think my actions through, and when she nearly died during the trip through the void, I truly believed the only course I could follow was to create the bond between us and share my life force." Relatively calm up until that moment, Alex jolted at his words. "I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part? I think I must have heard you wrong." Surprise?" he responded as his mother stepped forward again. "The laws of our race dictate that no Draken shall bond with a mortal, owing to the fact that, when the mortal dies, the Valyana link is severed, meaning that the Draken dies too," Zoronia said, giving Alex even more unwelcome information about their bond. With Xiraxus inheriting leadership over Draekora in the coming years, this is a concern for all of us. "We cannot execute the mortal," called out a rusty-colored male Draken with vibrant aqua eyes. "If she dies, he dies. Better to keep her alive and seek out a way to break the bond without harming Xiraxus. Just because it has never been done before doesn't mean it cannot be. She is young. If we keep her safe up here, we will have many years to find a solution." "Safe up here?" Alex repeated. "I can't stay here, Xira. I have to get back to my time." "Creedon has a point," said a ruby-red female. "As far as I'm concerned, Xiraxus acted foolishly, but he did it from a noble heart. Neither of them should be punished for his actions. The mortals shall remain with us until we determine our next course of action." "Thank you for your opinion, Vesifina," Zoronia said. "Anyone else?" One by one, the Drakens all agreed that no punishment should be set for Alex, or at least not the deadly kind anyway.
Every single one of the council members opined that she should stay firmly put on Draekoran soil for the rest of her life, which was something Alex simply couldn't abide. It was only when it appeared everyone was getting ready to finish up and disperse that she realized it was up to her to offer a different view. "Excuse me," she called out, sliding down from Xiraxus' back and ignoring his low rumble of warning. She, of course, spoke the common tongue, but she also knew that, thanks to the Valyana, they now all understood her, loud and clear. "What you're all forgetting is not only that I don't belong in this era and need to get back to my real time, but it's actually better for Xiraxus, for all of you, if I do." Her voice gained confidence as she explained. "You see, I'm not technically born yet, not for another few thousand years, if my timeline knowledge is correct. If you keep me here, I'll have maybe 70 or 80 more years to live, at best, probably less, knowing my luck. But if you let me return to my time, Xiraxus will have a few extra millennia to live." The Drakons muttered amongst themselves, restlessly considering her words. Then a loud voice spoke up in a melodic language reminiscent of the one Xiraxus had uttered to create the Valyana between them. It wasn't Draekora, nor was it Meyarin, but something else entirely. Whatever tongue it was, Xiraxus must have been fluent in it, since Alex could easily understand what was said. The girl must return to her time. If she doesn't, all hope for the future of this world will be lost. Feeling shivers of foreboding, Alex repeated those ominous words in her mind. She couldn't see who had spoken them, but the voice was strangely familiar, as absurd as that sounded. "I don't believe it," Xiraxus said, craning his neck. "It's Asdega." "Asdega?" Alex asked, the name recognizable, though she couldn't put her finger on why. "Who is that?" Before he could answer, a figure robed in white walked into the center of the amphitheater and up onto the dais where Alex stood between Xiraxus and Zoronia. A weathered hand pulled back the hood, revealing the face underneath. "Lady Mystique?" Alex said in a disbelieving voice, finally understanding her sense of familiarity. "What on earth are you doing here?" The woman had the wisdom of the ages in her deep, fathomless eyes as she peered intently at Alex. "Lady Mystique, you say?" she asked in her foreign lilting language. I do like that." The woman still looked as old as time, if perhaps slightly less wrinkled and hunched over compared to when Alex had seen her at Raylia a fortnight ago. "What are you?" Alex breathed out, even knowing that her phrasing was possibly considered highly impolite. "You have to be immortal, but you don't look like a Meyarin." Strike that. Her last phrase was impolite. She'd basically just called the old crone unattractive in not so many words. And even if it was true, Alex hadn't meant to say it so openly. Fortunately, Lady Mystique laughed heartily in response. "Oh, I can see why I will come to like you, Alexandra Jennings. You are a delight." "Great, Asdega, what did you mean by saying Alexandra must return to her time?" Zoronia asked. Lady Mystique, or Asdega as she was apparently known here, returned to the leader of Draekora.
If she does not return, all life in this world will be destroyed. I have seen it, then and now. Alex heard a panicked ringing in her ears at the old woman's words, and the mutterings of the other Drakons reached fever pitch, to the point where Zoronia had to bellow out a roar in order to calm the assemblage. "You are sure about this?" the purple Drakon asked. "I am certain," Lady Mystique said. "Her return is imperative if there is to be even the slightest possibility of this world's survival. Even then, the outcome will still largely depend on her choices in the days to come, but she must be there to make those choices." No pressure, Alex thought miserably, forgetting that Xiraxus was listening in. "Sucks to be you," he returned. Somehow his blatant stating of the obvious caused Alex's lips to twitch. "Good to know you've got my back, forever and always," she replied, her tone light. "Let's consider those words more like guidelines rather than hard and fast rules, shall we?" Alex actually snorted. "Don't tell me you're giving up on us already, Xira? Where's the loyalty?" "Ahem," called Lady Mystique, reminding Alex that she should probably be paying attention to the woman who was, somehow, knowledgeable about both the past and the future. "As I was saying," the woman said, giving Alex a pointed look, "the girl must return to the future exactly when she left it, not a moment sooner, not a moment later. The only one who can make that happen is the one who was already there with her, Xiraxus. He is also the only one who can keep her safe on the return journey through the Abrasa due to their bond." "Sounds good to me," Alex said. "When do we go?" Lady Mystique furrowed her brow and looked up at Xiraxus. "She does not know?" "She's had a lot of other questions," Xiraxus defended, twitching his tail. "I was getting around to it." "Would someone like to tell me what everyone keeps not telling me?" Alex asked. Lady Mystique turned back to her. "Opening a pathway through the Abrasa takes a tremendous amount of power, no matter how relative the time difference. There are only 2 races in all the worlds that can create the pathways, Drakons being one of them. But they can only manage 2 jumps at a time without needing rest to build their strength up again." Alex frowned in confusion. "I'm sensing there's a problem, but I'm not sure what it is. Xiraxus was pulled through to my time against his will, right?" "He was indeed pulled from this time against his will," Lady Mystique confirmed. "It was the power of another that opened the Abrasa that transported him to your time. But the only reason Xiraxus was able to return here was because a shadow of the original pathway lingered, a mapped route, you might say, allowing him to retrace his steps through the void. To do so, he had to reopen the Abrasa using his own power." Alex saw the problem straight away. "You're saying he's technically used 1 jump, meaning he only has 1 left in him until he regains his strength?" Lady Mystique nodded. "That is correct. And before you ask, he cannot take you back to your time and remain with you there while he recovers. He is needed here, perhaps as much as you are needed there. And in order for him to return to the exact time in which he leaves, which he must, he will need to jump straight back through the same pathway to return home." Alex ran her hands through her lake-drenched hair, tugging at the drying roots in an effort to relieve stress. "How long will I have to stay here before he's strong enough for the double trip?" It was Zoronia who answered. "If he were an elder, it would only take a few days, but he is just a hatchling like you." "So?" If it was at all possible, Zoronia actually seemed to give her a pitying look. "It will take weeks at the minimum, possibly a month or more." "A month?" Alex cried. "But what?" She didn't even know what to say. "What about everyone back in my time? They're going to lose their minds if I just up and disappear for weeks." Lady Mystique waved a careless hand through the air. "They'll never even know you're gone." Alex sent her a look that spoke volumes. "Forgive me if this makes me sound conceited, but I'd like to think someone would notice if I went missing for that long. My friends, my parents? Geez, even Aven would be better than no one." "What I meant was," Lady Mystique said, "as I mentioned before, Xiraxus will be returning you to the precise moment in which you left your time. That is why only he can take you back, rather than Zoronia or any of the other Drakons. It is not just because your bond with him will keep you safe, but also because the odds of anyone else returning you to the correct time are not in your favor." "And for there to be any hope at all, you must return to your correct time." Yeah, survival of the world and all that, Alex said, beyond the point of freaking out and well into denial. Lady Mystique remained unruffled despite Alex's flippant attitude. To you, weeks may pass, she said, but to those in the future, not even a second will go by. Alex shook her head, trying to control her rapidly growing dread. This all seems crazy. What exactly am I supposed to do here for all that time? You'll do exactly what it was you were planning to do back in your time. What? Alex gave an unamused laugh. Train with the Meyarins to learn how to fight Aven? When the old woman just looked at her, unflinching, Alex raised her eyebrows and said, "In case you missed it, I'm not sure that'll go down so well in this time period. They all seemed pretty buddy-buddy to me, and will probably take offense if I try to attack one of their own. That is why, as unfortunate as this event might seem to you, it's also rather perfect." Looking at her blankly, Alex said, "Come again?" "I have seen into your future, Alexandra Jennings," the old woman said. "The Aven you know is not the Aven who currently is. Right now, there is an opportunity for you to get to know him, to learn who he was before he came to be the Aven of the future." "That sounds rather devious. Are you not intrigued?" Lady Mystique asked, her ancient eyes almost daring. "Here, you'll have the chance to get inside the mind of the one who forced his way inside yours. You may even discover what leads him onto his dark path." "You can see what that was?" Alex was quick to correct. Or, is? "I can witness events outside of time," Lady Mystique said vaguely. "I know what was, what is, and what may be, but not when. As such, I cannot tell you how far Aven has already traveled on his journey to becoming the Meyarin of your future. But perhaps you will catch a glimpse of him as you spend your remaining time here in the great city of Meya." "Wait, she's not staying with us?" Xiraxus cut in. "No, hatchling," Lady Mystique said. "Her place is with the Meyarins, for the moment. She must build her stamina and learn how to consistently utilize the Meyarin blood in her veins. For her survival, and yours in turn, she must train with the Meyarins." "That's not the first time you've said something like that to me," Alex said with a resigned sigh. "I know," Lady Mystique said, speaking Alex's language for the first time, her eyes twinkling. Then she clapped her hands once, breaking the moment, and reverted back to her strange, foreign dialect. "Now, some important things to note. Firstly, no one in Meya can know you're mortal." "What? Why?" "Because, while humans and Meyarins have a trade agreement in place, they do not mingle other than when they exchange their wares. There is no way the Meyarins will include you as one of their own if they know you are mortal. That, and you can barely pass for one these days, Alexandra. You would simply make them ask too many questions." Lady Mystique shook her head. "No, it's best for everyone if you allow them to believe you are a Meyarin like them." Problem," Alex said. "Appearance-wise, there will be some pretty obvious discrepancies. Like the fact that they're all drop-dead gorgeous," she thought to herself. "Not to mention, they have more grace in their little toes than I have in my whole body. I think they may realize that I don't quite fit the stereotypical Meyarin mold." Lady Mystique actually chuckled. "You just might surprise yourself, child. And even if what you say is true, thanks to the Veliana, they won't be able to see past your appearance to notice any lingering humanness in you." Alex wasn't sure which part of all that alarmed her the most. "I'm sorry, what?" "Look at your skin, Alexandra. Still covered head to toe in the wintry Myrox threaded outfit Kia had helped her into for the Varungard." Alex raised her hands in front of her face, since they provided the only visible skin easily accessed. Doing so, she could see nothing out of the ordinary. She wasn't even all that dirty, despite her overnight trip in the woods, not to mention traveling through time and spending however long in a gritty cave. "What am I supposed to be looking for?" Alex asked, squinting at her flesh. "Stop acting like such a mortal," Lady Mystique scolded. "Take a proper look." Alex resisted the urge to point out that she was mortal, and instead tried to center herself, calling forth her Meyarin abilities. It took her a few moments longer than when she was on her Varungard, but she was eventually able to expand her senses and focus her sight.
She took a startled step backwards. What the? You may find that the Veliana has produced some unexpected changes to you, Lady Mystique said, sounding way too amused for Alex's liking. No doubt you already know about the sharing of thoughts and languages, but you'll also be pleased to note that your bond with the Draekora heir has overpowered all traces of Aven scent in your blood. The Meyarin abilities still evidently linger in your veins from his forbidden ritual, but no one in this time or any other will recognize the smell of the Garseth upon you. Alex was too dumbstruck by what she was looking at to appreciate the enormity of what Lady Mystique had just told her, or how complicated her time stuck in the past could have become if the Meyarins had noticed the scent of Aven's blood in her veins. Clearing her throat, Alex said, "And this?" She waved her hands around, her voice verging on hysteria. "I look like I've fallen into a vat of toxic waste." Lady Mystique cocked her head. "I do not understand the reference." "I look irradiated," Alex all but shrieked. "I'm glowing." And she was. Her skin was gleaming with a soft golden sheen. Nothing her human eyes had been able to notice, but her enhanced Meyarin sight couldn't miss the unnatural radiance. "As I said," Lady Mystique stated, "there may be some unexpected changes as a result of your bonding." Alex gaped at her. "What about when I get back to my time? I think someone, say Aven, may notice something has changed about me, don't you think? Normal one day, glimmering the next?" "That's not something you need to worry about right now, Alexandra." Alex just shook her head mutely at the old woman, lost for a response, but realizing that perhaps Lady Mystique was correct. One problem at a time. "And speaking of, do I need to be worried about some kind of butterfly effect?" Alex asked. Seeing the woman's questioning expression, she explained, "How careful do I have to be to avoid changing the future, my real time, by accident? Like, if I squash a bug here, it could erase an entire species, that kind of thing, you get me? How can I keep my future safe when I'm not supposed to be here and could stuff up everything I know just by breathing wrong?" Lady Mystique's face cleared with understanding. "You being here contributes to the future you will experience, but since you have already lived that future, there is no need to worry about what you do here in the past, for you cannot change events that have already occurred." Alex had to repeat that mentally twice before she got her head around it. "So you're saying that whatever I do here in the past is supposed to happen in order for the future I know to become a reality?" At Lady Mystique's nod, Alex stated with perfect honesty, "That's messed up." The old woman gave a wrinkled smile. "Nevertheless, it is true. So do or don't do whatever you wish while you're here. It will change nothing and everything." Alex pressed her fingers to her forehead. "I think I'm going to have a headache for the next few millennia after all this." "One final thing, child," Lady Mystique said, "and perhaps it will ease some of your concern." Alex looked at her hopefully. "When you leave here, I will make it so none who you meet in this time will recall your face, nor will they recall having met anyone in this time who is shining with the bond of the Veliana." Alex wasn't sure which part of all that alarmed her the most. "I'm sorry, what?" "Look at your skin, Alexandra. Still covered head to toe in the wintry Myrox threaded outfit Kia had helped her into for the Varungard." Alex raised her hands in front of her face, since they provided the only visible skin easily accessed. Doing so, she could see nothing out of the ordinary. She wasn't even all that dirty, despite her overnight trip in the woods, not to mention traveling through time and spending however long in a gritty cave. "What am I supposed to be looking for?" Alex asked, squinting at her flesh. "Stop acting like such a mortal," Lady Mystique scolded. "Take a proper look." Alex resisted the urge to point out that she was mortal, and instead tried to center herself, calling forth her Meyarin abilities. It took her a few moments longer than when she was on her Varungard, but she was eventually able to expand her senses and focus her sight. She took a startled step backwards. "What the?" "You may find that the Veliana has produced some unexpected changes to you," Lady Mystique said, sounding way too amused for Alex's liking. "No doubt you already know about the sharing of thoughts and languages, but you'll also be pleased to note that your bond with the Draekora heir has overpowered all traces of Aven scent in your blood.
The Meyarin abilities still evidently linger in your veins from his forbidden ritual, but no one in this time or any other will recognize the smell of the Garseth upon you. Alex was too dumbstruck by what she was looking at to appreciate the enormity of what Lady Mystique had just told her, or how complicated her time stuck in the past could have become if the Meyarins had noticed the scent of Aven's blood in her veins. Clearing her throat, Alex said, "And this?" She waved her hands around, her voice verging on hysteria. "I look like I've fallen into a vat of toxic waste." Lady Mystique cocked her head. "I do not understand the reference." "I look irradiated," Alex all but shrieked. "I'm glowing." And she was. Her skin was gleaming with a soft golden sheen. Nothing her human eyes had been able to notice, but her enhanced Meyarin sight couldn't miss the unnatural radiance. As I said,
Raising her eyebrows, Alex said, "You'll do what? The Marians of the future never recognized you, did they? And yet, since your time here impacts the future, how can they not have sensed some familiarity? I can only presume it is because I am to step in and make it so. This will allow you even more freedom to make the most of your time here." "They won't remember me at all?" Alex asked. "They'll remember someone," the woman said, "but not vividly, only impressions, you might say. Everything you do while here will be recollected as having been done by a vague, blurry face by the time your future arrives. So do not be concerned about your actions or fear your presence complicating the future." "Because it's already happened," Alex confirmed, not sure if she was amazed or disturbed by the possibilities. She didn't question how Lady Mystique could do such a thing, because if the old woman could make an entire bookshop disappear, altering memories was probably as easy as snapping her fingers together and saying abracadabra. "What happens now?" Alex asked. "You'll return to the Meyarin Palace and begin your training," Lady Mystique answered, making it sound so much simpler than Alex was sure it would be. Shuffling on her feet, Alex admitted, I may have burned that bridge slightly when I woke up, freaked out on them about Aven and fell off the balcony. Not to mention, took to the skies on the back of a hulking beast. They probably think I'm a crazy person." "Have no fear, child, for all will work out just as it should," Lady Mystique said softly, switching back to the common tongue. "Now bid farewell to the heir of Draekora, and we shall depart." Alex raised her eyebrows, wondering how the old woman planned to get them down to the ground from the middle of the sky without a Dracon's assistance. Last Alex checked, she hadn't sprouted wings, regardless of the unexpected changes wrought by the Veliana. With little option but to follow Lady Mystique's order and see what would come next, Alex turned to Xiraxus. "I guess I'll, see you around?" She felt a stirring of sadness at the thought of being separated from him, since, even though they'd really only just met, she was comforted by his strong presence. Xiraxus lowered his face towards Alex, enough that she reached out a hand to touch his smooth black brow, stroking him like one would a horse. "I'll come visit you soon," he promised, speaking her common tongue again. "And try not to worry, Alex. Everything will be okay. You'll see." "I sure hope you're right," she whispered to him in her mind. "I'm always right," he responded confidently. "You'll learn that soon enough. Come, Alexandra," Lady Mystique said, holding out her hand. "Time waits for no one." Alex had to purse her lips together when the old woman wheezed out a laugh at her own words, obviously entertained by the irony. Grabbing hold of the weathered hand, Alex spared a glance around the amphitheater once more, taking in Xiraxus, Zeronia, and all the other striking Drakons still in attendance, before her eyes traveled out over the view of the floating islands of Draekora. That was all she saw before Lady Mystique's grip tightened almost painfully, and the world around her flashed into a blinding light. Only when it faded did Alex come to see they were no longer in Draekora. Instead, they were in the throne room of the Meyarin Palace, where, seated before her on a raised dais, were King Astafi and Queen Neida, with both Roka and Aven standing by their sides. The Meyarin royal family was staring at Alex with unveiled surprise. But then, to her surprise, Astafi and Neida rose to their feet and bowed their heads, in a clear sign of respect, with Roka and Aven mirroring the gesture. Baffled, Alex wasn't sure what to think. not until the king spoke. "Great Ozdega," he said in his deep voice, speaking the Meyarin tongue. "You honor us with your presence." "High King of Meya," Lady Mystique greeted, no longer speaking her foreign, lilting language, but instead using Meyarin words. "Thank you for your welcome. I shall not intrude upon you for long. I merely wish to return someone who, I believe, for now, belongs with you." Lady Mystique nudged Alex forward, and she stumbled up a step. Both Aven and Roka were studying her closely, their faces openly intrigued. "This is Ialia," Lady Mystique said, concealing her real name. "She was abandoned in the forest as a babe and grew up amongst humans, only recently finding herself bonded to a Draekon, as you can see." Alex ignored the woman's false abandonment claims and just clenched her teeth at the reminder of her circus freak skin. "I believe she may have had a somewhat traumatic episode which was witnessed by the young princes earlier today," Lady Mystique continued, nodding towards Roka and Aven. "Please be assured that won't happen again. She was merely overwhelmed by her unexpected surroundings after having been through a recent personal upheaval." Alex coughed lightly into her hand. It was either that or snort with incredulity at the overly simplified description of recent events. Due to her upbringing away from Meya and its denizens, Ialia has had little experience with your kind, Lady Mystique said. "I believe it is time to remedy that." King Astafi looked at Alex thoughtfully. "What would you have us do, Azdega? You need only ask and it shall be done." Alex was amazed by what she was hearing. Who exactly was Lady Mystique, and how did she command such respect from both Meyarins and Draekorans alike? "She has no knowledge of what it means to be one of you," Lady Mystique said, cluing Alex in to where she was going with all this. "She needs to be taught your language, your history, your physical prowess. I wish to leave her in your hands so that you might teach her how to be who she is supposed to be. It is time for her to embrace the Meyarin blood in her veins." Goosebumps rose on Alex's skin, and she fought the urge to rub her arms. "We will consider it a privilege to take the youngling in," Queen Nida said, surprising her with the soft, compassionate look she offered her. With only that one glance, it was clear this queen was nothing like the cold, harsh Meyarin of Alex's time. "My sons will see to her education personally, making sure she receives the best instruction available." Alex felt her blood freeze. Roka, she was okay with, but Aven? How could she possibly handle spending any length of time with the future murderer without giving away how much she detested him? As it was, she struggled just to look in his direction, let alone fathom the idea of learning from him. "That is very kind of you, Queen Nida," Lady Mystique said. "I'm certain Ialia will be a quick study. As soon as she is competent, she will leave Meya and return to Draekora to be with the Draekon she is bound to, the heir of the Sky Kingdom." Alex had to admit, that was a pretty cool title for Xiraxus's position. It didn't even matter that the old woman lied about Alex's eventual return to Draekora. She, of all people, understood why Lady Mystique didn't explain to the Meyarin royals where Alex would truly be returning to. Or rather, when. "She's bound to the Draekoran heir?" Aven asked, his tone full of wonder. Alex tensed automatically at the sound of his smooth voice, but she quickly forced her body to relax. "That's a powerful claim. No wonder she shines as brightly as she does." "I'm sure our sons will be adept teachers," King Astafi cut in, spearing his youngest son with a look Alex couldn't interpret, "across all areas of her training." "Of that I have no doubt," Lady Mystique said with a wrinkled, knowing smile. "In fact, I can think of no one better to instruct her." Queen Nida clapped her hands together and beamed at Alex, actually beamed at her. "Then it's settled. Ialia shall stay with us while she learns how to be, well, one of us, I guess we can say." She appeared flustered for a moment at her clumsy statement, but then sat up straighter.
"Roka, Aven, will you kindly show Alia to her room? It's nearly dinner time, and I'm sure she would like to freshen up before joining us." Alex's stomach lurched at the idea of enduring another meal with the Meyarin monarchs, not to mention at the thought of being alone with Aven and Roka so soon. She sent a pleading glance to Lady Mystique, but the old woman only smiled at her in encouragement,
And, with a token farewell to the king and queen, the great Aesdega disappeared in a blinding flash of light, leaving Alex on her own in what she truly believed to be a den of wolves, immortal, deadly wolves. Despite her trepidation, Alex willed herself into a state of pseudo-calmness when Roka and Aven gestured for her to follow, silently trailing after them as they led the way from the throne room. "Are you all right, Lhasa Aelia?" Roka asked as they walked up a myrox and gold-lined spiral staircase. Surprised by his unexpected use of the common tongue, Alex almost missed a step. His pronunciation wasn't quite as eloquent as the Roka she knew of the future, and he had a slightly lilting accent, but she appreciated his effort more than she could say. "We were all concerned when you fell from the tower," he continued, "even after you were rescued by your Drakon." "I'm fine, Ro, Your Highness," she replied quietly, almost forgetting that she technically didn't know him yet and should therefore remain formal. "Thank you for asking." He bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement of her gratitude. "What did you ask her?" Aven asked in Meyarin. "And what did she say?" "I inquired about her well-being," Roka answered. "She claims she is fine." Aven let out a disbelieving huff of amusement. "She fell from the palace balcony at the sight of me. You saw it. Don't deny it. Even now, look at hers. She seems terrified of me." Turning into a long, narrow hallway at the top of the staircase, Alex felt Roka's eyes on her, as if checking to see if Aven's claim was true. She forced herself to appear as relaxed as possible, not wanting to fuel any further suspicions. "I saw it, yes, but as Aesdega explained, she'd just awoken to unfamiliar surroundings and was overwhelmed by whatever events had led her to us," Roka said. "And wouldn't you be nervous too, brother, if you suddenly found yourself in the presence of two Meyarin princes after having been away from your people for your entire life? Let's allow her to settle in and get used to us before we jump to conclusions about her being afraid on a personal level." "As always, Ro, you are the voice of reason," Aven said. Alex would have expected such a statement from Aven to be filled with scornful mocking, but there was none to be found. His words sounded shockingly sincere. She knew then that it was going to be difficult to come to terms with the fact that this Aven truly wasn't her Aven. He wasn't evil, not yet. "Why not call forth the Valispath?" Aven said to Roka. "Her room is quite a distance from here, and you know how Mother is if we're late to dinner, especially when the council is in attendance. Until we teach her how to access the eternal path, she will need to know how to reach her room by foot. We don't want her feeling trapped while she is our guest." Even the Roka of the past was thoughtful, Alex realized, feeling a surge of gratitude towards her future friend. At least some things hadn't changed. She made sure to pay attention to the corridors and staircases they passed through, since even in her time, much of the Meyarin palace remained a mystery, thanks to the Valispath. It really was the best method for moving around the palace, especially considering it was such a vertical building. The spiral towers went up and up and up. This she knew from the view on the outside, and of course from falling off the balcony. And her legs were beginning to cramp from all the stairs they ascended. She made certain not to give any indication that she was laboring like a mortal, though. Neither Roka nor Aven looked the least bit strained from the effort as they finally moved off the stairs and strode along a lush hallway that Alex recognized led to her allocated bedroom. She spared a thought to wonder about the chances of being given the same quarters both in the future and the past, just as Roka opened the door and gestured for her to precede them both inside. The room looked no different from earlier that day, and thousands of years in the future. There was even the colorful myrosses flaming in the hearth, sending a wave of nostalgia over Alex. Before she could wonder who lit it, she turned her head to see Kaya sitting on her bed. "Your mother told me you were on your way," Kaya said to Aven and Roka in the Meyarin tongue. "She mentioned our flying acquaintance had returned to us." She arched her golden eyebrows. "It's weird, right, that she needs to be taught something that should be as natural as breathing?" "She was raised by humans, Kaya," Roka said, his curt tone surprising Alex. "It makes sense that she only knows how to live and act like them. And look at hers, she can't be much younger than we are."
It was only with his words that Alex realized he was right about how similar they all now looked, at least age-wise. In all her shock of falling back through time, she hadn't been able to look too closely at the young Meyarins. But the truth was, the three of them did look different, at least slightly. Instead of seeming in their late 20s as they were in her future, they now all looked to be around Alex's age, perhaps a year or two older at most. The difference wasn't obvious, but it was there, if only because there was a certain youthfulness about them. It was odd to think that in the next few thousand years they would only physically age about a decade. "Yeah, I get it," Kaya said, "but it's still weird." "What I want to know," Aven said, "is how are we supposed to teach her anything if she can't understand us?" "I can speak the common tongue well enough to hold a conversation," Roka said. "I guess that means I'll be in charge of her language lessons. But I'd like to point out that I've repeatedly told you both to consider studying with me, especially given our trade agreement with the humans. It's not as if Father is letting us take part in any of the trade negotiations," Aven said, sounding disappointed. "If he has his way, we're never going to meet any mortals, let alone have cause to speak with them." Alex felt her body turn to stone, understanding from Aven's words that he hadn't even met a human yet, nor had he witnessed the delegation of them that, according to DC, led to him demanding the king end the Meyarin human alliance, the results of which then spiraled further downward into the mess of the future. As utterly bizarre as it was for Alex to realize, none of that had actually happened, not yet at least. "It matters not," Roka said, waving a dismissive hand. "This is the perfect opportunity for you both to learn, so I suggest you take advantage of it. And besides, I can't be around translating for you every minute of her training. It's a simple language. It took me less than a week to learn enough to be proficient. Why not just focus on teaching her our language, her language?" Aven asked. "Surely that makes more sense." "We'll do that at the same time," Roka said. "Regardless of whom she was raised amongst, she has Meyarin blood, so she will learn as fast as us. She'll be conversing naturally in our tongue by this time next week." Alex had to force herself not to react outwardly to that, lest they realize that she could already understand them. She didn't want to show all her cards just yet, not when she might be able to learn something without them realizing. But it was hard for her to keep her face blank at the idea of becoming fluent in a foreign language in just a week. It had taken her at least a month just to get a handle on Pig Latin when she was 12 years old and staying at a dig site with other kids traveling with their working parents.
All the same, she was fascinated by the idea of accelerated learning, if her blood truly was capable of affording such a feat. "How about we discuss our teaching strategy further at a time when we're not late for dinner?" Kaya put in. "That was the other reason your mother sent me here. She thought Aaliyah might like some clean clothes, perhaps something more appropriate to dine in." Alex almost wilted with relief at the idea of finally getting out of her wintry attire. She honestly had no idea how she hadn't expired of heat exhaustion yet. But as strange as it was, even though the outfit had kept her warm in the snow, and she wasn't overly comfortable in the currently summer-like conditions, she also wasn't terribly uncomfortable. It was almost like whatever insulation had helped her to remain alive on her icy Varungard experience was also keeping her internal temperature relatively stable despite the change in weather and seasons. "Why don't you introduce me to her officially, and then we can all start getting ready," Kaya suggested. Both Roka and Aven's expressions flashed with guilt as they realized they hadn't even introduced themselves to her yet. "I mean," Kaya went on, not noticing the prince's expressions, "I know she said all our names earlier today, so someone obviously must have told her who we are or what we look like or whatever, but I still feel like a proper introduction is important. Don't you agree?" Roka cleared his throat and turned to Alex with apologetic eyes. Switching to her language, he said, "I'm terribly sorry, Lassa Alia. We've been speaking amongst ourselves all this time without including you. Our behavior has been deplorable, and we would beg your forgiveness." "There's nothing to forgive," Alex reassured, marveling at his rather poncy words. While Aven, in the future, still tended to be somewhat formal in his speech patterns, Roka had always seemed more casual. That said, given that he'd learned her language in a single week, he'd surely be able to relax into it with very little effort. Perhaps that was something she could help him with. "I believe you already know who we are, but just to be sure, I am Prince Roka Dalmarta, firstborn son to King Astafi and Queen Nida, heir to the Meyarin throne. He quirked his lips up in a smile and said, "But I insist you call me Roka. I'm not a fan of formalities." Alex bit her cheek to conceal her grin, since he'd said the exact same thing to her once before. "This is my brother, Prince Aven Dalmarta." Roka clapped a hand on Aven's shoulder and then gestured towards Kaya to finish. "And our final companion is La Sakia Tarenya. I speak for all of us when I say we are very much looking forward to getting to know you." "And I you, Roka," Alex returned, sending him a small smile in return and doing her best to keep it on her face as she offered it to both Kaya and Aven. "You're very kind to take me in and teach me the ways of your people." Alex winced internally at her near stuff-up. She would have to be more careful. "The pleasure is ours, let me assure you," Roka said, still looking at her warmly. "My brother and I will now leave you in Kaya's safe hands, and she will walk you downstairs when you're ready to join us." After Roka turned to his brother and Kaya to translate his words, Aven nodded and smiled at Alex before leaving the room with Roka. "Sure, leave me alone with the Draekon girl who can't understand me," Kaya muttered in Meyarin, apparently not having expected the princes to take off without her. She moved towards the large walk-in wardrobe at the side of the room and continued under her breath, "Because that makes loads of sense." Alex almost felt sorry for her, but she also couldn't help feeling amused by her future friend's grumblings. After changing into a figure-hugging tunic and knee-high boots over the Meyarin equivalent of tights, Kaya escorted Alex back down to the dining hall entrance. "Go on in," Kaya said, making a shooing gesture with her hands to supplement Alex's supposed lack of understanding. When Alex didn't move, mostly because the idea of walking into the dining hall again was enough to cause her to break out in hives, Kaya placed her hands on Alex's shoulders and literally pushed her inside. It was a gentle push, sure, but a push all the same. Apparently it was Kaya's mode of communication when words failed her, and it certainly worked because every eye in the hall instantly came to rest on Alex, the piercing golden gaze of Aven amongst the avid stares. Her first reaction was to run. She wasn't sure she could handle this. In fact, she was certain she couldn't. But before she could convince her frozen legs to move, Kaya gave her another gentle nudge forward and promptly closed the doors between them. To Alex's relief, dinner wasn't the nightmare she feared it would be. There were so many Meyarins in attendance that, even after her awkward entrance, none of them were able to keep their attention on her for long, with all the conversations breaking out around the table. Roka had kindly insisted that Alex sit by him so she would have someone to converse with. But barely 5 minutes into the meal, he and the king were called away on urgent business, leaving Alex to fend for herself. Or at least that was the case until Aven swapped seats, moving into the one his brother had vacated. Every muscle in Alex's body tensed, but he did nothing other than smile kindly and continue eating his meal. He didn't try speaking to her, likely presuming she wouldn't understand anyway. He seemed happy to simply keep her company, as if to make her feel she wasn't alone in the crowded room. His actions truly baffled her. She honestly couldn't reconcile this Aven to the one she knew in her time. How was it possible that the simple matter of him taking offense to the inferior trade dealings of a few humans could turn him into the Aven of the future? It just didn't make any sense. Just after the last course was served, Roka returned to the dining hall, but Astapafo wasn't with him. The prince strode directly over to where Aven and Alex sat, his face tight and his tone grim. "Father would like a word." Aven's expression turned concerned. "Is everything all right?" "He's in the reception hall," was all Roka would say. "You'd better not keep him waiting." At that, Aven's lips quirked up in a grin. "At least he's not in the throne room. That's where he orders me to meet him when I'm in real trouble." "Things can't be as bad as your face claims, Ro." Roka relaxed his furrowed brow, shaking his head in what looked like resigned amusement. "You're impossible, Aven. Please do us all a favor and start choosing your friends more wisely." "Ah." Aven stood to his feet. "I have a feeling I know what this might be about. But fear not, brother. I'll have it all sorted before you can say disinherited." Alex jolted, but quickly covered her reaction by reaching for her goblet, downing the remainder of the beverage in a few large gulps as Aven confidently ambled from the room. Whatever his father had to speak to him about wasn't causing him any anxiety. That much she could clearly see. "Are you finished, Lassa Alia?" Roka asked Alex, switching to the common tongue. "Please, Roka," she said, standing to her feet in confirmation. "Call me Alia. Like you, I'm not big on formalities." Plus, she didn't like the way the presumed title reminded her of the snotty Lassariza of the future.
Lhasa is merely a gesture of respect, Roka told her, leading the way from the room, as is Loro for the males. The terms don't imply any kind of formal nobility. They're more like the common tongue equivalent for sir and madam. Alex pulled a face. You've been calling me madam all this time? Ugh, that makes me feel so old. Roka laughed heartily, the sound so reminiscent of his future self that Alex's body relaxed properly for what felt like the first time since she'd arrived in the past. I apologize then, Alia, he said. Stars forbid you ever feel old. Just don't let it happen again, she said, going along with the playful moment.
"I'll spread the word," he promised. "No more Lhasa for you." Alex smiled widely. "I'd appreciate that." He came to an abrupt stop in the center of the hallway. "If you're feeling up to it, we can begin your education tonight, but only if you want. I know you've had a rather trying day." Alex figured the sooner she started, the faster she'd learn, just as she'd come to accept with the future version of Roka training hers, so she nodded her head enthusiastically. "I'm ready when you are." He looked at her carefully, as if gauging the veracity of her statement, and nodded in return. "What would you like to begin with? Language, history, or the more practical physical capabilities at your disposal?" If she were in her time, she wouldn't have been given the option. All she needed then was to learn how to utilize her physical Meyarin abilities. But there must have been a reason why Lady Mystique specifically asked that she be educated in the other areas while staying in the past. She just didn't know what the reason might be. "You're the teacher," Alex said, leaving the decision to Roka. "Whatever you think is best." The prince tilted his head thoughtfully. "I suppose our priority should be teaching you the Meyarin language so that you can communicate with others who will then be able to assist with your training." Alex couldn't resist the urge to scrunch up her face, not particularly eager to learn a language she, for whatever reason, already understood. Sure, it might come in handy being able to speak it, but for now, she was content with no one knowing she could comprehend their words. Apparently reading her disappointed look, Roka chuckled and said, "Or we could start with something a little more exciting before heading to the library, if you'd like. How about a quick sparring match to see what kind of skills you already have?" "That sounds perfect," Alex said, even if she was somewhat apprehensive. She'd fought Roka once before, the first time her Meyarin abilities had ever kicked in, and she knew without any doubt that he'd been easy on her at the time. She wasn't sure how this Roka would treat her, especially since he was under the impression that she was an actual Meyarin. "The palace has a number of training rooms, some more private than others," Roka told her. "I'm guessing you probably don't want an audience, so we'll head to one of the more isolated rooms. It's located at the top of the East Tower, so to save us time, I'll introduce you to the Valus Path and we'll use it to take us there." Alex stood up a little straighter, excited to learn more about the invisible roller coaster. The Valus Path is also known as the Eternal Path, and all those with Meyarin blood can access it as a means of transportation. That wasn't entirely true, since Alex hadn't been able to access the path in the future despite Aven's blood being in her veins. That was only because he was disinherited, though, which in turn invalidated his Meyarin heritage. But here in the past, Aven wasn't yet banished, which meant Alex should, theoretically, be able to use the Valus Path like any other Meyarin. "The Eternal Path was a gift from the Tia Arens long ago," Roka said. "You'll learn more about all that in your history lessons, but all you need to know for now is that they are a race of beings powerful beyond compare. To this day, despite what research we have carried out on the path, not even our greatest minds can comprehend how it works or what fuels it. The Valus Path simply is. It has been a source of great frustration for many intellects of our time, but I personally believe it is one of those things that is beyond our understanding and should stay as such. If the Tia Arens had wanted us to know how it worked, they would have told us." His gaze became unfocused for a moment before he came back to himself. "But I digress. You need not concern yourself with any of that. For tonight, you need only enjoy the ride and experience the power of the path beneath your feet. In due time, you will learn how to call it forth and control it." Alex made sure to act surprised when the ground moved out from underneath her as Roka activated the Valus Path. Truly, it wasn't hard for her to feign shock, since he hadn't given her so much as a heads up.
But that also meant that she didn't look like a graceless Meyarin fraud when she fell back against the invisible barrier. While it was such a mortal thing for her to do, she had an excuse thanks to Roka's lack of warning, and for that she was grateful. The path took them around, up and through the corridors and walls of the palace until they came to a stop in a large training room, the same one in which she'd fought both Zane and Roka back in her time. And when the prince started leading her across the padded, mat-covered floor, Alex knew exactly what to expect next. Just in case someone comes in and you get nervous, this will help keep you from becoming distracted, Roka said, crouching to the ground and tapping a pattern into the floor. An impenetrable Myrox enclosure rose up around them, sealing them in a bubble-shaped dome, hidden from all eyes and ears. Alex watched as Roka unclasped his cape and threw it to the side. He was wearing similar attire to what she wore, leather tunic, trousers, and boots, but his were more masculine and, well, warrior-like. He also had a myriad of weapons strapped to his belt, weapons she knew he didn't need, since he was lethal enough without them. "Now," Roka said, "I want you to attack me." Alex blinked at him. "Just like that?" He opened his arms in invitation. "I need to see what raw material I'm working with, so go for it." Chewing her lip, Alex took a tentative step forward, then another. "I'm not entirely sure I'm—" "If you can't directly attack the heir to the Meyarin throne," Roka interrupted, sending her a roguish grin, "at least try to defend against me." And in a blur of movement, he ran forward. Alex barely had a microsecond to release a startled yelp as she shied to the side, avoiding his reach. "Good reflexes," Roka said, "but can you dodge this?" She swiveled her torso away from him again, but he turned at the last moment and went low, kicking her legs out from the floor. "You didn't even try that time," Roka admonished. "Maybe if you'd give me a second to prepare myself," Alex said, rising back up to her feet and rubbing a hand against her bruised behind. Roka cocked his head. "What's there to prepare?" "You know, to center myself and—" She bit down on her tongue hard as she remembered that Meyarins wouldn't need to center or prepare themselves. If only Alex had that luxury. She needed to concentrate in order to activate the capabilities of her blood. "Never mind," she told Roka. "Just, if you don't mind, can I just have a quick moment? Just to sort of, mentally psych myself up to attacking the royal prince and all that." "Listen," she encouraged herself, closing her eyes. "Just listen." And as she had done all through the Varangard, Alex slowly expanded her senses outwards. She hit a block at the Myrox barrier, but it didn't matter, because when she opened her eyes, she knew she was back in the game. "Okay, I'm ready," she said. Roka arched an eyebrow, but, taking her word, he came at her again, faster than lightning. This time she was able to trace his movement almost as if it was in slow motion, and rather than jump out of the way, she raised her arm to block his attack. Her other arm moved to block his next, equally powerful counterblow. She then decided to jump on the offense and drop to the floor, throwing her leg out to swipe his feet, but he evaded her by leaping into the air at the last second. Seeing his intent to strike now that she was in a vulnerable position, Alex sprung upwards and executed a backwards handspring to escape his ranges, something she had no idea she was capable of doing. "Excellent," Roka said, his voice ridiculously smooth to her now heightened hearing. "You're much better than I anticipated, considering your lack of training. You're a natural."
Alex laughed at that, the sound strange to her Meyarin ears. "Let's see how you fare with a weapon," Roka said, pulling his sword from its scabbard and raising it between them. When he made no further move, Alex pointed to his blade and asked, "Do I get one of those?" Roka's brows rose. "You wield the sword of the stars, Aelia. I recognized your blade earlier today, as did Aven and Kaya, though none of us had ever before laid eyes on it. The bringer of light is but a legend, or so we thought. I'm certain no weapon I can offer you would compare." Alex was surprised, mostly because she wondered how or when Anara ended up coming into Aven's possession if this past version of him had never even seen the weapon before. It was, after all, the blade he'd tried to kill Alex with, so he kind of needed it in order for her future to play out. She hoped when she got back to the academy in her time that she'd hear from Kaiden, who had offered to research the strange weapon for her. She could certainly use some answers to her mounting questions. At an encouraging gesture from Roka, Alex held out her hand, mentally summoning the blade. Just like earlier that day, it arrived in a dazzling blaze of light, surrounded by blue fire that danced along Alex's arm. "Why is it doing that?" she asked, entranced by the spiraling flames. Roka sounded surprised when he asked, "Hasn't it always?" Alex shook her head. "No, this is definitely new." The prince stepped closer to inspect the flames. He reached out a finger to touch them, but withdrew his arm quickly. "Stars above, that's hot," he hissed, shaking his hand. When he held it out to show Alex, she could see a raw, blistering burn mark. It was healing quickly, thanks to his immortal blood, but it still looked painful. "I can't feel it at all," Alex marveled, moving her free hand into the flames where they tickled her skin. There was perhaps a slight comforting heat, but nothing more. "That's because you're as much a part of the weapon as it is you," Roka said. "Where you go, it goes. You are bound to it, as it is to you." "I sort of already knew that," Alex said, which was true, if not in so many words. "It's been the case for a few months now, but I'm telling you, this fire thing is new, as in new today." Roka seemed to contemplate that, but then his gaze traveled over Alex. She followed his eyes to the bare skin on her non-flaming arm, and since she was still using her Meyarin senses, she could easily see the glimmer from her bond with Xiraxus. Roka motioned to her golden-hued skin. "Have you called forth the blade since enacting Veliana with the Draekoran heir, Aelia? Or was today the first time?" Alex swallowed. "You don't think?" "Legend claims that the weapon of the ages was also wrought by the Tia Orans," Roka said. "The Drakons have a long history with the race beyond the stars. I wouldn't be surprised if the blade is merely recognizing your bond and reacting to it. So it's like—" Alex searched for the correct word as the blue flames curled around her wrist. "An upgrade?" Roka chuckled. "Sure, that works. Consider your weapon upgraded. While in your grasp, not only can it pierce flesh, it can now also burn sinew. Congratulations! You are the proud owner of the Blade of Glory." Alex sent him a challenging look, half amused, half serious. "Are you sure you still want me to attack you with this? I must admit, I am having second thoughts." Roka reached behind him and pulled a second sword from the sheath strapped to his back. He passed it to her and said, "Perhaps, until I've determined the level of your skill, we might practice with comparable weapons after all. I'm rather fond of my limbs and wouldn't want to risk the flame of the stars burning through them." Alex grinned at him and, with a flick of her wrist, banished Ainara. "Is that what that was? Starfire?" Roka looked very much like an excited child. "Wasn't it incredible? I've never seen it up close before, or felt it. I can't say that I want to feel it a second time either, but still, incredible." His demeanor turned purposeful again when he raised his sword between them once more, gesturing for Alex to make the first move. She shuffled from foot to foot as she found her center of gravity, weighing the foreign weapon in her hands. It was much heavier than Ainara, not as sleek, and it felt cumbersome in her grip. But she knew that to a Meyarin, none of that should make much of a difference, not its weight, not its length or shape. So she brought it in front of her and, without hesitating, lunged towards Roka. He sidestepped, so she lunged again, and again, and again, and again, as he continued dodging her attacks. "What's the deal, Roka?" she asked, lowering her weapon. "I thought you wanted to fight me." "Finally," he said, and, having apparently waited to catch her off guard, he made his move. She only just managed to bring her sword back up in time to meet his blade in a screech of steel that was painful to her heightened hearing. Left, right, and left again, he thrust his blade towards her as she barely managed to keep up against his attack. It was only because she'd done this with him before, and while blindfolded, that she was able to hold her own, if only just. It also helped that she knew he wasn't really trying. She could see it in the way he hesitated a fraction before every lunge, as if making sure she would be able to meet his attack without injury.
Her mortal eyes never would have picked up on the tell, but her Meyarin sight revealed it clearly. And Alex was beyond grateful, because partway through their fight, she realized something that could have had catastrophic consequences. Her blood wasn't silver. It was red. Stumbling over her own feet, she narrowly missed losing her hand to Roka's blade as she cried out, "Stop!" Her voice sounded fearful to her own ears, aware that if he so much as nicked her with his sword, her guise as a Meyarin would be over before it even began. "I think I've had enough for tonight," she said, panting from both exertion and the terror zinging through her nerve endings. "But you were doing so well," Roka said, "definitely a natural." Alex was shaking her head. "You were going easy on me." "That doesn't make my words any less true." "Are you sure you want to stop?" "Absolutely," Alex said, handing back his sword. Maybe we can give it a go another time." Roka was watching her closely. She tried to keep her sudden panic off her face, but she wasn't sure if she succeeded. "If that is what you wish," he said slowly, "then I guess we'll just practice again tomorrow." Alex wilted with relief. Now all she had to do was find an excuse between now and then in order to avoid the inevitable outing of her mortality. "You have good speed and instinctual reflexes at your disposal already," Roka went on, "as well as a keen awareness. But your technique could use some work, as well as your confidence and skill with a blade. I truly do believe you are a natural, as I said, but there is plenty of room for improvement." What really sucked was that if this were the future, she'd be all over Roka teaching her how to strengthen her fighting skills. In fact, up until her internal freak-out a moment ago, she'd even been looking forward to the Roka of the past teaching her. But now it was impossible. There was no way she could put herself in a position where he might discover the truth, which would happen if she so much as skinned her knee from falling to the ground too hard. She couldn't believe Lady Mystique hadn't considered the problem of her blood, because it was a problem. "We might as well head to the library and get a few hours of language lessons in before bed," Roka said, bending to tap the ground and lower the Myrock's dome around them again. With Alex's adrenaline scoring through her veins, her Meyarin senses were still activated, so she was able to see the faintly glowing disc embedded into the mat at their feet.
How Roka knew what pattern to press into it was another matter, but at least now she could see more of what was once invisible to her human eyes. It was also a great surprise when she literally saw the Valispoth solidify around them, presumably at his mental summons. It was still mostly transparent, but she was now able to see a blurry outline of the rectangular barrier. Just like the disc on the fighting mat, there was a similar glowing plate at chest level, likely what the Meyaros of her future used to alter the Poth settings and make it more comfortable for humans. Before Alex could inspect it further, the Poth dropped them off in a vast room lit with numerous ancient bookcases and Myra-lit sconces. The Meyarin Palace's library was like a medieval fantasy come to life. The walls were lined with thousands upon thousands of books, with ladders leaning against the cases to provide access to the tomes on the higher levels. And there actually were levels to the bookshelves. While the middle of the library was hollowed out straight up to the domed ceiling, there were second and third floors of books accessible by ladders, with narrow bridge-like paths circumnavigating the border of the room in between. "I think I'm in love with this room," Alex said, as Roka led her to a polished table made out of timber from the Silverwood and held a chair out for her. "The library is one of my favorite places in the palace," Roka admitted. "The knowledge of the ages can be found in here. You could read for a lifetime and still not make your way through all the tomes on offer." Given that the Meyarin lifetime had no limit, barring early death, Alex knew that was quite a proclamation. As if reading her thoughts, he grinned and sauntered over to one of the bookcases where he withdrew an armful of books, bringing them back to set down on the table. "Well, cover the basics tonight," he said. "Our language is in your blood, regardless of whether you've grown up hearing it or not, so it shouldn't take long for you to master it." Alex wished she could be as confident as he sounded. Roka took a seat beside her and said, "Let's start at the beginning." Hours later, Alex collapsed onto her bed, exhausted after Roka's seemingly unending language lesson.
The prince had taught her simple words like no, naha, yes, sesu, you, say, me, re, I, tre, please, nalahi, and thank you, atari say. They had progressed through the basics at blinding speed, aided mostly by Alex already understanding the language, and perhaps also by her Meyarin blood-induced accelerating learning. By the end of their session, she'd been stringing together simple sentences like, "Hello, how are you today? Kandara, lan noran se risa. Please help me, I'm hurt. Nalahi suros re, tre de fryen. And would you like fries with that? Coral and fries de se triva." The last was Alex's idea of a joke, even if Roka didn't understand the reference. But still, she felt as if she'd left her mark on the past just by educating the prince about the wonder of deep-fried potatoes. Happy to finally be in bed after her insane day, she just started to drift off when a voice called to her. "Alex, can you hear me? Xiraxus?" Alex sat up and turned to squint out over her balcony, seeing the romantic glow of the city at night, but no Drakon in sight. "Where are you?" "Draekora," he answered, surprising Alex that they were able to communicate so clearly despite the distance between them. "Today was hard on you. I thought I'd check to make sure you're okay." Alex felt a bubble of gratitude at the Drakon's concern. If nothing else, her sojourn to the past had at least given her a new friend. "Yeah, just tired. Today went beyond my usual kind of weird." "You do feel tired," Xiraxus commented. "I should let you get some sleep." Even though he couldn't see her, Alex frowned in confusion. "How do you know how I feel?" "The Veliana links me to your emotions. Whenever you feel something strongly, I feel it too." Alex wasn't sure if she felt more amazed or violated by the idea of someone, Drakon or not, being able to sense her feelings. "You can't manipulate my emotions, can you?" "No, Alex," he said with a deep chuckle. "Your feelings are your own. I can just read them. Like how a moment ago you were filled with apprehension, but now you're calming again." She let out a relieved breath. "Good to know. You'll feel even calmer after a proper night's sleep. I'll talk to you again soon." "Xira?" she called before he could disappear. "Yeah?" Alex hesitated, not sure how to articulate what she wanted to say. But then she settled on, "Thanks for saving my life today. I know this whole situation is about 1,000 different kinds of crazy, and I haven't been quiet about not wanting to be stuck in the past. But the truth is, everything happens for a reason, and I wouldn't be here, alive, without you. So thanks for bonding with me." There was silence for a moment until Xiraxus responded, "Aw, shucks, Alex. We're having a moment." Narrowing her eyes, Alex wondered about the fairness of him not only picking up her language through the bond, but also the ability to use it sarcastically. Instead of saying anything more, she sent him a mental image of her whacking him over the head with a pillow. In return, she received a deep belly laugh before she felt his presence vanish from her mind. After that, she lay back down again and fell asleep with a smile still lingering on her face. Alex's second day in the past turned out to be much more relaxing than her first. She was collected early in the morning by Kia and delivered to a small sunroom to breakfast with the Queen, of all people, on her own. That should have raised Alex's anxiety levels, but the truth was, this version of Nita seemed nothing but welcoming. This was proven again when Alex took a seat in a cushioned chair and the Queen merely reached over and squeezed her hand comfortingly, sending her a friendly smile before returning to sip from what looked like a mug of hot chocolate. Indeed, when Alex's breakfast was brought in on a platter, she too received a serving of the decadently rich liquid. The Queen, seeing Alex's delight at the drink, said in broken words of the common tongue, "It's guilty, my pleasure. Keep our secret, yes?" Alex hadn't been able to deny Nita a return smile and nod of agreement. "You can speak my language?" she asked hesitantly, not sure if she was supposed to remain silent or address the Queen more formally as befitting her station. Nita gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Only basic convention." "Conversation," Alex corrected without thinking. Fortunately, Nita laughed again instead of demanding Alex's head. Astofa and Roka more, better, yes, they, better versed in common tongue. But I get by, simple. We'll learn proper now to speak you. "You already speak it very well, Your Highness," Alex semi-fibbed, touched by the Queen's gesture. "And I'm grateful for you making the effort." They ate the rest of their meal in companionable silence, with Alex relaxing even more as the sun streamed through the windows of the room and thawed her lingering tension. But the relaxation couldn't last forever, and all too soon the Queen had to excuse herself to go about her royal duties. Left alone, Alex wasn't sure what to do, not until Aven walked in. Forcing her body language to remain unruffled, she even managed to partly return his smile of greeting, ignoring the twist of her insides as she did so. "Good morning, Lhasa Ayala," he said, standing before her and surprising her with his perfect use of the common tongue. Then he winced and switched to Meyarin, saying, "Forgive me, I forgot that Roka mentioned you'd prefer to remain informal." He shook his head as if at himself. "I know you probably have no idea what I'm saying, even if my brother informs me that your language lessons are coming along well. But he wrote this for me to give you anyway."
Aven handed over a scrolled piece of parchment with a silvery gold shine to it, and she realized it must have been made from the trees in the forest surrounding Meya. It was very pretty, as far as paper was concerned. Unrolling it, Alex read raucous words inscribed in a running calligraphy, perfectly written in the common language. "Ayala, I'm sorry for not meeting you in person this morning, but my father requires my assistance regarding a matter of urgency. Being at the beck and call of my people is but one of the perks of inheriting an immortal kingdom." At that, Alex could imagine the prince she knew rolling his eyes, and she had a feeling this Raka would act the same. She smiled to herself and continued reading. "I should be back early this evening to continue our lessons, but until then, my brother will take good care of you." Alex had to still the sudden trembling of her hand. "I've informed him that you have caught on well to our language, but your knowledge is rudimentary and needs much improvement. Don't worry, he won't try to engage you in scintillating conversation just yet. I believe he has plans to show you around the city so that you may acquaint yourself with the glory that is Meya. I only hope you will have enough energy left for our evening lessons upon my return." Again, Alex could pick up a note of dryness to Raka's tone, and it helped ease the knots in her stomach at the idea of spending the day playing tourist with Aven. "Don't be afraid to ask questions in both your tongue and ours. At my urging, Aven began his own language lessons last night, and, like you, will soon be fluent. Enjoy your outing, and I'll see you tonight." Raka Alex read the note slowly a second time, just so that she had time to stifle her panic before meeting Aven's eyes. He was looking directly at her, waiting, it seemed, for her reaction. Giving herself a mental pep talk, Alex reminded herself that this was not the evil Aven of the future, and it was at least possible that she might make it through the day in his company without being threatened, stabbed, or claimed. Having little option but to go with it, the alternative being to scream and run for the hills, she summoned her courage and gave him a tentative smile. The beaming grin he offered in return was so dazzling that she was momentarily dumbfounded by his radiance. "Don't look so scared, Ayala," he told her in Meyarin, clearly seeing through her attempt at courage. "I'll look after you today. You have nothing to fear." Deciding to show some spine, Alex quietly lied, "Atari say, Aven, Ganada Torakin de say." Meyarin for, "Thank you, Aven, that's very kind of you." The startled look on his face was well worth her words. Raka was right, you are a quick learner. Since his words were more complicated this time, she sent him an apologetically puzzled expression and acted like she couldn't understand. "I guess something is better than nothing," he murmured, holding out a hand and switching to her tongue. "Follow me, Ayala. Meya awaits." With nothing left to lose, except, well, everything, Alex stood to her feet. She couldn't quite bring herself to take his proffered arm, so she busied her hands by smoothing down the fabric of her outfit instead. She wasn't sure how she felt about the ensemble Kia had laid out for her that morning. If her parents were around, they would say it was very elf-like, since it looked like something one would expect a mythical being to wear. It was stunning for sure, with a full-length, pale green skirt that fell from her hips and flowed to the floor to meet a pair of strappy flats that were equally pretty. That part was lovely. It was more the top half Alex was uncertain about, since the clothing began only part way up her rib cage, leaving a great deal of midriff bare.
Cutting almost horizontally across her upper chest, it also left her shoulders and collarbones exposed, and the short sleeves wrapped around her upper arms like coiling bracelets. What little material the bodice held was embroidered with intricate lace designs, all of it matching the summery color of the skirt. It was a beautiful outfit, like something fit for a Meyarin princess. But Alex was uncomfortably aware that her exposed skin was freakishly shimmering, thanks to her bond with Xiraxus. It wasn't noticeable to anyone standing more than a few meters away, but to anyone within that range with Meya in sight, her bioluminescence was impossible to miss. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do about her golden sheen, so with a feeling of resignation, for many, many reasons, she silently followed Aven as he led the way out of the sunroom. When they reached the hallway, he held out his hand for her again, persistent, much, and this time she had no excuse that wouldn't seem downright rude. So, with the trepidation of a mouse poking a tiger, she tentatively placed her non-scarred palm against his. When the world didn't instantly implode, she looked up to find Aven glancing at her curiously. "You're a jumpy little thing, aren't you?" Like before, Alex thought it best not to let on how much she understood. And besides, what was she supposed to say to something like that? "Only around you, you psychopathic murderer?" Yeah, right. Curling his fingers securely around hers, Alex pulled her closer. She made a startled noise at their sudden proximity, but thankfully it was mostly drowned out when he activated the Valis path. Within moments, they were outside the palace and soaring swiftly along a route of Aven's choosing. When they came to a stop, Alex took a quick step back, extracting herself from his hold and avoiding eye contact by glancing around at their new surroundings. It appeared Aven had brought them to the edge of Meya, right where the land dropped off to meet the river containing the deluge falling from the cliffs surrounding the city. The stunning aquamarine water was captivating, with ripples glinting as they reflect both the light of the sun and the myrox from the nearby buildings. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Aelia said in her language, and when she turned to him, it was to find him staring intently not at the water, but at her. "We call it de la cendre te la de fora." He gave a rueful shake of his head and switched back to Meyarin. "But that's meaningless to you without me knowing the translation in the common tongue." He turned away, clearly frustrated. But Alex didn't need his translation. De la cendre te la de fora, the light that falls from the stars. It sounded as lovely as the view in front of them deserved, with the water lit up like 1,000 rays of starlight dripping from the heavens to the earth. Alex almost considered communicating with Aven that she understood, given how upset he appeared to be by their language barrier. But before she could decide, a voice called out, diverting her attention. "Aven, finally! By the stars, where have you been? You were supposed to meet me over an hour ago." Alex's breath hitched as the owner of the impatient voice stepped out from the balcony of what looked to be some kind of waterside bistro with a sign calling it Daytalan, the Edge. She knew her expression showed her surprise, but she couldn't help it. He looked so different from when she'd seen him just a few days ago. No longer grungy and dressed in millennia-old prison rags, Nyx was as youthful and full of vitality as Aven. His amethyst eyes were sparkling, his black hair was still choppy but shining with health, and replacing his pale skin was a glowing tan. "I mean, I get it, you're the prince and blah blah blah," Nyx continued, approaching them. "But seriously, with all that trouble we caused the other day, I thought maybe—" He cut off, abruptly noticing Alex for the first time. "Oh, I see." He raised a cocky eyebrow and sent a knowing look to Aven before turning back to her. "Well, hello there, and who might you be, gorgeous?" Aven made a derisive sound. "Save it, Nyx. She doesn't yet know enough to understand you, and trust me when I say that's to her benefit."
Tone it back a notch, would you? Some of us want to keep our breakfast down. Nyx's second eyebrow rose to join the first. "Ah, can this be the lovely Lassa Elia you've told me so much about?" Alex twitched, and Nyx caught the movement, his brows rising a fraction higher. "She only arrived yesterday," Aven argued, drawing Nyx's attention back to him. "I've hardly mentioned her at all." "Exactly. I'm reading between the lines of how much you didn't say." Aven's gaze narrowed. "I don't know what you're talking about." "She's very pretty, especially with the Veiliana.
Nick said with a smirk, eyeing the now excruciatingly uncomfortable Alex from head to toe. "That's one of the things that you didn't say. Would you like me to list the others?" "Enough, Nix," Aven said through his teeth. "I'm sorry I was late, all right? I was on my way here when Roka waylaid me to ask if I'd look after Elia for the day. I get it, you're unnaturally punctual, and you're annoyed I was so late. But this game isn't necessary." "Game?" Nix was clearly amused. "Who said anything about a game? I mean it." Aven's face was serious. "Whatever you're thinking, about me, about her, about you, stop it right now." Nix crossed his arms, his smirk still in place. "I'll let it go for now, but only because we're being shamefully rude." He turned to Alex and, to her disbelief, spoke the common tongue with perfect fluency. "Apologies for being so discourteous, Lassa Elia. I'm Loro Nix, firstborn son and heir to House Raiden of the High Court. I also happen to have the misfortune of calling this brute my best friend." He jerked a thumb towards Aven. "He's not so bad once you get to know him, but nope, who am I kidding? He's a pain in the rear most of the time. But you'll learn to love him." Alex could do nothing but gape from the confident manner in which he conversed. "What did you say to her?" Aven demanded, grabbing the arm of his friend to pull him away from Alex. Nix casually dislodged his hand. "Relax, I was just introducing myself." Aven looked extremely disgruntled and asked, "Tell me again why I decided not to learn the common tongue with you?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you're a narcissistic jerk who cares about nothing and no one unless you stand to benefit in some way?" Alex inhaled sharply, startled by Nix's candid declaration. But while Aven again missed her unchecked reaction, Nix caught her every move, and this time his eyes narrowed, with curiosity that bordered on suspicion. She, however, was too busy wondering if Aven was going to throw a punch at him to worry about what she might have inadvertently given away. As it was, she needn't have been concerned, because instead of lashing out with anger, Aven burst out laughing. The sound was beyond anything Alex could have imagined. She'd heard him laugh before, but nothing like this. Nothing that sounded so clean and pure and light. More than anything else, it was the melody of his laughter that convinced her that he was not yet Aven. All of a sudden, Alex wondered if perhaps Lady Mystique had been right, if being in the past was an opportunity to not only learn the skills to defeat him, but to also discover who he was now, who he could have been, rather than who he would one day become. Maybe she might even see a fraction of that transition taking place, enough that it might give her some leverage in the future, something to help fight him and win. The idea was so convoluted that it made her head hurt, and when she looked up again, both Aven and Nix were looking at her in question. "Vasare," she quickly apologized. She turned her eyes to Nix and said, I tuned out for a moment there. Did you ask me something?" "So you can speak?" Nix returned with a perfect white grin. "I was worried for a moment that you might be all looks, no brain. Imagine my relief." Unsure how to respond, Alex settled on, "You, speak the common tongue very well, Loro Nix." He shrugged aside her compliment. "It's not a hard dialect to learn." "So I've been told," she returned, still reeling over how fast the Meyarins were able to pick up new languages. Aven cleared his throat pointedly, and Nix shot him an annoyed glance before turning back to Alex. "The royal brat wants to know if you'd like a drink." Alex blinked, wondering what else she'd missed during the scant seconds she'd been lost in her thoughts. Sure." Deciding to play nice, she addressed Aven directly. "Sesu, Nalahi, Atari Se." A hint of a smile touched Aven's lips as he nodded at her, and after throwing what appeared to be a warning look in Nick's direction, he walked off towards the balconied bistro. When he was far enough away, Nick snorted, and Alex turned back to him to ask, "What's funny?" "Yes, please, thank you. Over till much? Just how thirsty are you?" She wrinkled her nose at him. "Hey, I only started learning last night. Give me a break." At that, he laughed outright. "You know, I almost believe you." She hesitated a shade too long before schooling her face into puzzlement and asking, "What do you mean?" "What I don't believe," he said, acting like she hadn't spoken at all, "is the story about you being abandoned and left to live with mortals for most of your life. Even if that were true, you would have been born here. Someone has to remember you, surely." His eyes trailed over her from head to toe again, and he lowered his voice to finish. "I'd remember you, I can promise you that." Alex's entire body solidified at his words, not at the teasing innuendo behind them, but at the words themselves, and at the memory they called to mind from a few days earlier. "I remember you, you know," Nyx had told her from his prison cell. "I shouldn't, but I do. No one remembers. No one except me." And then, as if her subconscious was linking memories, she recalled the first time she'd met Nyx months ago, when Zane had dragged him to the palace. "Come now, kitten, I've missed you these past years." Back then, Alex had thought Nyx was just trying to antagonize her. But now, "Gosh on a cracker," Alex whispered, staring at him with incredulity. "You knew? I can't believe it. You knew all along, you troublesome person." It was probably for the best that Aven called out and interrupted her then, mostly to stop her from accidentally spilling any secrets to Nyx, who looked intrigued by her nonsensical words, but also because whatever name she'd been about to call the future prisoner was likely not appropriate in public, regardless of the fact that no one other than him would have understood her. "Drinks are up," Aven announced loudly, walking from the indoor bar towards a set of chairs on the cafe's balcony overlooking the water. "Come and get them." Nyx looked at Alex with a curious yet challenging expression on his face. "I'd give a lot to hear what you were about to say, but I know our princely friend has a royal lack of patience. Fear not, Elia, we can continue our discussion later." And with those promising words, he motioned with one outstretched arm for her to precede him to the table, where Aven was waiting for them. Mind still reeling, Alex did exactly that, desperately trying not to show how shaken she was with every step she took. Alex wasn't sure how it happened, but somehow she survived her morning. While drinking a fruity nectar that again proved the Meyarins had the best food in Metara, Alex listened in silence as Nyx and Aven conversed. It was surreal for her, since everything they said was so normal, just two friends catching up over a drink. She couldn't get her head around Aven asking Nyx how his father was, if his mother was still determined to marry him off by the end of the year, and if his sister was pleased her Varungard results allowed her to join the Zeltora. Their conversations were so mundane. Even Nyx's return questions to Aven were borderline boring, mostly with him asking about the upcoming end-of-season banquet. Apparently Aven was tasked with planning the annual celebration to farewell the summer.
The prince claimed the event was coming along nicely and was on track to be the grandest festival in Meyarin history. But according to Nyx, Aven said that about every event he had a hand in planning. Such was his cocky confidence. As the two of them chatted, Alex truly felt like a fly on the wall, eavesdropping on her future enemy and his best friend. Whenever Nyx tried to draw her into the conversation by mockingly offering to translate for her, his dry tone always just a shade too amused for her likings, she repeatedly told him she was happy being left to her own thoughts. Happy was a stretch of the imagination, because ever since realizing that the Nyx of the future knew about Alex's trip to the past, she couldn't stop thinking about what else he'd told her inside his cell. At the time, she'd thought he'd been spouting the inane ramblings of a mad Meyarin left alone too long, and she'd barely paid him any attention. But there was something he'd said at the end, something that had sounded like a warning, if only she could recall it. The best she could manage was a reference to change, or perhaps a lack of change. None of that helped her now, though, and anything else he'd said was lost to her subconscious. She spent most of the time at Detalan torn between sipping her drink and straining her memory as she half listened to the two Meyarins catch up as if they hadn't just seen each other yesterday. Putting two and two together, Alex realized Nyx had been involved in whatever urgent business had called Roka and Astov away from dinner last night. The same business that had prompted Roka to suggest Aven be wiser when choosing his friends. Given what Alex was learning of the insouciant Nyx, both past and future versions of him, she wholeheartedly agreed that he was trouble with a capital T. But there was also something about him that intrigued her.
He was so cavalier, so casually lackadaisical that she almost envied him. Even when Aven told him straight up to stop flirting with the clearly flustered Alex, which happened every time he swapped over to the common tongue, Nyx simply laughed outright and obscenely replied, "Fine, but only because you saw her first." He then misinterpreted the expression Aven threw his way as disbelief and laughingly added, "By the stars, I swear it, Aven, you have my word, she's all yours." Alex, for her part, had wanted to throw her drink at the both of them for talking about her as though she was nothing more than chattel, not to mention doing so within hearing range. But of course she resisted, suspicious that Nyx was trying to provoke her into revealing her deceit. At the anticipated language learning rate, she figured she had maybe 2 more days of acting like she was oblivious to anything but the basics. So, on the off chance she might overhear something of worth, she ignored the byplay between the 2 Meyarins and continued sipping her beverage, only imagining throwing it in their faces. When they were all finished with their drinks, Nyx excused himself by turning to Alex and saying in Meyarin, "Until next time, gorgeous. And hey, if this one strikes out with you," he jerked a thumb at Aven, "then I'm always happy to step up and give it a shot. You never know, you might just find me charming. One way or another, I can guarantee we'd enjoy ourselves." The roguish wink Nyx sent her was so implicitly wicked that Alex had to dig her nails into her palms to keep from blushing. She was grateful when Aven diverted his attention by shoving him in the shoulder. "You'd better thank the stars she can't understand you, Cregon, and for the record, I'm not going to strike in with her because I won't be attempting to strike in with her. Ayors Dega tasked Roka and me to teach her the ways of our people, nothing more. By the light, what's the matter with you?" While they bickered back and forth, Alex tried to revisit her mental happy place rather than linger on the idea of Aven trying to strike anything when it came to her. That was just... There were no words for how wrong that was. She only managed to keep a grip on her sanity by distractedly wondering why Cregamon wasn't able to translate fully. All she could tell was that the future Roka had been right about it, impulsively referencing a certain body part, she just wasn't sure what. Not that she particularly wanted to know. Lost in thought, she missed Nyx whizzing off on the Valis path, and only realized she and Aven were alone again when he called her name in question. "Vasare," she said again, apologizing for tuning out and offering a weak smile as her heartbeat hitched now that it was just the 2 of them once more. "That's all right, Aelia," Aven said, his common tongue pronunciation hesitant but clear. "You must have been quite," he searched for the correct word, "bored listening to Nyx and me. I apologize for neglecting you." Alex's brow furrowed at his last sentence before she realized what he'd meant. "Do you mean neglecting me?" Looking sheepish, and that was an expression Alex never would have imagined seeing on Aven's face, he said, "Neglecting, yes." He sighed to himself and muttered in Meyarin, "It's like the blind leading the blind. What a nightmare." Unable to help agreeing with him, at least for the last part, Alex actually had to bite her cheek to keep from laughing at the ridiculousness of it all. "Come, Aelia," Aven said in his native language as he motioned for her to follow him, "and I shall introduce you to the wonder of our fair city." Quelling her apprehension, for the most part, Alex stepped up beside him and allowed him to lead her through the streets of Meya. With frequent use of the Valis path, which to Alex was comparable to a hop-on, hop-off bus tour, Aven went about showing her around his favorite parts of the city. He took her high up onto the Golden Cliffs to offer her the best view of the stunning metropolis laid out across the valley and reaching high into the heavens. He took her to the base of one of the waterfalls so she could dip her feet in the clearest watershed ever seen. And he took her into the heart of the city where Meyarins were bustling around and going about their daily lives, running errands, trading wares, even practicing combat as if for street performances. It was all so normal, but with the picturesque backdrop of something only found in an epic Hollywood blockbuster. No matter where Aven took her, Alex could only marvel at the architectural phenomenon that was the Citadel. The spiraling buildings with their arcs, curves, and graceful flowing lines seemed to pay tribute to the simplicity of nature in a way that enabled Meya to defy the ages and remain timeless. Trees of both silver and gold grew in abundance around the shining myrox-lined buildings, making it seem like the city was both part of and separate to the surrounding forest. Every step Alex took brought a new wonder, a new miracle of design, and she was surprised to realize she was genuinely enjoying her day, regardless of her company. Perhaps even because of her company, given that the language barrier meant she and Aven remained mostly silent during the sightseeing trip, which enabled her to fully appreciate the experience without distraction. Everything was going so well until Aven used the Vallis path to transport them to what appeared to be the entrance of the city. It was early in the afternoon, and, having just eaten a delicious lunch Aven had purchased for her from a street vendor, some kind of sweet, grainy bread filled with toppings she couldn't recognize, Alex was more content than ever. In fact, she was fully relaxed and at peace, almost charmed by the gentlemanly behavior he'd consistently displayed throughout the day. She should have known better than to be lulled into a false sense of security, because given everything she'd experienced in the last few days, nothing was ever going to be as easy as enjoying a day out in a foreign city with her sworn enemy without catastrophe striking. And strike it did.
Because when they arrived near the city's entrance on the outskirts of a large pillared courtyard, Alex knew something unexpected was happening, something not even Aven had known about, given the inquisitive look on his face. The courtyard appeared to be hosting some kind of market event, with Meyarins bartering left, right, and center for goods. In the middle stood a small group of people who were gathering the most attention. It was strange seeing their horse and cart laden with goods, mostly because, after everything Alex had encountered that day, the display seemed rather primitive. She glanced at Aven, wondering how to ask without actually asking, and was struck by the look on his face as he gazed upon the group in the middle of the square. She'd never before seen such open wonder splashed across his features. Interest piqued, Alex turned, and with the force of an incoming freight train, her stomach lurched violently as understanding washed over her. The people Aven was watching weren't Meyarin, they were human. She automatically reached for Aven's arm, wanting to drag him somewhere, anywhere, away from there. But he was too entranced to notice her feebly grabbing for him. "You there," he called to one of the Meyarins walking by. "What's going on here?" The male Meyarin paused, his eyes widening in recognition before he bowed deeply. "Prince Aven, it's an honor to meet you, Your Highness." Impatient, Aven repeated, "Do you know what's happening here?" The Meyarin turned to follow the direction in which Aven pointed. "It's market day, Your Highness. The mortals have come to trade." Aven looked puzzled. "But humans rarely ever come here. Normally my father leads a delegation to meet them in Trillin." The other Meyarin tugged at his collar, clearly not knowing how to respond. Seeing he was of little further use, Aven dismissed him with a quiet note of gratitude, and, with another deep bow, the Meyarin disappeared back into the crowd. Throughout the encounter, Alex had struggled to stay silent while panicked thoughts screamed in her mind. All she knew was that this was bad, as in very, very bad. Aven's face was lit with excitement when he turned back to her. "I've never seen a human up close before. Let's go meet them." "No!" Alex cried. "Naha, Aven." But he was on a mission and didn't seem to hear her urgent plea, nor did he pick up that she'd understood his Meyarin words. Instead, he grabbed her hand and pulled her after him, his steps buoyant with purpose. "No, no," Alex thought, tugging uselessly against his grip. If the account DC had once told her was true, meeting mortals for the first time was what prompted Aven's initial hatred for them. Alex was literally about to witness history in the making, and that absolutely terrified her. What was he going to do? What was she going to do? Lady Mystique had said nothing could change the course of the future, but the idea that Alex was about to watch events set in motion that still affected the world thousands of years later was enough to make her want to curl up in a ball and hide for all eternity. "Hello, mortals," Aven said upon reaching the small group at the center of the courtyard and dragging the reluctant Alex closer to his side. "How are you all today?" Alex had to give it to him.
He at least sounded like he understood the common tongue. But when a short, portly woman stepped forward and began to speak, it was clear Aven was lost within seconds. "It's a mighty fine city you've got here, sir," she said in a deep voice with a broguish accent. "All this shiny, my-what's-it stuff sure is pretty in the sunshine. It's like looking at starlight, only in daytime. I don't know how you lot get anything done round here. I'd be too busy looking about to do anything productive." When Aven turned wide, pleading eyes towards Alex, she sighed deeply and took pity on both him and the human by stepping forward. "Hi there. I'm, Alia," she said to the woman, catching her name just in time. The woman appeared to be starstruck as she gawked at Alex. "Bless my socks, but you are something to look at, ain't ya? Much more natural than most of these other folk, yet still just like 'em." "That's, very kind of you," she replied, brushing hair behind her ear in an effort to draw attention away from anything that might reveal her humanness. "Might I inquire of your name?" "There I go again, forgetting me manners," the woman said, pulling the beret off her head to reveal frizzy gray hair. "Name's Benzie Hayes, and this rusty lot are my companions, Chadwick, Hester, Dunstan, Emerson, and Lilith." The humans each nodded their heads respectively as Benzie said their names, finishing with Lilith giving Alex a curtsying bob. "It's a pleasure to meet you all," Alex told them, while internally screaming at them to run before they screwed up everything. "Can I ask, is someone looking after you here?" She motioned to the courtyard, wondering if the group was simply left to fend for themselves. "Aye," Benzie said. "One of your womenfolk has been translating for us. She's just run off on that enchanted path of yours, but said she'd be back in a." At the sudden appearance of a new Meyarin appearing out of what seemed like thin air on the Valis path, Benzie let out a startled oath before offering an apologetic glance to Alex and finishing, "Looks like she's back now." Alex had to hold back a smile at how terrified Benzie and her companions appeared. Not so long ago, Alex, Jordan, Bear, and DC had visited Meya for the first time, and they'd probably looked even more fearful than this motley group. "Apologies for leaving you alone, mortals," said the female Meyarin, whose back was to Alex, her tone brusque. "The king has agreed to the trade and permitted me to make the exchange on his behalf." The Meyarin turned, and, seeing Aven, her eyes lit with recognition. Because of that, she missed Alex doing the same, but towards her. "Vieira, can you translate for me?" Aven asked. "I want to ask them a few questions before you finalize their affairs." Alex was trying so hard to rein in her shock that she missed whatever accepting words the female Meyarin replied with. "Vieira." Alex had seen her before, just once, on her first trip to the Lost City. At the time, Vieira had been one of the guards stationed at the front archway entrance into the palace, along with Zine. Like everyone else Alex knew in the future, this version of the Meyarin was more youthful-looking, but her glossy black hair still hung in waves down her back, and her steel-gray eyes were as intense as Alex remembered. "This is Prince Aven, second-born son to Royal House Dalmarta of the High Court," Vieira told the humans, whose eyes widened as they each proceeded with more bowing and an even deeper curtsy from Lilith. "The prince offers his apologies for not yet being fluent in the common tongue, and he has asked if I would stand in as translator, provided that you don't mind." "Not at all, sir, your highness, sir," Benzie said to Aven, twisting her hat nervously in her hands. "We're happy to answer anything you've a mind to ask." "No, no," Alex thought frantically, but all she could do was watch in muted horror as Aven, through Vieira, began to question the humans about the wares they had brought to trade. Benzie and her crew seemed delighted by the regard of the prince, and they responded eagerly to his questions, telling Aven all about the items in their possession. With every description, Alex found herself wincing more and more in line with Aven's darkening face. The humans had brought medicinal herbs, but the Meyarins didn't need them since they couldn't get fatally sick, and they had abundant access to Landra for the healing of any other injuries. The Meyarins also didn't need the spices that were offered, since their food was already decadent enough. Textile fabrics were unnecessary when the clothing of the immortal race was silkier and sturdier than anything the mortals could yet produce.
The soaps and perfumes, while pleasant, were valueless to the people of Meya, who, from Alex's experience, seemed to permeate their own naturally pleasant aromas. The wax candles were entirely redundant due to the advanced Myras that needed nothing in order to burn. The handcrafted trinkets, blown glass jewelry, pottery, and wood sculptures were nothing beyond ordinary to the eye. Even their cases of bottled wine likely paled in comparison to the liquor already available to the immortal race. Quite frankly, Alex could actually kind of understand why Aven looked like he was about to throw a fit, but it only became worse when he asked Viera what the humans were receiving in return for their wares. Her answer astonished him, and Alex too, even if she had already known that Meya provided the humans much of what made them into the future version of themselves. But that didn't mean she wasn't still surprised by the detailed inventory of what Meya was giving the humans. Everything from medicines to weapons to practical knowledge that helped with the mortals' advancements in technology was offered to them, all traded in return for a handful of useless wares and some art that even the eclectic Pablo Picasso himself would turn his nose up at. Alex wasn't surprised when, without so much as a word of farewell, Aven stormed away from the humans, activated the Valis path, and took off for the palace. The reason she wasn't surprised was because that's exactly what DC said had happened. Right this moment, Aven was on his way to demand the king cease the trade alliance with the humans, claiming that they were earning everything while the Meyarins received nothing in return. Which was essentially true. But if DC was correct, Astafi would turn Aven down, saying that he would understand one day. That, in turn, would prompt Aven to begin meeting in secret with other young Meyarins, eventually leading to the mass slaughter of the next human trade delegation to set foot in the city, followed by his attempted murder of Astafi and Roka right before his pending banishment. Knowing how it was all going to play out and that there was nothing she could do to stop him made Alex feel sick. Because of that, she pushed aside her nausea and focused on her more immediate concerns, like the fact that Aven had left her on her own, with no way to get back to the palace. "Crap," she muttered, looking about the courtyard at the Meyarins going about their business. Viera was the only one around who might be willing to take her back to the palace, but before Alex could interrupt her to ask for a ride, Viera nodded her head at the humans, handed them a sealed scroll, took a step away, and vanished on the Valis path. "Double crap," Alex said, louder this time. Hearing her curse, Benzie walked over and said, "'Twas a right nice pleasure meetin' ye, m'lady. Please share our farewells with your prince as well. A fine gentleman, that one. We don't oft visit your grand city, but perchance we'll return next moon cycle and happen upon him again." "No," Alex blurted out. Startled, Benzie asked, "M'lady?" She stumbled over what to say. "Meyarins, my people, we value our privacy. It's, probably best if you wait until we come to you next. Allow us some time to grow comfortable with the idea of you visiting us." Eyeing her shrewdly and likely reading the panic on her face, Benzie slowly nodded her head. "As you wish, Lady Aelia. We won't return till we're invited. Does that comfort you?" Alex felt shaky with relief. "Indeed it does, Madam Hayes. Thank you." Benzie offered a crinkled smile, her weathered features like brushed leather. "Not at all, m'lady, and while it's a fine thing to hear you calling me madam, I'm but a humble tradeswoman. Benzie is all you need call me." "Well then, Benzie," Alex said with a smile that seemed to enchant the old lady. "It seems you've lost your translator again. Did she say when she'd be back?" Benzie shook her head. "Lady Viera won't be returnin'. We've already settled our business for the day." She waved the scroll in her hands and pointed to her companions who were packing up the horse and cart. "We'll be leavin' soon. 'Tis a long walk home." At that, Alex's shoulders dropped. If Viera wasn't coming back, then she truly was on her own, since she doubted she was at the top of Aven's list of priorities right now. The only comforting news was that Roka was expecting to continue her Meyarin education that evening, so worst-case scenario, if she failed to show up for her lessons, he would hopefully search for her. But that was still hours away.
I won't take any more of your time, Alex told Benzie, realizing that they likely didn't have bubble doors invented this far in the past and wondering just how long it would take the humans to walk to wherever they were settled. It was a pleasure meeting you. Mayhap we'll meet again, Lady Alia, Benzie returned with a wrinkled wink. I'll chance looking forward to that day. Please, Alex thought, but outwardly offered another smile and a bob of her head, before turning on her heels and walking away from the last humans who would ever visit Meya and make it out alive. Hours later, Alex stumbled through the dark streets of Meya, shivering from the storm that had blown in earlier that evening. Drenched to the bone, her summery clothes offered little protection from the stinging rain and unseasonably cold wind. A deluge of water streamed from the sky that lit up with unending lightning flashes that reflected off the Citadel's Myrox-lined buildings, leaving Alex in a constant state of near blindness. And yet she continued onwards, determined to make her way back to the palace, back to at least an illusion of safety. It was only when a vein of lightning struck a golden tree barely 20 feet away, cleaving it in half and leaving a smoldering wreck of nature behind, that Alex realized perhaps she was best taking a breather and waiting for the storm to pass. The alleyway she was in was much darker than the other streets she'd traveled that night, but she'd chosen it because it kept her on a straight path towards the palace. And given how visually impaired she was from the storm, she needed all the help she could get if she wanted to make it back to the palace before dawn. Meya, she was realizing, was not a small city. Despite her best efforts to activate her Meyarin blood so she could run with the speed of the immortal race, and thus shorten the time of her journey considerably, Alex was still too keyed up after everything that had happened with Aven to concentrate enough to make the change occur. That meant she'd been stuck walking for hours and felt as if she'd barely made any headway. An ear-splitting crack of thunder overhead prompted Alex to hustle over to the nearest inhabited dwelling, opening the door and stepping quickly inside. Attempting to wring the water from her clothes rather than drip it all through the place, Alex cast her eyes around and noted that she had entered some kind of poorly lit tavern. Grateful as she was for respite from the storm, she didn't want to judge it based on her initial assessment, but the truth was, she doubted the pub, with a scrawled sign calling it Narce de Trigon, or the Scarlet Thief, was the kind of establishment many upstanding Meyarins frequented, given the ragtag patronage. Regardless, she was willing to take a chance with the dubious-looking clientele and ignore their flagrant debauchery if it meant she'd be allowed a moment of rest from her journey. Glancing around, Alex saw an empty stool at the bar and slowly made her way over to it. She kept her gaze low and avoided all eye contact with the current patrons as she passed their tables and booths, ignoring the skin-crawling feeling of them watching as she walked by, dripping water all the way. The moment she pulled herself up onto the stool, a gruff-looking Meyarin sauntered over to her from behind the bar. "Terendoro try melanasai?" he asked.
Meyarin for, what can I get you? Having no currency of any kind, Alex shook her head and politely declined service. Try oso, atari. The barman leaned closer, his stance somewhat threatening. Naha koran, naha vestu. Swallowing thickly as she translated his no drink, no seat policy, Alex moved to stand, figuring that she might be better off trying her luck with the storm after all. But before she could make it fully to her feet, a calloused hand came down on her bare shoulder, pushing her none too gently back onto the stool. "I've got this exquisite creature covered, Toro," came a raspy-sounding voice at her ear, the Meyarin words dripping with smug confidence. "A round for both of us. Actually, make that 2. Alex crinkled her nose at the repugnant smell emanating from the male Meyarin sliding into the stool beside her. It was as if he'd bathed in enough liquor that the smallest spark of flame would set him alight. And yet he didn't seem drunk. His black eyes were sharp, his speech clear and steady. "I think you've had enough fun for the night, Skragen," said the barman, Toro, glancing between the stiffly alert Alex and the newcomer Meyarin watchfully. "Why don't you go back and finish up with Falu? She's looking impatient to retreat to your room." "Falu can wait," Skragen said, his gaze trailing lazily over Alex.
And I've not had anywhere near enough fun yet tonight, but I'm about to, aren't I, my sweet?" Scragan reached a hand out and traced it across Alex's shoulder and down the skin of her arm. Feeling violated, she snatched at his fingers and shoved him away from her. She then jumped to her feet so fast that her stool fell over with a crash, drawing the attention of all those around them. "You've got fire, I'll give you that," standing more slowly. "I like that in a girl." Not at all comfortable with the eager look on his face, Alex decided that enough was enough. Being struck by lightning was surely better than this. She spun on her heel and made a hasty retreat towards the door, but she barely made it halfway across the room before her arm was grabbed and she was yanked violently backwards. "Where do you think you're going?" Scragan demanded, blowing liquor-scented breath into her face. "We haven't even started." Mind blank, Alex couldn't come up with any Meyarin words to yell at the foul beast. So she stuck with the language she did know and hissed, "Unhand me right now, or I promise you'll regret it." She, of course, didn't know how she would make him regret it, since he was easily a foot taller than her and at least twice her weight. Scragan's eyes narrowed with his lack of comprehension. "What did you just say?" When she didn't respond, knowing he wouldn't understand her anyway, he shook her roughly enough to cause her to wince with pain. "Let me go!" Alex screamed at him, struggling in earnest now. Reacting from fear, she fisted her free hand and brought it up to smash it into his face, causing him to stumble back a few steps, releasing her in the process. It seemed as if the entire tavern turned silent and sucked in a collective breath, waiting to see what would happen next. "Scragan," Toro called, scurrying out from behind the bar and quickly approaching the Meyarin, who was looking at Alex with scorching disbelief. "I'm sure she didn't mean it. You just startled her. Look, Falu's still waiting for you. Why don't you go and enjoy your time with her? Your next drinks are on me." Scragan ignored him and raised a hand to his face where Alex had hit him. In a low, burning voice he asked, "Do you like a challenge, youngling? Because I can provide one." In the blink of an eye, he had her thrown across the room and pushed up against a wall, her arms pinned above her head, his body pressed firmly against hers to trap her in place. Panicking now, she struggled fiercely against him, but his hold on her was unyielding. She bucked her torso to no avail. She kicked out at him, but he just moved to the side. She even tried headbutting him, but he just laughed and swiftly moved out of range. In her horror-stricken state, she couldn't begin to try tapping into her Meyarin abilities, and her human weakness meant she was entirely at his disposal. "Keep fighting, sweet," his greasy voice whispered into her ear, sounding sickly satisfied by her miserable attempts to free herself. "Let go of me!" Alex shrieked in his face again. Then, appealing to their riveted audience, she yelled, "Please, someone help me!" Knowing her common words were useless, she managed to call up what Roka had taught her last night and cried, "Nalahi suros rei!" But still, no one moved to intervene, not even Toro, who had slunk back behind the bar and was wiping glasses to avoid her pleading gaze. What was wrong with these people? Why were they just allowing this thug of a Meyarin to attack her in front of them? She heard the door to the tavern blow open, just as Scragan grabbed both of her wrists in one hand, freeing his other hand to move with predatory intent. Repulsed by his touch, Alex renewed her frantic struggle against him, but still to no effect. She sucked in a shuddering, horrified lungful of air and screamed one more time straight into his face, as loud and shrill as she possibly could, "Let me go!" And then, suddenly, she wasn't propped up against him anymore, because he was ripped away and tossed into a table across the room. "It appears the girl wants to be released, Scragan," the rain-soaked newcomer said, his voice low and furious. But more than that, it was familiar. He had his back to her, but even dressed in sodden, tattered clothing, Alex would have recognized his dark-skinned, bulky physique anywhere.
Zane? Her voice was barely a whisper, but it was enough for his Meyarin ears to catch, and he turned back to look at her in puzzlement. Her eyes widened as Scragan took advantage of his distraction and leapt forward. "Zane, look out!" Her future friend turned back just in time to duck Scragan's attack. What proceeded next was the bar brawl to end all bar brawls, with suddenly everyone jumping in on the action. The Meyarins moved like flashes, so fast that Alex was unable to track them with her human sight, but she was still too freaked out to try and calm down enough to access her heightened senses. More than ever, she wished she'd had more training on how to act like a Meyarin, because instead of grabbing Zane and fighting their way out of there together, she was stuck cowering in the corner, waiting and hoping that they would both make it out in one piece. A crackle of thunder roared so loudly from outside that Alex had to clap her hands over her ears, along with many of the fighting Meyarins, who had to pause mid-attack to do so. A heartbeat later came a lightning strike so close and full of energy that her hair stood on end, but that wasn't all that happened. Somehow the strike caused the low-lit rays illuminating the tavern to splutter out as if blowing a fuse. Instant darkness surrounded them, with unending surges of lightning from outside, keeping the well-seeing Meyarins nearly as blind as Alex with her mortal sight. When someone grabbed her in the dark, she didn't hesitate to throw her free hand out in a solid uppercut to what she presumed was her assailant's jaw. A low curse came in response, and recognizing the tone of Zane's voice, Alex cried out, "Crap, I'm sorry!" He uttered another terse oath and started dragging her after him in the pitch-black, lightning-stunned tavern. She followed without question, even when he led her outside onto the stormy street and started jogging down the alley. She kept up as best as she could, despite the blinding flashes, deafening thunder, and piercing rain, only managing to do so because he wasn't using Meyarin speed. When they were what Alex judged to be about 3 blocks away from the Scarlet Thief, Zane yanked her to the side of the road and kicked open a doorway, pushing her inside ahead of him.
Gasping for breath in the shadowy room, Alex bent at the waist, placing her hands on her knees to steady her raging heartbeat. A light bloomed into existence when Zane lit a sconce of Myra's, and shadows flickered around the dilapidated room they were in, bouncing across his uncharacteristically scruffy and rain-drenched features. "Thanks so much for your help back there," Alex told him wholeheartedly, wiping her scraggly wet hair off her face. Seeing his questioning look at her use of the common tongue, she repeated what she could in broken Meyarin. "Atari se suros narse de trigon." "How do you speak the tongue of mortals so well, and yet you do not know your own language?" Alex blinked at him, stunned. "You know the common tongue?" Zane crossed his massive arms, and water fell from the creases in his shabby clothes. "Much of my time is spent amongst mortals. It helps if we can understand each other." Confused and quite frankly feeling out of her right mind, Alex said, "But how can you spend much time with them if you're busy leading the Zeltora? Don't you have responsibilities with Roka?" The look Zane leveled towards Alex made her feel as if she were a few too many seeds short of a strawberry. "Roka? As in Prince Roka?" Zane let out a burst of laughter. "He'd call for my imprisonment before so much as thinking of allowing me into his precious elite guard." He snorted, still amused, but why, Alex had no idea. "What is this nonsense of which you speak?" "But if you're not with Roka or the Zeltora—" Then Alex looked around the empty room in helpless confusion. "Didn't he send you to come find me tonight? Isn't that why you saved me?" Zane shrugged carelessly, more water sloshing with the movement. "Narse de Trigon might not be the most reputable establishment, but you learn to ignore the regulars after you've tasted their Glaron. You won't find a finer brew anywhere else in the city." "Wait, are you saying—" "I was on my way there for a drink when I heard your screams from down the street," Zane told her. "It's suicide to call the Valispath in a storm like this, otherwise I would have made it to you sooner. But you at least looked like you were holding your own when I arrived. I'll give you that." It was Alex's turn to snort. "I don't think so. That Scragon guy was about to... She couldn't finish the sentence, not allowing her mind to go there. "Scragon is a bully," Zane said, his voice harsh. "Tonight wasn't the first time he and I have scrapped, and since he continues to ignore common decency, it likely won't be the last." "Scrapped?" Alex repeated, incredulous at his choice of description. "That's what you call what happened tonight?" Tonight was nothing. Zane brushed aside her concern with a wave of his hand, flinging more water everywhere. "But back to the prince, you seem under the impression that he sent me after you like some hound doing his master's bidding, but you're wrong. I just happened upon you at the right time to hear your distress, nothing more." Reeling from the idea that Zane and Roka weren't, well, Zane and Roka, all Alex could do was nod and offer her gratitude again. "Well, thank you, Zane. I really appreciate you stepping in for me." Eyeing her thoughtfully, Zane's lips pursed at what he saw. He raised his hands to unclasp his cloak, swinging it from his shoulders, again, with water flying everywhere, and then stepped determinedly towards Alex, handing it to her. "Here, it's only wet on the outside. If I didn't know better, I'd say you look like you're freezing." That's because Alex was freezing, from the rain and wind, but more from the shock of the last 20 minutes. However, she also knew Meyarins were supposed to be hardier than humans. A little storm shouldn't have caused her to be so shiveringly cold, regardless of how minimal her clothing was. "Thanks again," Alex said quietly, throwing his bulky cloak around her, pleasantly surprised to discover his words true, since it offered instant, dry heat. "You can thank me properly by telling me 2 things," he returned, his dark eyes watching her closely. "First, why would the Crown Prince send his Zeltora after you?" "That was easy, at least. I'm a guest of the palace," Alex answered. "I was meant to meet with Roka tonight, but I spent the day in the city with Aven. He, had to take off unexpectedly, leaving me to walk back. I figured, since I didn't make my meeting with Roka, that he would have found out what happened and sent someone to come find me." "Why didn't you use the Valispath? The storm didn't begin until after sundown. You could have activated it any time before then." "I'm new to Meya," Alex said, mentally adding, "this one anyway. There's a lot I don't know, including how to call upon the Eternal Path." Zane's eyes narrowed. "How can you be new to Meya if you are Meyarin?" "I grew up with humans," Alex said, as casually as she could manage, neither accepting nor denying his assertion of her race. "I don't know anything about Meya or the ways of Meyarins, including how to activate the Valispath. Roka and Aven have just started to teach me." Zane placed his hands on his hips, his stance wide, his features alert. "That brings me to the second thing you're going to tell me, and that is—" "You know me," he accused. "You called my name back in Narse de Trigon, but I've never seen you before. I want to know how you know who I am, and I want to know right now." Alex stilled, and all she could think was, well, triple crap. "You called me by my name," Zane repeated when Alex remained silent, "without hesitation, like you knew exactly who I was." She quickly tried to recover from her unnatural stillness and lack of speech, figuring her only option was to lie. "No, I didn't." His lips thinned. "You said it twice in the tavern. Once just my name, the second time you yelled, 'Zane, look out!'" "Your name's Zane?" Alex asked, playing dumb. "That's so weird. I was actually calling out rain, since the door was open and the rain was blowing inside from the wind. Half the benches in there were wood, which would have ended up wet and rotting, and no one wants to sit on rotting wood, don't you agree?" Reading his expression, she cleared her throat. "So you must have heard me wrong. But nice to meet you, Zane. I'm Aaliyah." His voice was dripping with disbelief when he repeated, "Ali?" At the second stuff-up of her name that day, Alex wondered what the chances were of her stepping outside and convincing the lightning to strike her. Given her lack of fortune to date, it would be more likely to strike everywhere else, and she'd still be left facing the irate Meyarin across from her, only surrounded by more water and wind than the dark, abandoned room they currently inhabited. "That's right," she said, rallying, "but mostly I'm known here as Aaliyah. Fewer syllables, easier to say. You know how it is." She almost tacked on a question about whether Zane was short for anything, but she figured she was already pushing her luck. She was right. "Well, Aaliyah," Zane said, his tone as hard as his features, "even if I believed for 1 second that you called out, 'Rain, look out,' back at the bar, which I don't,
Then how do you explain 2 minutes ago when you thanked me by name? Flipping heck, Alex had done that. I'm a mind reader, she blurted out, wincing internally at how stupid I sounded. Zane shook his head. Try again. No, really, she said, rolling with it. Right now, for example, you're thinking I'm crazy. And right now, I'm thinking those might be the only true words I've heard you say all night. It seemed they were at an impasse. Zane's stance was unwavering, but Alex couldn't give him what he wanted to hear. She let out a deep sigh, her shoulders slumping. Zane, please, she said in a quiet voice. I know you have absolutely no reason to trust me, but I'm asking you, I'm begging you, please let this go. He held her gaze, his own eyes roaming over her face, reading her. She forced herself to maintain eye contact, only blinking again when he gave one short, terse nod. Fine, he said.
I'll let it go, but only if you swear by the stars that you'll answer one day. Alex bobbed her head emphatically. That I can do. One day in the far, far future, she would do exactly that. Swear it. Unsure exactly what to say, Alex made it up on the fly. I swear by the stars that one day I'll tell you how I know your name. Jaw clenched, it was Zane's turn to sigh, and Alex wasn't sure if it was in frustration, acceptance, or both. It sounds like the storm's fading, he said, holding to his promise to let it go. You should be fine to head back out there now. Alex mustered up her best cutesy cute expression and socked it to him. Apparently, even immortal, badass Meyarins weren't immune to her doe-eyed, please help poor little old me expression, since he sighed again, much deeper this time. The Valis path should be safe again, he said, stalking past her and towards the door. Hurry up, and I'll get you back to your prince. He's not my prince, Alex stated, rushing after him through the lingering drizzle of rain, the lightning now flashing far off in the distance. I don't care who he is, as long as you're his problem, not mine. Alex didn't deign to respond, but she did pull a face at Zane's back. Move, Alia, Zane barked. I don't have all night. She jumped, thinking he'd caught her immature gesture, but realized he was just eager to be rid of her. Rolling her eyes at this younger but decidedly crabbier version of Zane, she hurried over to his side and braced herself in preparation for the ground moving out from underneath them. But it didn't help, as she still went slamming into the barrier. Ignoring Zane's disdainful look, she glanced around as they zoomed through the weather-beaten city. The damage was nowhere near as bad as she would have imagined in the storm's wake. There was hardly any indication that there had been any kind of severe meteorological event at all. Clearly, the city was not only architecturally beautiful, but also structurally sound. No wonder it lasted so well throughout the millennia, as could attest to firsthand. When the Valis path came to a stop outside the grand archway entrance to the palace, Alex turned to thank Zane when another voice jumped in before she could speak. "Alia, thank the light!" Alex glanced over to see Roka jogging in her direction, soaked from head to toe. The relief on his face was stark as his eyes took her in, assessing her physical state. He then turned to Zane and his features tightened. "If you hurt her, I swear." Zane's face darkened. "Calm yourself, princeling. Your precious Alia is safe. You should be grateful I happened upon her at the Scarlet Thief when I did, otherwise I likely wouldn't be able to offer the same assurance." Alex shuddered, knowing his words were true. All eyes flicked to her, noting her reaction to words she shouldn't have comprehended, so she covered by unclasping Zane's cloak and handing it back to him. "Thanks for this," she said. He didn't respond, other than reaching for the material, and she wondered if perhaps he didn't want Roka to know he'd understood her use of the common tongue. Casting one last piercing glare at the prince, Zane took off on the Valis path again. Roka watched until he was out of sight before turning to Alex. "I've been looking for you everywhere," Aven said. "He told me?" Roka broke off, swiping his drenched dark hair off his face. "Stars, I'm sorry, Alia. I don't know what he was thinking leaving you out here on your own. I never would have asked him to look after you today if I thought he'd abandon you." "Hey, it's okay," Alex said, placing her freezing fingers on Roka's arm.
Feeling his wet but warm skin, she quickly retracted her hand in renewed realization that a Meyarin wouldn't be as cold as she was. "I'm good. See? No harm done." He looked at her incredulously. "No harm done? How can you say that when I found you standing at the entrance to the palace with one of Meya's most notorious criminals?" Zane? A criminal? Alex couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. Roka looked at her in concern. "Come, let's get you inside. I can't imagine how you ended up at Narset de Trigon, but you've clearly had a traumatic evening. You should rest." "Could this place get any weirder?" Alex asked between guffaws as the Valis path zoomed them straight to her bedroom. When they came to a stop in the hallway next to her door, she laughingly added, "Next you'll be telling me that you and Kaya hate each other." Roka's brow furrowed. "Hate is a very strong word. But I'm surprised you picked up on that. Usually we try to hide how we feel about each other when we're around others." That brought Alex up short, and she immediately sobered. "Wait, what?" At Roka's questioning look, she added, "Aren't you two betrothed?" It was the prince's turn to burst out laughing. His head fell back and everything, so great was his mirth. "By all the stars in the sky, where did you hear that?" Alex felt like everything she knew was crumbling around her. "But you're... She paused, gathered her thoughts, and tried again. You're Roka. That's who you are." Roka was still laughing as he shook his head. "We put on a good front in public, since both of us grew up in court and know how to play the political game, but we can barely stand each other, Alia." Seeing the truth all over his features, Alex wasn't sure if she wanted to cry or hit something. The past sucks, she thought, wondering how everything could be so wrong. How could Zane, Roka's right-hand man, leader of the Zeltora, be a criminal, and a notorious one at that? How could the almost sickeningly in love Kaya and Roka not be a couple, let alone not be able to stand one another? How were both Aven and Nyx, rebel leader and rebel underling of the future, what Alex would almost consider nice? When her thoughts lingered on Aven, Alex knew she didn't want to ask. Really, she didn't. But she had to know what she was dealing with, so she sucked up the courage to inquire, "Is your brother all right?" When Roka's jaw tightened, she knew the answer wasn't good, even if all he did was repeat, "He never should have left you." Alex waved her hand. "Let's move on from that. Is he okay after whatever caused him to take off in such a hurry?" Roka gave a short shake of his head. "My brother is many things. Disillusioned is now perhaps one of them. His eyes have been opened to some truths he was not prepared to discover, and he has yet to accept the way things are. But don't trouble yourself, Alia. He will be fine." Alex could read Roka's body language enough to know he was not at all pleased with whatever happened in the wake of his brother storming back to the palace. "What about Zane?" Alex asked, jumping topics so swiftly she was surprised Roka didn't get whiplash. "If he's a criminal, why didn't you arrest him?" Roka's tightened jaw locked even further. He only unclenched it to say, "One good deed deserves another. I'd been searching for you all night, but he returned you to the palace unharmed. I could not in good conscience call the guards upon him." "He didn't just return me unharmed, Roka," Alex said carefully. "Zane saved my life tonight." "I'm sure you're overreacting," Roka said, smiling slightly, as if to take the dismissive sting out of his words. "Narset de Trigon is not a place I would ever wish you to visit, but that doesn't mean... Do you know a Meyarin called Scragan?" The fire that lit behind Roka's golden eyes and the air that hissed from between his teeth was all the confirmation she needed. "Trust me, Roka, I'm not overreacting," she promised quietly, her voice full of meaning. "Zane did save my life tonight, or he at least saved me from a broken life no one should have to endure. Criminal or not, I now owe him." Eyes boring into her own, Roka asked, "What would you have me do, Alia?" Alex didn't understand his response. "Do about what?" "You're meant to be under the protection of House Dalmarta, my protection," Roka said. "Another member of my house let you down, therefore I let you down, so I owe you reparation for that." "If you owe Zane, and I owe you, then it leads to the conclusion that I owe Zane. So tell me, Alia, what would you have me do?" Alex suddenly realized the position of power she was in, and she wasn't going to waste it, even if she was taking advantage of the situation. I want you to let Zane try out for the Zeltora. Roka threw back his head again, laughing uproariously once more. Alex stood with her arms crossed, waiting for him to compose himself. I'm not kidding, Roka. Zane Arayea would sooner die than be a part of my elite guard, Roka said, humor still in his eyes as he looked back at Alex. The Zeltora stands for everything he's against: truth, justice, and moral decency. Alex was shaking her head. You're wrong. They mean everything to him. At Roka's probing look, she winced mentally at her appalling lack of care and quickly added, from what I gathered in the few minutes I was with him. She hurried on to cover further by saying, and just so you know, he's of the opinion that it's you who would sooner imprison him than allow him into the Zeltora. He's not wrong. Roka, Alex cried, annoyed now. You asked me what you could do. I gave you my answer. Are you going to fulfill your debt or not? Roka eyed her thoughtfully. You're serious, aren't you? Deadly, she answered truthfully. You want me to allow Zane Arayea to attempt the Varungard, and if he completes it with the necessary results, you then want me to offer him a place in training to become one of my most trusted warriors? I do. A muscle ticked in Roka's cheek, and he moved away to start pacing, muttering under his breath in Meyarin. I must be mad for even considering this. But what else am I to do? If he truly did save her from that beast of a Meyarin, then I owe the Kregan. Roka ran an aggravated hand through his slowly drying hair and continued walking. All this is Aven's fault. If that Norot brother of mine causes me to end up with a dagger in my back at the hands of one of my own warriors, I swear by the stars I'll haunt him from my grave. Alex hid a smile at the thought, both at Roka haunting his brother, which would admittedly be rather funny, and at the idea of Zane so much as laying a hand on his future best friend. Finally, releasing a deep huff of air, Roka moved back to stand before Alex. He gets one chance, Roka said firmly. That's it. If he does anything wrong, he's not just out. I'll lock him up in Tyvarg myself. Is that clear? Alex grinned widely. Crystal. Roka made a face that told her just how much he wished she were someone else's responsibility. That only made her smile more. Get some rest, Alia, he ordered with a resigned grumble. I need to figure out how to find your new friend and convince him to attempt the Varungard, since I'm certain you won't take no for an answer from him either, am I right? You already know me so well, Roka. We're gonna get on great. Judging by the look he sent her, Alex figured she'd pushed her luck enough for the night and moved quickly to open her door. I'm not sure what's happening with Aven, Roka said just before she could escape into her room, causing her to glance back at him. But regardless, you'll have a full day of learning tomorrow. Be prepared, since after I've lost all my dignity by begging a criminal to become a warrior sworn to protect our people, I likely won't go easy on you. Knowing his threat wasn't idle, she said, I can accept that. And seriously, thanks, Roka. It means a lot that you're willing to do this. All of it, taking care of me, teaching me, everything. Roka offered her a small smile, but otherwise waved aside her thanks. Sleep, Alia. I'll see you in the morning. She stepped through her door and had it almost closed before she called out to him one last time, saying, just so you know, we're not done talking about Kia either. So brace yourself, Roka. If you think I was serious about Zane, just you wait for what I'm going to throw at you about her. Seeing his startled yet questioning look, Alex quickly shut the door, knowing she would have to tackle that particular problem another day. Matchmaking was a whole different ballgame, especially when it involved a couple as important as Roka and Kia. She needed to be fresh if she wanted to help them in any way, especially if their current relationship status was as bad as he'd suggested. And help them, Alex would. Because even though they were together in her future, who was to say she hadn't played a part of making that happen in the past? The whole timeline paradox was so messed up that Alex's head ached any time she considered it, but she was becoming more and more convinced that she was where she was for a reason. She only had to wait it out to see why. And if she achieved nothing more than helping Zane and Roka find their way to each other, then she already considered her time in the past as being well spent. Kia and Roka would just be an added bonus. As she was shuffling around and getting ready for bed, Alex checked in with Xiraxus to make sure he and the rest of the Drakons had survived the storm, only to discover they hadn't experienced it with Draekora located so high above the clouds. She ended up having to listen to a full 10 minutes of him ranting concerns about her. The lightning pummeling Meyarin had stopped him from being able to fly down anywhere near the city, but he'd still felt her distress at the tavern and hated being unable to swoop in and save her. While he expressed his concern straight to her mind, she made the frustrating realization that her entire evening could have been prevented if she'd thought to contact him earlier and ask for a lift back to the palace before the storm had set in. She, of course, had never had her very own flying taxi service before, so it was only natural that she hadn't thought of him. "Xira?" she called, her slurred word interrupting his vow to hunt down anyone who tried to lay a hand on her again. "I appreciate your concern, but I really need to sleep now." Alex wasn't sure what he said in reply, only that his tone quieted enough for her to doze off without waiting to hear his full response. That night, she dreamed vividly, likely as a result of her anxiety-fueled day. She dreamed of her friends, Jordan, DC, and Bear, all walking through the forests around Woodhaven, laughing at something Jordan said. She dreamed of her parents, Rachel and Jack, spending the Kaldora's break in their ancient Egypt habitat, inspecting fossilized bat droppings and whatever else they could get their hands on, having a grand old time. She dreamed of her headmaster and friend, Darius Marcel, along with many of her other teachers, Carter, Finn, Hunter, Casper Lennox, Maggie, even Administrator Jarvis. She dreamed of her classmates, their faces flashing across her mind's eye. She dreamed of Fletcher, the doctor who did his best to keep her alive, even when she made it difficult for him. She dreamed of her Meyarin friends of the future, Roka, Kia, and Zane. And lastly, she dreamed of Kaiden. She dreamed of sparring with him in combat class. She dreamed of dancing with him at DC's birthday party. She dreamed of his gentle touch, his strong arms, his incredibly, impossibly blue eyes. Every dream she had ended the same way, with a laughing Aven standing triumphantly over their dead bodies. Jordan, dead. DC, dead. Bear, dead. Her parents, her teachers, her classmates, all dead. Roka, Kia, Zane, dead. When she woke up panting in the middle of the night, Alex felt the weight of 1,000 lifetimes linger between her and everyone she cared about. Homesick for a place currently well beyond her reach, all she could do was turn over and try to get back to sleep. When she finally managed to drift off again, she did so with a wet pillow and a single tear still rolling down her cheek. Almost an entire week passed before Aven showed his face around the palace again.
Until then, the yelling match he had with his father was all anyone talked about, how the prince had lost his mind and screamed at the monarch about the mortals who were stealing from Meya. The news had spread swiftly beyond the palace walls, and any time Alex wandered the city, she heard the gossiping voices of Meyarins in the streets. She did her best to ignore it all, knowing that what would be, and instead focused on her training. Roka was a demanding teacher, but Alex would have expected no less. At her request, they focused primarily on theory-based knowledge rather than practical experience, since she still had no idea how to get around the problem of her red blood, and stubbornly avoided sparring with him every time he offered, with her excuses becoming more paltry each time he asked. The bonus was, within the span of 6 days, she became nearly fluent in the Meyarin language, began to learn the long history of the immortal people, and, most excitingly, was taught how to use the Valispath. It turned out the latter was actually rather simple. All she had to do was will it to activate around her and focus on where she wanted to go, and it just sort of happened. But she also had to concentrate for the entire trip, otherwise she would end up somewhere unintended, as she'd learned the hard way during one of her first solo outings. One moment she was roller coasting along with her mind on the Golden Cliffs, and the next she'd been wondering why Zane was repeatedly refusing to take up Roka's offer to try out for the Zeltora.
That led Alex to thinking about the warriors themselves, and before she knew it, the Valispath spat her out in the center of the garrison, right when the elite guards were in the middle of a training drill. All eyes had come to her, and she awkwardly forced herself to laugh it off, saying in Meyarin, "Well, this sure isn't the kitchen." Roka hadn't let her live it down for a full day. Nyx hadn't either, since in Aven's absence, he'd pulled out the best friend card and was regularly checking in with the royals, telling them their son and brother was fine, but needed some time to cool off. Doing that, Nyx was around the palace a lot more than Alex would have presumed normal. Stranger still, he seemed to be on friendly terms with them all, even Roka, who had been the one to counsel Aven on choosing better friends. It was just plain weird seeing Nyx interact so casually with Roka, Kaya, even Astafe and Nita, knowing that, like Aven, he was not one of the good guys. And yet, in this time period, he kind of was. Sure, he was a pathological flirt and relentless charmer to boot, but Alex had noticed he was like that not just with her, but with anything that moved. Once she came to that realization, she was much more comfortable being around him. She couldn't forget the threatening future version of him, but as unbelievable as it was, she didn't absolutely detest him in the past. His buoyant personality alone made that nearly impossible. Other than having lessons with Roka and what felt like daily verbal sparring matches with Nyx, Alex spent much of her time with Kaya, who had been given the task of teaching her about Meyarin customs and culture. It was all frightfully boring, but it gave Alex the chance to carefully scout out how the female Meyarins felt about Roka. Unfortunately, the prince hadn't been playing coy when he implied that he and Kaya didn't get along. In fact, if Alex read their relationship correctly, Roka had severely downplayed the level at which they detested each other. So much so that she wondered if perhaps she was best just letting them get on with it themselves, knowing they would eventually end up together. She was only going to be there for another couple of weeks, and came to the conclusion that it might be safer not to make any more waves in the time she had left. Deciding that was the best plan, unless, of course, opportunities arose where she couldn't resist playing Cupid, Alex kept the ripples at bay by going about her life in an almost perfunctory manner. Every morning she breakfasted with the Queen, whose common tongue improved just as quickly as Alex's Meyarin. Other than her desire to converse better with Alex, the Queen's official reasoning was that she was housing someone raised by mortals and thought it was a good indication that she should invest in the ability to communicate with the human race. That might have been her official response to anyone who asked, but Alex knew better. One morning, Nita had broken down in tears and admitted that she was thankful she had something to do in order to keep her mind off her youngest son, who she was deeply concerned about. The love and fear shining out of her eyes had nearly brought Alex to her knees, and she knew without a doubt that the Queen was terrified of the changes in Aven. All Alex could do was hold Nita's hand and tell her everything would be okay, offering false hope but true comfort, as the Queen wept on her shoulder. When she wasn't lying to emotionally wrecked monarchs or learning from Roka and Kaya, the rest of Alex's free time was spent exploring the copious and extravagant halls of the palace, strolling around the streets of the beautiful city, and checking in with Xiraxus to find out how close he was to having the energy to reopen the Abrasa back to her time. Every day his answer remained the same: not close enough. But still she continued asking, waiting for the day when he would tell her they were good to go. And in the meantime, she was determined that when she finally left the past, her presence would leave hardly any mark at all. Other than sorting out Zane, and maybe Kaya and Roka if she could swing it. But nothing else. It would be like she was never there. On Sunday, exactly 1 week after her arrival in the past, Alex was on her way to her bedroom to freshen up for dinner following a mind-numbing 3-hour session where Kaya lectured her about the 7 different houses of the Meyarin High Court. Dalmarta was obviously one of them, as well as Nyx's family in House Radon. The 5 others were Lauren, Varsay, Freylorn, Quaris, and Terenia.
Each of the houses had one elected representative who sat on the ruling council, and Kaya had felt it imperative to educate Alex as much as possible on short notice after discovering that all of those council members would be attending dinner that evening. Head pounding from having to take in so much information in such a small amount of time, Alex's eyes were on her feet when she opened the door to her room, so it was only when she heard a throat clear that her gaze shot up and she saw who was sitting on her bed, waiting for her. "Aven," she yelped. Everyone's been looking for you. What are you doing here?" Realizing he wouldn't have understood her words, she opened her mouth to repeat them in Meyarin when he jumped in first, showing that he had also been practicing his language skills, replying perfectly in the common tongue. "Forgive my intrusion, Alia," he said, standing to his feet and running a distressed hand through his messy hair. "I only wished to speak to you without an audience." Alex had never seen him look so disheveled, neither in the past nor the future. His clothes were rumpled, his skin streaked with dirt, and his eyes lined with shadows, suggesting he'd been without sleep for some time. "Are you okay?" she blurted before she could help it. "This is your enemy," she reminded herself. But looking at him now, she simply couldn't drudge up any kind of antagonism towards him, not when he looked so lost. He let out a startled laugh, but there was no humor in it. "Am I okay?" he repeated, his tone as unreadable as his expression. "Alia, I abandoned you in the middle of a foreign city without the means to return to safety, right before we were hit by one of the most severe tempests the city's ever seen."
How, after all that, can you possibly be kind enough to ask if I am okay? When he put it like that, Alex couldn't fault his reasoning. Shoving a lock of hair behind her ear, she moved hesitantly away from the door and closer to him. "You seemed pretty upset when you left me," she cautiously said, pressing on even when his jaw clenched. "And no one's seen you in almost a week. Of course I want to know if you're all right. Your mother, your father, Roka, everyone's been so worried." "Nidus was supposed to relay that I was fine," Aven said, his stance rigid. "And he did," Alex confirmed. "But it's one thing to hear that you're fine from your best friend, another entirely to believe it. Or so I presume, since your mother has cried in my arms for the last 3 mornings." Finally, a flash of remorse traveled across Aven's face, telling Alex that Nidus' deep love for her son wasn't one-sided. "Leaving you alone was deplorable of me," Aven said, avoiding Alex's words and going back to his original topic. "I did it because, at the time, I was consumed by a need for justice. That desire is no less strong in me now, regardless of my failed attempt to serve my people. But for the moment, that's beside the point." He inhaled a breath, released it again. "I'm here to apologize, Alia, for my inexcusable behavior. I can't offer you a sound reason for abandoning you, but please know that for this past week, I've been filled with a deep regret over what I did. I am truly sorry." Everything, from the look in his eyes to his slumped shoulders, told Alex that he meant every word he'd said. But she didn't need his apology. While that night had sucked, mostly because of the foul Scragon, if Aven hadn't left her alone, she may never have bumped into Zane, and thus never have had the chance to coerce Roka into giving him a shot at the Zeltor, which was something Zane was still refusing to do, but Alex maintained that he just needed time. None of that would have happened if Aven hadn't run off on her. And seeing him so down about it had a strange effect on Alex, almost like she felt bad for him. So she did the only thing she could. "I accept your apology," she told him quietly and genuinely, "and I appreciate you offering it, Aven. It means a lot. But now that we've done this, I want you to promise me something." He took a step closer to her, his eyes losing some of their bleakness as hope replaced the dark emotions. "Anything." "I want you to let it go," Alex told him. When the shutters came down on his expression, she sighed internally and decided that she would take what she could get, qualifying her statement by saying, "I want you to let go of your regret about abandoning me." It cost her, but she continued, "Whatever your crusade for justice is, that's your call. But as for us, why don't we just start over?" "Start over?" he repeated, his face looking dubious but hopeful again. "You would consent to that?"
Alex shrugged, mentally wondering what the hell she was thinking. "I'm sure you've picked up on the fact that I've been uncomfortable around you since we first met. In both the past and future, that was true. So I figure it might be a good idea for us to wipe the slate clean and start anew. What do you think?" Alex knew, what she was doing was risky. Lady Mystique had said it was impossible to change anything in the future, since the events had already happened and therefore would happen. But maybe, just maybe, there was a way Alex could leave a mark on Aven that somehow softened him towards mortals. Even if he would still follow through on his awful massacre the next time the humans visited, and she prayed that would be many, many years away yet, perhaps if she spent enough time with him, she could sow a seed that might one day allow her to break through his hatred of mortals, and, well, she didn't know the end part of that just yet. All she could do was hope that her presence in the past might do something good for the future, because right now, all she had was hope, and that hope would have to be enough to get her through the next few weeks. "If you are willing," Aven said quietly, moving forward until he was close enough to reach out and grasp her hands, "then I would like that very much." While Alex had offered the olive branch, she was nowhere near psychologically capable of not reacting adversely to his touch. But she managed to only slightly stiffen when his fingers linked with hers and gave a gentle squeeze. It was then his brow furrowed, and he lifted up her left hand until it was at eye level, where he opened her palm and frowned at her flesh. "By the light, what manner of wound could leave such a mark on you?" Alex snatched her hand back, curling it protectively at her chest and backing away quickly. "Aelia," Aven whispered questioningly, his face flooding with concern, and the irony of that was not lost on Alex. Really, it's nothing," she told him, mentally screaming at herself to settle down. But her heart was racing just from his quiet inquiry about the scar on her hand, something that no one else had yet noticed in her time there. "Just a nasty cut, that's all." Aven looked skeptical. "I've seen many wounds caused by blades, but none that Lyandra couldn't heal. Raised by mortals, remember?" Alex said, trying to offer him a quirky smile that probably came out more like a grimace. "I had to heal like one of them. No Lyandra for me." Half of that was true, the Lyandra part. The other part was a lie, since the wound had sealed closed almost as soon as Aven had sliced her with Ainara and completed his forbidden claiming ritual. Fletcher had tried to get rid of the glowing silvery scar, but to no effect. The same was true for the entry wound on her back, where the blade had sunk into her flesh. Fletcher had admitted to wondering whether the instant healing of both wounds and resulting scar residue was because of Aven's Meyarin blood, or perhaps merely due to Ainara itself. To this day, Alex had no answer to that question, and she'd come to accept that it might remain a mystery forever. "That does make sense, however. It must have been quite the injury for you to not naturally heal entirely from it," Aven pressed, watching her carefully. "It got infected," Alex said it without thinking. At Aven's baffled look, she realized that since Meyarins couldn't get fatally sick, it was likely they couldn't get blood infections either. She quickly tacked on, "I mean, the blade was laced with Hyroa blood, and it made it really hard for me to heal." Aven continued looking at her quizzically, causing her to remember that his race had a different name for the snarling beasts and their incapacitating blood. Straining her memory, the name came to her, and Alex cried it out, perhaps a little too loudly. "Sarnoff!" She cleared her throat, and in a much more normal voice went on to finish. "The blade was laced with Sarnoff blood. That's why I had such trouble healing from it." The horrified look on Aven's face told her that her lie was a believable enough reason to explain her scar, and she felt her body relax again, slightly. "That must have been a traumatic experience for you," he said, his tone showing just how much he meant it. "I've never heard of anyone surviving Sarnoff blood poisoning without Manata de Laranza being performed on them." Not even Alex's new translation abilities could fully interpret the phrase he used, so she repeated it in a question. "Manata de Laranza?" "The claiming of life," Aven told her, causing her body to lock instantly. It was once a procedure used by healers under the most dire of circumstances. It allowed them to bind the life of another Meyarin to themselves, enabling them to share energy, almost like the Valiana connection you have with your Draken. Everything inside Alex trembled at his words, and it only became worse as he continued. The ritual was prohibited long before I was born, largely due to the side effects of the bond when activated by someone unwilling to release the recipient after their life had been saved.
Alex managed to force 2 words through her stiff lips. Side effects? Aven nodded, his face dire. While the connection was in effect, the will of the injured party was no longer their own. They were fully under the control of the healer until they were released from the bond. Hardly daring to hope, Alex asked, How did they release them? Aven looked at her curiously, almost like he could read her barely restrained desperation to hear his answer. From what I understand, the bond allowed the creator of the connection to issue mental and verbal commands to those who they had performed the ritual on. All the creator had to do was command the injured party to accept their freedom from the bond after their shared energy had healed the wound. And upon acceptance, the link was severed instantly. Could it possibly be as easy as that? Could Jordan be freed from Aven by a single command? Of course, that's why it was so important to outlaw the ritual, since there were cases where those who performed it became consumed by the power they had at their fingertips and refused to release the will of whom they had bonded with. Aven shook his head in sadness and disgust. What they did was reprehensible. To steal someone's will, that would be a fate worse than death. I can't imagine the kind of monster who would inflict such suffering on another. Oh, dear sweet irony. Aven shook off whatever dark path his mind had wandered down and focused on Alex again. I've truly not heard of any Meyarin surviving the taint of Sarnath blood without Manada de Loranza. And since it is forbidden, I know you can't have undergone the ritual. So how is it that you stand here today, Aelia? Thinking quickly, all Alex could come up with was, the mortals I was staying with, they had a really good doctor, healer I mean. I was lucky, the blade was only lightly coated with the Sarnath blood, so barely any entered my system. Just enough to make me very sick for a few days and stop the wound from healing as quickly as it should have. The healer used herbs and poultices on me, kept me hydrated, and got me through it. Aven made a derisive noise. Herbs and poultices. He shook his head, anger blazing in his eyes. Mortal methods. You're fortunate they didn't kill you out of ignorance. They're not all bad, Aven, Alex whispered, even knowing it was of little use. Seeing his eyes darken, she tried for a more jovial tone when she said, Let's face it, if someone like me can manage to survive as long as I did with them, then they must have something going for them. Don't forget, you've seen me on the Valis path. Aven's expression lightened as humor filled his features. You do seem to have a surprising lack of grace for one of our kind. Hey, she cried with mock indignation, mustering her courage and punching him lightly in the bicep, just as she would Jordan or Bear. We can't all move like we're floating on air. And yet the rest of our kind do, so clearly we can all move like that, he returned, a grin on his face. You appear to be the single exception to the rule. Congratulations. Yeah, Alex muttered, acting playfully grouchy. Don't you have somewhere else to be now? Someone else to bother? His grin only widened further at her fake attitude. I do, but so do you. When she looked at him blankly, he reminded, Dinner with the council. I'm presuming you're attending? Her eyes widened as she wondered how much time she had lost with Aven and how long before they were both due downstairs. Then her eyes roamed over his unkempt appearance, and she reacted automatically. He uttered a startled chuckle as she spun him around, placed both her palms flat against his back, and forcibly pushed him towards the door. You need to clean up, like right now, she said, shoving him forwards. Your mother will die if she sees you like this. Aven chuckled again. I should hope not, since I visited her before coming to your room. Then I'm guessing she was too happy to see you to notice you look like a deadbeat. If you turn up at dinner as you are, I doubt your luck will hold. There was a pause. I admit, I've learned much of your language in the past week.
But the term deadbeat is beyond my comprehension. It's a... You know what? Never mind, Alex said as they reached the exit to her room. She took her hands from his back and opened the door, tapping her foot impatiently when he just looked at her, highly entertained. I find you fascinating, Alia, Aven said, golden eyes lit with humor. That's fantastic. But how about you maybe do that later instead of right now? Otherwise, we're both going to be late. Aven laughed lightly and, catching her off guard, reached out and affectionately stroked her cheekbone before activating the Valis path and disappearing from sight. Alex stood frozen to the spot for a moment before she shuddered and closed the door again. This is what I need to happen, she reminded herself, pushing aside her unease. If her plan to soften him towards mortals was going to be effective at all, they had to be friendly enough to share their opinions. To do that, she had to get over herself and accept the Aven of now rather than the one she knew in years to come. Friends with Aven? She thought, shaking her head as she proceeded to get ready for dinner. I must be crazy. All she could do was hope that it would be worth it. If dinner that evening was strange due to Aven's reappearance and the full council in attendance, Alex hardly noticed. She was barely aware of the 3 members she already knew from the future, Loro Gael of House Varse, Lassa Riza of House Freylorn, and Loro Rothus of House Lauren. While it was certainly interesting to see them in the past, especially the wise old Rothus, not to mention having Gael and Riza no longer look down upon her, Alex was too distracted to pay much attention to any of them. And that was due to the presence of another council member, the representative for House Quaris, the family Queen Nita was born to before marrying into the Dalmarta house. The council member for Quaris was her father, Roka and Aven's grandfather, and his name was Ian Raka, as in the founder of Akarne. For the entire first half of the meal, Alex struggled to take her eyes off him, so awed as she was by his presence. She simply couldn't believe she was eating dinner with the Meyarin who created the academy that would become her home thousands of years into the future. It was only when dessert was passed around that he spoke to her directly, causing her starstruck self to become even more enraptured. So, Alia, is it? Ian Raka said, his turquoise eyes spearing her from across the table. I hear you grew up amongst mortals. Is that true? Alex quickly swallowed the sip she'd taken from her goblet and replied in perfect Meyarin. Yes, Loro Ian Raka, I only arrived here a week ago. Who were your parents, youngling? Asked Lassa Nalin of House Tarenia, Kia's aunt. Alia was abandoned as a babe, Roka said from Alex's right, before she had a chance to respond, his firm tone telling the whole council to be cautious with their next line of questioning. I'm intrigued to hear how you managed to survive amongst humans for so long, said Nayak's father, Loro Psychor of House Radon. He shared his son's dark hair and rugged good looks, but instead of Nayak's amethyst eyes, Psychor's were a magnetic gray that shone with a deep, cunning intelligence. Again, Alex wasn't able to answer before someone else spoke up first. This time it was Ian Raka. With a snort, the founder of Akarne said, You make the mortals sound like savages, Sai. For all we know, they might be just that, Psychor returned with a careless shrug. After all, Ian, you're one of the few at this table who has interacted with them for any length of time. And even then, the ones you allow into that school of yours are hardly a representation of the majority, if I understand correctly. What is it you call them again? Gifted, Ian Raka replied, as you well know by now.
It's been nearly 300 years since you named that place after yourself, and yet you still haven't given up on them, Gael put in, a sneer in his tone. Why do you bother, old friend? Ian Raka dug into a sponge-like pudding and raised the spoon to his mouth. You have your hobbies, I have mine. Alex felt an unpleasant stab in her stomach at the idea of humans like her being considered a mere hobby by the Meyarin responsible for banding them together, and she couldn't keep her face from showing her distaste. It seems I've offended you, Alia, Ian Raka said, watching her closely. She thought carefully about her response before saying, It's difficult for me to look upon humans in the same manner as most of you.
To me, they aren't savages or hobbies. They're people who cared for me when no one else would, Meyarin included. Forgive me for taking offense. I'm still learning the ways of your people." Something flashed in Xiraxus's eyes, a spark of pride or approval, Alex thought. But then his expression blanked again, and he said, "I can understand how you would find yourself indebted to them. It's only natural, given your upbringing." "Let's move on from the subject of mortals," King Astafa said diplomatically, careful to keep his eyes from drifting to Aven, who surprisingly kept his own views on the topic quiet. "Xiraxus, tell us your latest happenings with Soraya de la Torre." The words Astafa used weren't Meyarin, but they had the familiar lyrical cadence of the language Lady Mystique had spoken. Translated mentally, thanks to her bond with Xiraxus, Alex understood them to mean the light of the worlds. But what Astafa was referring to, she had no idea. "And, of course," the king continued, "you must also tell us how fares the young Freyan who had just used the Iden paths to travel here when last we saw you." Having been in the middle of taking another sip from her drink, Alex nearly sloshed the liquid all down her front, so startled was she by his enquiry. Freyan was a word she needed no translation for. Iden in the unknown lyrical language meant doorway. Connecting the dots, Alex suddenly realized what Soraya de la Torre, the light of the worlds, referred to. Astafa was talking about the library. How could I be so stupid? Alex berated herself, lowering her trembling hand until the goblet was resting back on the table. For 7 days she'd been in the past, and not once had she considered seeking out the library, not even after she'd mastered the use of the Valis path. While she couldn't know for sure, it was entirely possible that if the library was capable of transporting her from Freya to Medora, between 2 entirely different worlds, then perhaps it was also able to bend time and return her to the future. In fact, until this moment, she had also never given any thought to other Freyans ever having visited Medora, although she vaguely recalled Bear and Jordan once telling her that she was the first to arrive in thousands of years. That meant at some stage before her, someone else had journeyed from her world to Medora. Wondering if perhaps this person Astafa had asked about was the predecessor her friends had been referring to, Alex turned her full attention back to the table. "Soraya de la Torre shows itself to be more magnificent every time I wander its halls," Xiraxus answered with a contented smile lighting his face, that, with his dark hair and sharp features, made him look like an older version of Roka. The family resemblance was uncanny. There can be no doubt that it truly is the jewel of Medora, and I can see now why it was fought over for so long by other races of this world. Akarne would not be what it is without the great library offered as its foundation. "And the Freyan?" Nida asked her father. "What of him?" Xiraxus let out a rumbling chuckle. "Enoch is his name, and what a story he has! It's been surprisingly difficult for me to learn his dialect, and for him to learn the common tongue enough to comprehend little more than a basic understanding. But from what I gather, he claims that one day he was walking with a friend, and then suddenly he was no more." "He was no more what?" Nida asked. Xiraxus spread out his hands. "Those are the only words he used. That must have been when he traveled the Iden paths and found his way through to Medora," Roka guessed, and his grandfather nodded. "Indeed," Xiraxus confirmed. "And I must say, Enoch is a rather intriguing mortal. He's already lived much longer than the lifespan of the humans who inhabit our world, and yet he is still considered young in Freya. He has an inquisitive mind, and rather than desiring to return to his world, he is content to remain here until the time comes for him to travel to what he calls Ha-Adar Halea." Judging by the looks all around the table, Alex wasn't the only one unable to understand the phrase. "The great beyond," Xiraxus translated for them all. "I believe, despite our language barriers, that he was referring to death." "Jeez, morbid much," Alex muttered under her breath, forgetting that there were now at least 5 people around the table who understood the common tongue: Nida, Astafa, Roka, Aven, and Xiraxus.
Given Rothos and Sykor's twitching lips, she gathered that they too understood her softly spoken words. Xiraxus' eyes were sparkling when he said, "He's a pleasant sort of human, young Aelia, morbid or not, and he seems content to enjoy his hours wandering the hallways of Soraya de la Torre as his days move toward their final conclusion." "Otherworlders are so strange," Aven spoke up for the first time all night, "regardless of where they're from. Be that as it may, we're hardly ones to judge, given our origins," Roka said curtly, causing Alex's ears to perk up, curious as to what he meant. But she would have to wait for Kia to cover it in her lessons, since it hardly seemed appropriate to ask while the council was in attendance. As the conversation dwindled to less interesting topics and the table cleared of food, Alex thought over everything she had learned that night and wondered when she might sneak away to Akarne. But as it happened, she needn't have worried about devising a plan, because when they all began to depart the dining hall, Xiraxus sought her out directly. "Aelia, I thought perhaps given your background that you might be interested in joining me for a tour of my school." His words were perfectly clear in the common tongue, and at the risk of sounding too eager, she answered, "I'd love that. When can I come?" "How does right now suit?" He tugged at the collar of his double-breasted vest, as if he couldn't wait to be away from the palace. "Unless you have other plans?" "Not at all," Alex said enthusiastically. Roka cleared his throat pointedly, and she sent him a pleading look. He rolled his eyes and waved his hand, allowing her to skip whatever lesson he had planned for the night. She beamed back at him, and he shook his head in amusement, walking out the door with the other Meyarins and leaving her with his grandfather. "Shall we?" Xiraxus said, gesturing for her to follow as they moved out of the warded dining hall. The moment